السلام عليكم. sorry. Yeah. السلام عليكم. عليكم السلام. يا السلام عليكم أخواني وأخواتي. في يوم بتاع الليلة أنا بنحييكم ونحيي كل أمهات، نقول Happy Mother's Day في يوم بتاع الأم. فبنحييكم. عندنا هو توبيك بتاعنا واضح فوق. احنا هنتكلم الليلة، هنزهر كم فيديوهات كده وتسجيلات، وهنتكلم يعني الليلة شوية. وهيكون معنا برضو اللي هو أمباسر إيمانويل هيكون معنا، هيجي يتكلم برضو بعد معنا، نعرض الموضوع بتاع التوبيك بتاع الليلة. زي ما انتم شايفين بيتكلم إنه Nairobi Peace Initiative Reward Dictatorship and Delays Through Peace. ده يعني بالعربي كده البسيط إنه مبادرة السلام بتاع نيروبي يعني بيعطي ريورد، اسمه شنو ده يعني، بيعطي يعني ريورد دي ذاته بالعربي للدكتاتور، وبشنو بيأجل السلام الحقيقي المفروض يحصل لنا احنا في جنوب السودان. احنا شعب بتاعنا تيو شديد. ما دام اصلا كان احنا ناسنا يركزوا اكتر في انه يركزوا في الشعب، بقى في اشياء بس لشنو، للافراد، يعني لافراد اللي اسم شنو زي ما بيسموه لاغراض شخصيه. فانا الليله هنتكلم في قضايا ده، وهنعرض صور كتيره، فيديوهات كتيره عشان احنا نتكلم في الموضوع. يا ريت انتوا تعملوا كلكم اعملوا شير للغرفة، وبرضو لليوتيوب أنا هنزله هنا بعد شوية، وهنواصل في التوبيك بتاعنا. معلش يا جماعة كنا بدأ حاجة شوية دايما نبارك بول اسم ربنا.
Ana hakika wana haya mafizo bija ne abubita idebe wasakaiana Yesu Masiya kendi ana yahusika, ana hakika wana haya mafizo bija ne abubita idebe wasakaiana Alelade Uru Yesu itabiligo mahafi sama Alelade Uru Yesu itabigeni manane aba Alelade Uru Yesu itabiligo mahafi sama Alelade Uru Yesu itabigeni manane aba Lezola marudu Yesu uwabiwa finari bigeni masheta Ina people fit worry, kama people fit tabu, raha bikun maafi. Lezola marudu Yesu, uwabiru afinari, bigeni mashetani. Ina people fit worry, kama people fit tabu, raha bikun maafi. Alelade Uru Yesu itabinigo mahafi sama Alelade Uru Yesu itabigeni Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabiligo mahati sama. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Yeni malande aba. Furaha bikun fi sama, nasaru bigula, ushana hallelujah. Yesu bikun mama, bikun melikitomo, ita bikun weni. Furaha bikun fi sama, nasaru bigula, hallelujah, hoshana. Yesu bikun mama, bikun melikitomo, ita bikun weni. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabiligo mahati sama. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabigeni malande aba. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabiligo mahati sama. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabigeni malande aba. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabiligo mahati sama. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabigeni malande aba. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabinigo mahati sama. Alela de, Guru Yesu. Itabigeni malande aba.
يا ليلى داير يسوع انت جو محل في السما احنا كده نروح لانه إنه عندنا زمن. هنبدا بعد شويه تاني مع غنى واحد وبعد ذاك احنا هنبدا طوالي في برنامج بتاعنا.
I appeal to the African Union and the international community to immediately stop bloodshed and genocide in South Sudan. If you want sustainable peace, stand up for justice. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in Malakal. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Motown. The same people who kill people in Bentiu. The same people who kill people in Rumbek. The same people who kill people in Bibor. The same people who kill people in Kwajo. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Wowtown. For the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the court, international court. Hey, for the crimes against humanity, get ready to face the law, international law. For genocide you have committed, get ready to face the law, international law. For atrocity on our people, get ready to face the court, international court. For the rape, looting and robbery, get ready to face the court, international court. For the killing women and children, get ready to face the law, international law. For kidnapping innocent international law for detentions without trial. Get ready to face the law. International law for the poisoning of important people. Get ready to face the law. International law. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. The same people who kill people in our will. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in our way. The same people who kill people in Yambio. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Juba town. The same people who kill people in Katikaji. The same people who kill people in Lokiliri. The same people who kill people in Magui. Anagalia Kwana, same people who kill people in Mundri. The same people who kill people in Mangala. The same people who kill people in Konokoro. The same people who kill people in Lowe. The same people who kill people in Lungule. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day there will be none. Non-gunmen killers, killers of my people. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be seen. Non-gunmen killers, killers of South Sudan. Non-gunmen killers, one day they will be known. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia Pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na koreketiri. Anagali junubi non-gunmen, Gikatulu junubi kuyon. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na mutu ketiri. Anagalia Pana non-gunmen, Gijibule na wajagaliba. Non-gunmen, Gijibule na koreketiri. Anagali, non-gunmen, Gikatulu junubi kuyon.
فعلا النون جونمن قتلوا الجنوبيين كل يوم، وده العذاب اللي حصل دائما في بلدنا جنوب السودان. ولسه في معارضين ما عندهم برينسيبل، دائما بيبيعوا القضية من أجل مصالحهم الخاصة. أخواني وأخواتي في داخل وخارج جنوب السودان، أنا بسلمكم كلكم في يوم بتاع الليلة. هو يوم مهم جدا، وإحنا بنتكلم عن التوبيك المهم اللي إحنا حطيناه قدامكم، اللي هو في يوم 12 شهر 5/2024. احنا بنتكلم، معلش يا جماعة، احنا في قضايا كده هنتكلم فيه بشكل واضح جدا، لأنه الاستفزازات كترت. احنا فترات طويلة احنا بنحاول احنا بنكونوا يعني ناس يعني معتدلين في كلامهم، يعني احنا ما قاعدين نتدخل كتير، لكن شايف انه بقى في تطاول. يعني ده ما أول مرة، الكلام ده استمر من 2018. دايما في استفزاز وفي نوع من اللغة بتاع التعلي، في زول داير يعمل نفسه فاهم أفضل وكده، ويتكلم كلام فارغ حتى في غيادات بتاعنا. فإحنا بعد ده ما بنسمح في حاجات زي ده، الكلام الفارغ اللي بيحصل ده. بالتالي في نقاط معينة إحنا لازم نحطه في نصابه. إحنا بالطبيعة بتاعنا ما بنبدأ في حق زول، لكن أنت بعد ده لما تجي في خط بتاعنا عندنا حق إحنا نرد بالصعين، لكن بنرد بكل أدب واحترام. ده واحد. الحاجة التانية، الليلة طبعا انتوا عارفين ده انه ده يوم عيد الأم أو مادرز داي. أنا بحيي كل الأمهات، وهاخد فيديو صغير كده عشان نحيي برضو أمهات الزيي برضو في كل العالم. وما بالضرورة إنك حتى كان أنت ما عندك جنة ما بيعتبر بأن أنت ما أم. الأم هو اللي بيربي. الأم هو الزول الإنسانة اللي بتربي العيال اللي بيجي يطلع منه المجتمع، والمجتمع بأسره بيطلع بيكون فيه حاجة اسمه شعب. فأنا بهيئ كل الأمهات، خاصة الأمهات بتاع جنوب السودان اللي هسي مرابطين بطونهم فاضية في شق أقاصي الأرض، وفي دول الجوار بدولة جنوب السودان. عندك في كونغو، في سنترال أفريكا، وفي يوغندا، وفي كينيا، وفي وبرضه في اثيوبيا، وفي السودان الام اللي احنا كنا جزء منه. في عندنا امهاتنا هناك كتير. والليله في توبيك بتاع الليله انتوا شايفين انا كاتب توبيك واضح: نيروبي بيس انيشيتيف rewards dictatorship and delays through peace. الليلة هيكون معانا بعد ما أنا أعرض كله الفيديوهات والحاجات كتير، برضه هيكون معانا ضيف عزيز اللي هو أمباسادة إيمانويل أو مولانا إيمانويل. طبعا هو اللي هو القائد بتاع تنظيم ناشونال اللي هو NDM Patriotic Front. هو برضه هيجي يتداخل معانا بعدين بعد ما إحنا نعرض الحاجات ده كله، لأنه مانويل هو ما شخصية مثلا زي لما هو يطلع هو كده برضه متحدث باسم بتاع سوما، اللي هو طبعا عشان هو سكرتري جنرال وهو مفوض، وهو ما بيتكلم من تلقاء نفسه، لكن هو تم تفويضه. هو ممكن يتحدث بشنو باسم بتاع سوما. فالتفويض ده حاجة مهم في السياسة. انت الليلة لما يكون في أي نوع من إيفنت، انت لما تدخل في الايفنت ده دايما بيكون في تفويض انك تتكلم نيابة عن المجموع. غير ذلك كان مفوض انت ما تقدر تتكلم. فعشان كده الناس اللي بعدين هيشوفوا لو مولانا ايمانويل طلع وفي زول داير يطرح اسئله بعد ما هو برضه يقدم راي بتاعه، فانت مرحب بك انك تجي شنو تقدم راي بتاعك. فيا جماعه زي ما انتوا شايفين السؤال ده، وده اسئله بعدين نطرحه بنحطه، واي زول جاي فوق يا ريته بعدين يجي يتكلم. المنبر مفتوح، اي زول عنده حق انه يتكلم، لكن اهم حاجه انه كلامه بيكون بادب واحترام. عندك سؤال تسال سؤال بكل ادب واحترام، لانه احنا ناس هنا محترمين جدا. ما بنملينا مجموعه من الناس عشان شنو يجي يعملوا كلام فارغ. احنا هنا في المنبر دي ده منبر انا يعني كزوله مدير للمنبر، ومعي مجموعه من الرفاق اللي هو باشمهندس دومينيك، والرفيق سايمون ابوي، وبرضه الرفيق جوزيف. احنا ما شكل ناس اللي بنلم لنا الزول اللي تلم لك 2 3 عشان يجي يشجعوك عشان يقولوا الكلام وانت ساكت تمثل زي كانه يعني انا بمثل زي كانه نو. كان انا داير نواجهك انا بواجهك. انا ما بجيب لي زول تاني انه هو يجي يرد لزول تاني عشان كنوع من عملية بتاع توزيع الأدوار. احنا ما عندنا كلام زي ده في السياسة، احنا ناس دغرين جدا. فبعدين في أسئلة there will be some question that we really want to put ahead. We will ask ourselves these questions since we know that and also from the first glimpse of what the aim of actually this so-called Nairobi Peace Initiative. The lieutenant, late lieutenant general, or let's say, retired, Lieutenant General Lazarus Samboyo, he made it clear, my brothers and sisters, and he put it ahead as a chief negotiator. He emphasized that the current peace negotiation in Nairobi, Kenya, is not aimed to investigate the root causes of the conflict. Instead, he put it also clear that it's to complete the revitalized peace agreement, the resolution of the conflict in Republic of South Sudan, IRS, by bringing the whole out group, as he stated. This is one. And also, he stresses that it's important to note يعني وضح بشكل واضح إنه الحراك الحاجة الماشي هناك ما بيناقش الروت كوسيس ولا حتى ذاته ناشونال كونسنسس فورم. ده كلام واضح وكده. فبالتالي هم اصلا زي دارين الجماعه ديل بس يمشي جوا، وواضح انه زي كانه في اتفاقيات تحت الكراسي ولا الا الضحكات والاسمايل والسلام. ده ما حاجه عاديه. يعني دارين نقول لك انت يا ثعلب اي انت والله نفدت قدرت تجيب الجماعه، لكن يا هو الشغل اللي فيه. احنا يا جماعه كقيادات احنا لازم نكون قدر المسؤوليه. انت كاي قائد، ما القياده ده ما ضروري انت قعدت في النضال فتره طويل او انت قاعد من سنه 83 او 82 او 24 او انت قاعد من 47. اهم حاجه في الكلام ده لازم يكون عندك مبادئ وانت تكون عندك كونسيستنسي. يعني انت كمان ما تصعد فوق رؤوس الناس عشان تستغل الفرصه عشان تطلع فوق وبعد ذاك تخطف الأضواء ودار تعمل البطولات الوهمية. احنا في صدد قضية مهم جدا اللي هو قضية شعب بتاع جنوب السودان، وبالتالي القائد في ذات نفسه لازم كان انت قائد كبير ولا صغير لازم يكون عندك مبادئ. يعني كويس احنا هنمشي بخطوات منظمة. ففي حاجات اللي احنا سميناه كتير قال يعني دي لا سيدرين يقولوا شنو هتمشي بالبوت قال ده يعني انتوا بعدين تعالوا بالبوت زينا كده اللي قاعدين في امريكا. والله لكن قاعدين في امريكا احنا. منيا قال هيمشي جوبا بكلانجينكم ب AK-47 ما ده ويا ايدين اجاك لما تم انتقاد ويا ايدين اجاك اللي ينتقدونا احنا ناس. ده كلام عجيب جدا. واحنا يا جماعه ما دارين نتراشق ولا دارين نتكلم بإيهاهات ولا بكلام مبهم. شفت التراشق بالكلام ده احنا بنعرفه بنقدر نعمل في كلامنا، لكن ده ما حاجه المهم. احنا ناس كونسيستنت في الكلام، يعني مستقرين في الكلام بتاعنا، ولا بنلف ولا بنطلع اخضر ولا اصفر ولا حاجه ولا زي ده. يا جماعه تاريخ بتاع جنوب السودان ما بدا في 82 ولا 83 ولا ما شابه ذلك، واحنا بنكرر الكلام ده. تاريخ جنوب السودان بدا من فتره بعيد جدا، والا ما كان في حاجه اسمه 47 مؤتمر 47 ولا المائده المستديره في سنه 65 ولا كان في حاجه هيكون في الكلام اللي يتكلم عنه ناس أجري جادين أو يتكلم عنه عن سنترلينو أوهري اللي يتكلموا عن حق تغيير المصير والموضوع بتاع الفيدرالية. شفت كيف؟ التاريخ بتاع الجنوب بدأ من فترة طويلة وكلنا يتعلمنا من هذا التاريخ. ما في زول جاء متأخر وزول تاني جاء قدام. كله في نهاية المطاف أي زول قدم تضحية بتاعته في وقت اللي جاء فيه، لكن أنت جيت قدام أنت جيت ورا أنت قدمت شنو؟ ده برضو بدر له وقفة. فإحنا ما نتكلم ساي. فما في زول وكل جنرال باغان يمشي يتكلم في سوم في اسم شنو ده في اللي هو نيروبي بيس انيشيتيف بانه هو يتكلم. ما تم تفويضه. فهو لما بيتكلم حتى كان في تصحيح تم تصحيحه لانه ما مفروض. حتى لو قال هو يمشي يتكلم باسم بتاع ناشونال كونسنسس فورم هو عضو فيه لا، لكن هو ما بيتكلم باسم بتاع ناشونال كونسنسس فورم لانه في اللي شنو ده في مجموعات كثيره ما مشوا في روم من ناشونال كونسنسس فورم. فبالتالي ده برضه خطا سياسي انا بشوفه زول في الشخص بتاعه. وانا ما بيختلف معاه في الخطاب بتاعه اللي هو قدم، انا بس بيختلف معاه لما هو قال انه هو بيتكلم باسم سوما وبيتكلم باسم بتاع ناشونال كونسنسس فورم. فما في زول يجي يقول يا اخي ناس منويا كونوا سوما وناس منويا بيمثل سوما ده حق منه؟ ده حقتنا احنا جزء منه وما في زول يمشي يتكلم باسمنا. وكان ماشي تتكلم قول انا بتكلم انا بتكلم باسم سوما انا واحد فلان وفلان وفلان، لكن ما يخمونا ساي كلام خم ساكت. ده نقطة. فاحنا قبل ما نمشي قدام كان ناخد عشان نحيي امهاتنا ليل. ما انسى وانا ذات نسيت لانه ما عندنا زمن في قضايا كتير احنا دايرين ناخدها.
Happy Mother's Day to all the wonderful mothers in the South Sudanese community. Your strength, love, and resilience are truly inspiring. Thank you for all that you do to nurture and support your families with such grace and dedication. Today, may you feel appreciated, cherished, and celebrated for the incredible mothers that you are. Wishing you a day filled with love, joy, and special moments with your loved ones. You are truly appreciated and loved. Happy Mother's Day!
هابي مادرز داي. فانا بقدر نقول عشان انا حاجه اعرض الفيديوهات ده والحاجات ده عشان برضو ما عندنا زمن. نقدر نقول كلام كالاتي، يعني في حته لو احنا سالنا اسئله مهم جدا، وده بعدين هيجي برضو في الكلام اللي احنا هنتكلم فيه. لو احنا سالنا اسئله مهم جدا، وده اسئله ممكن بيجري في الذهن بتاع كل زول، لو سألناه بالإنجليزي السؤال اللي هي the question is will, and however the following question for instance if you want to ask regarding the Nairobi Peace Initiative, will it achieve a genuine peace? How does it approach differ from the IRS negotiation that took place in Khartoum in 2018? Why are the splinter rebel movement parties being invited instead of the main groups? Is there intention of vindication for some leading holdout groups? How will the mediation team clear the suspicion of bias in Kenya's mediation process? Will the mediators claim that the main groups participated? These are some of the main questions that require further clarification. ده أسئلة مهم جدا أنا أخذت برضه من الرأي بتاع الدكتور أنيني. ده جانب. Those are also genuine questions. لكن let's go to this one. الحقيقة اللي احنا دارين نتكلم عنه اللي هو النيروبي بيس انيشيتيف ده الجاي يدي شريعة تاني to reward the dictatorship and here is going to delay the peace agreement. ما في سلام هناك يا جماعة، لأنه الكلام ده واضح. اللي هو حديث بتاع في الكلام اللي هو ذاته قال، وده بعدين هيجي يوضح لنا امباسادور ايمانويل، اللي هو في حديث بتاع الشيف نيغوشيتور ذاته اللي هو ريتايرد ليفتنانت جنرال سامبويو. اوكي، فالسؤال الواحد بيسأل نفسه هنا انه بالواضح بانه ما جاي يناقشوا عن روت كوسس، بمعنى الناس اللي ماشيين هنا اوريدي هيتم تضمينه في الاتفاقيه بتاع 2013 2012 18 سوري. ده جاي لحقيقه الحقيقه الناس النون سيجنتريز الحقيقيين ديل احنا ما وقعنا اي اتفاقيه اصلا. فقانا موم هو كان مع ناس مع ناس اسمه شنو ده، مع ناس دينغالور، ودينغالور كان يبي يمثل مجموعه بتاع ناس. فقانا موم وهو وقع الاتفاقيه. حقيقه ده حقيقه احنا نتكلم عنه. اذا النون سيجنتري ديل احنا فعلا ما وقعنا اي اتفاقيه. ده جانب. الجانب الثاني السبب اللي بيخلي انه المعارضه ضعيفه، ده كلام مهم جدا. السبب بيخلي انه المعارضه بيبقى ضعيفه سواء كان في داخل او في خارج، لانه بسبب بتاع ضعف بعض القيادات في المعارضه. ضعف بتاعهم لانه هم بينظر دائما للمصلحه الشخصيه. شفت كيف؟ عشان كده انت شايف انه في مين المشاكل اللي بدا في جنوب السودان، بسبب لانه النظام ضعيف اصلا، وفي نفس الوقت النظام ضعيف للدرجه انه هو بيقوم بشراء الذمه وبيساهم في الكلام ده. وده بسبب انه في ضعف في المعارضه وفي ضعف في النظام. ده ما بيان النظام قوي على فكره، ده بيظهر انه النظام ضعيف، بدليل انه البلد تعبان جدا. زي ما قال واحد من قيادات بتاع اللي اسمه شنو، قيادات بتاع ترانزيشنال بيسموه شنو ده، هو MP تقريبا. هو قال نقطة مهم جدا، يعني في كلام هو قاله وقال كلام مهم جدا. وقال قال as such amalgamation of the South Sudan conflict, creators and peace stakeholders are concerned. I'm one of the opinion that the latest move for Nairobi Peace Conference is an insult and disrespect to the South Sudanese. How will you initiate a peace talk when your country is in intensive care unit? Why would you ignore addressing issues looming hunger, impending dangerous climate change, loneliness, economic collapsing, and institutional modifications, destruction. Yes. So المهم انا داير نقول هنا وكلام الزول ده صح. انت ماشي تعمل بيس كبير وتعمل الكلام الكثير اللي احنا حراك الكبير ده، انت مخلي البلد اصلا ماشي يقع. وده بوريك انه الضعف ده وين؟ الضعف ده هنا في بعض الافراد. انا هنا ما بتهم، انت كان حسيت انه بانه انت يا شايف نفسك انت ضعيف وكده وبياع وكده، suit yourself my friend. ده نقطة. خلينا إن نجي في النقطة بتاع مولونج. مولونج في ذات نفسه على فكرة مولونج is not part of non-signatory. مولونج is not part of non-signatory to the 2018 agreement. أنا داير نقول كده لأنه by that time مولونج was who كان شنو؟ he was part of the government. He was part of the government. So لما نجي نتكلم يجي يقولوا قال those are the whole out group, those are non-signatory or what. Malong was not part, and Pagan was part of those of اسمه منو ده Dengalor, and they actually Dengalor signed an agreement. هو كان جزء منهم. عشان كده لما كان جاء طلع لما نحن جينا كونا حاجة اللي اسمه South Sudan National Democratic Alliance ولا حاجة كده، مولانا ممكن يصحيني في الكلام ده. أنا بتذكر لما ناس نادل عملوا declaration اللي هو كان حكيم داريو تقريبا كان فيه if I'm not mistaken، لأنه بعد ذاك حكيم داريو هو رفض لأنه هو كان عنده مشكلة بالاسم. هو كان داري يسموه الألاينس، يسموه شنو ندافة. في الناس الموقعة يا حكيم دكتور حكيم سوري، جنرال توماس، وامباسادور ايمانويل اجاوين، وبرضه ياو ناس مجموعه بتاع ناس استاذ افندي اللي هو SSNMC. ديل اللي كانوا ما وقعوا عند كان توماس دوس طبعا يعني هو خلاص خلى شغل بتاع سياسه. ديل مجموعه اللي كانوا شنو يعني كان حاجه بتاع كم تنظيمات اللي كانوا ما وقعوا. ديل يا هو نون سيجنيتوري، كان جاي لحقيقه ديل دوز ار ذا نون سيجنيتوري. بعد ذاك احنا لما كونا التحالف ده، كونا التحالف انا بتذكر جاء انضم فيه باغان امين في ده بتاع الاول قبل سوما ده. لما خدوا السيجنيتشر بتاعه فيه هو جاء رفض، جاء نكر بانه هو ما كان his concern was not taken. كلام ده هو قاله، كان في زول هيجي ينكر كلام ده هو قاله. هو قال بانه شنو he is not part of this. ديل قام شافوا كده هم شالوا برا. عشان كده بعد ذاك هو جاء بعد ذاك لما جاء هم جاي اجتمعوا وين بقى في حاجه اسمه هيك، بقى من هناك ده بعد ما لانه اول مجموعه دل اول مجموعه المشوا في روم. مشوا في روم اول قبل ما يكونوا حاجه اسمه صوما، عملوا مقابله هناك. ومولانا ايمانويل بعدين بيجي ياكد الكلام ده، لان انا متابع الكلام ده متابع حسيف. حصل انه بعد ذاك هم يقابلوا. بعد ما هم قابلوا مش قابلوا ناس سانتيغيديو، جاء بقى حاجه اسمه اللي هو هيك. دومينيك ده كان قاعد هو يا واحد من الناس اللي مش قابل قيادات اللي هناك، يعني منه جاء بقى فكره بتاع حاجه انه بقى كونوا التحالف اللي هم كونوا اول ذاك. لكن المجموعه ديل كان مجموع الاول ده حاجه ثانيه. انا قلت ليه مولونج ما جزء من سيجنتوري، لانه هو كان زمن ذاك تابع الحكومه. مولونج مشكله هو ما عنده قضيته قضيه شخصيه. قضيه بتاع مولونج ده قضيه شخصيه، وعنده مشكله بتاع السوق بتاعه شالوه، وعنده مشكله بتاعه قال المشكله بتاعه مع منو؟ مع كولكور. وما عنده مشكله مع منو؟ مع سيلفا كير. وبدليل وما عنده مشكله مع سيلفا كير، هم كلهم هنا سلموا. وانا بستغرب في ناس قالوا والله هم ما حيرجعوا في جوبا ده، وانا منتظر كلام ده، انا منتظر ناس زي اللي يمشوا في جوبا، لانه في واحد منهم قال هو ما حيمشي يشتغل، هو ده ما بيشتغل تحت قياده بتاع كير، لو هو ماشي معناه كلب. وكلام ده وقاله، ده شهاده للتاريخ، وقال الكلام ده قالوا فعداننا كده احنا سميناه، ده ما حاجه يتقال بالدس. انا منتظر البروفيسي ده يتم. ده حاجه واحد. اما مالون عنده مشكله بتاعه، ده مشكله شخصيه، شالوا السوق بتاعه، وعنده مشكله مع كول. يعني his issue is economic, is a economical issue, social issue, and ده هو الكلام بتاع هو هم فيه. ده جانب. لو احنا جايين نتكلم طيب في الورقه البيان الطلع اللي انتوا شفتوا قضايا الناس بيناقشوا موضوع بتاع economic. I mean sorry just a second. Oops. yeah معلش يا جماعه بس كده مسافه دي كده انا كنت قلنا تاني سكير كده، انا في حاجه انا داير سوري يا سوري يا سوري almost there my compatriot. debate انت كنت صوت debate اوكي يا اوكي يا ده قولة بتاع we shall never طبعا قولة قديم جدا من 70s في 80s لحد في التسعينات لحد يوم بتاعنا. انت كان لاحظت انه انت كان شفت ما في discussion في الجدول ده، لو شفت يوم 9 ماي، يوم 10 ماي، يوم 11 ماي، يوم 12 ماي، ما في discussion هنا about the root causes. إننا بنشوف إنه في اللي هو موضوع بتاع justice، إحنا بنشوف economic and social issue، إحنا بنشوف مشكلة بتاع security قال reform، إحنا بنشوف political and governance، إحنا بنشوف بإنه تاني تكرار اللي هو economic and social issue again، justice again، وموضوع بتاع political and governance issue and security. يعني ما في دي الأجندة يا جماعة. أنا ما أعرف بصراحة هل فعلا ده يعني ده شغل بتاع اتفاقية الناس دارين يمشوا جوا هناك، ده توحيد بتاع حركة شعبية ولا شنو؟ يعني ذنبنا شنو؟ احنا ما حركة شعبية، ذنبنا شنو في الواقع اللي احنا شايفينه ده؟ الحاجة اللي أنا داير نقول شنو؟ الهدف اللي انا لاحظت في الفتره ده كله انه في ازعاج شديد يقول لك لازم المعارضه تتوحد، وفي نوع بتاع اسلوب اللي يجيبوه حركه بتاع حركه الشعبيه يجيبوا لنا في اللي هو الفو عندنا في التحالف بتاعنا برا، دارين يجيبوا حركه بتاع اسمه شنو حركه شعبيه، دارين يجيبوا بانه فلان ده كان سينيور وشنو. يا جماعه سينيور ده هناك في حاجه اسمها حركه شعبيه. احنا ما حركة شعبية. So therefore seniority can always be remaining there, not on alliance. When we come to our alliance هنا لأنه في زول تاني كان بيصر إنه هو عنده هو he's senior, he's this and that، لازم يكون فوق. فبالتالي كان واضح جدا بأنه they want to capture the leadership of someone, so then they can start to pass their agenda. After they have failed, that's why the thing went to a different direction. They went to Kenya. From Kenya in 2021, they went there and then to started to accuse us that we actually don't want احنا ما دايرين مولونج لانه مولونج عشان مولونج دينكا، وانا بستغرب انه مولونج ده كان جزء منا، احنا جبناه ذاته ضفناه. يعني we contact بانه خلاص خليه مولونج يجي. مولونج لما جاء يعني هو كان ما دينكا زمن ده. يعني شوف انا لاحظت انه accusation ويعني استحتار بينا في فتره طويل جدا. انا لاحظت الكلام ده. حتى يقول لك هاي ديل عندهم شنو يا بيلملموا قروشهم هنا وده، ما عندهم اي حاجه، ما عندهم ده قال بشكله خليهم يحرروا. ده كلام بتاع استفزاز وتقليل شأن. ده ما ده يعني ده ما بيجي حقه. احنا لاحظنا الاسلوب بتاع الاستفزاز من 2018. احنا كنا الفتره ده كنا بنسكت، مرات بنبلى بعض من الحاجات من اجل انه احنا نتوحد، لكن احنا شايفين انه ده كان نوع من استغلال دارين يستغلوا فينا. لكن الحمد لله انه قالوا شنو توصل الكذاب لباب بيته، وده الحاجه اللي احنا عملناه. شفت كيف؟ لانه تطاول واستهتار وكلام الفارق فينا ده كفايه احنا بنحارب من اجل قضيه بتاع مواطن، ما من اجل قضايانا الشخصيه وكده. يعني since انه they fail to capture someone by the way, but that now they are trying a different way, hidden runs. ده اهو هسا بيقولوا مثلا يا اخي خلينا زي يغير رايهم ويفكروا يجوا عشان يجوا هناك. طيب انت لما اتهام بانه احنا طردناهم من سوما من اسم شنو من روم، يا جماعه انتوا كانوا مجتمعين هناك في كينيا، انتوا عملتوا بري ميديشن ميتنج بتاعكم براه، واحنا عملنا حاجاتنا براه. نطردكم كيف؟ روم ده ما محل انت بتطرد زول. احنا اللهم احنا كتيم واحد ما عملنا كده، واحنا لسه قاعدين نشوف نفس الملاحظات بيحاولوا انه يتصلوا ببعض من التنظيمات بما فيه احنا الثلاثه ديل لسه بيحاولوا انه يتصلوا فينا. يعني عشان كده انا مرات قاعد اشوف انه انا صدقت كلام مجازف قال الكلام ده في 2021 وجدد الكلام ده في 2022 وقال في قيادات اصلا بس هم في تحالف معانا، لكن اصلا خلاص هم مع الجماعه ديل. فانا لما شلت كلامه ده انا ما اعتبرت انه كلامه ده كان كذب، انا اخذته في وجه الاعتبار، لانه اصلا في عالم بتاع انت في الثوره، في عالم بتاع الثوره اي معلومه انت ما بتستحترمها بتشيله. حتى لو معلومه ده كيف انت بتشيله من اجل انك شنو تستفيد منه في المستقبل، لانه مرات لازم تقعد والكليك كان في يوم كده في حاجه كده حصل. فعشان كده واضح حتى في طريقه بتاع التحايا وكده ده بتشوف بانه ده ناس كان عندهم مشاكل، ده ناس كان بيتواصلوا عديل كده، يعني في تواصل واضح انه في حاجه ماشي. فالمهم فعشان احنا ما نطيل عليكم كتير، عندنا في حاجات كتير، انا دار نبدا بفيديو لانه بعض من فيديوهاتي بتكون حضرته، لكن انا بشغل الاجزاء الكثيره وعشان ندي فرصه لبقيه الناس. في حاجه هنا مهم جدا انا دايركم تشوفوه، وده الكلام اللي احنا قاعدين نتكلم عنه، بانه قطر بنك wins $billion award against South Sudan. وده الكلام اللي احنا كنا اتكلمنا عنه كتير، بانه الناس ديل هيورطونا. يعني حسا البنك القطري لما دخل في نزاع من اجل قروش ديون واشياء كتيره، حسا هم وصلوا بانه دارين من جنوب السودان يعني يدفع حاجه بتاع وجد 1 مليار عشان يدفع به. ده كان قروش ده شنو قال to repay civil war era loans made by official of the Qatar sovereignty. imagine ده قروش كتير جدا، وعندك برا من 13 مليار الاوريدي خلاص جنوب السودان بعبوا البترول لحد 2044. imagine ده الوضع اللي احنا اصلا فيه. المهم بس انا قلت نعرض ده عشان انتوا تشوفوا انه بلد ده ماشي وين. عشان كده انا متفق مع الام بي ده لما الام بي ده قال الكلام ده هنا، الام بي ده كلامه صح، بانه بدل انتوا ماشيين، يعني هو بيشوف انه الام بي ده بيقول شنو، بانه what so called peace initiative في اسم شنو في كينيا is just a disrespect to South Sudanese. It's true. South Sudanese جعانين، عندهم حاجات أهم من حاجة الماشية، لأنه اللي احنا شايفينه ده ما peace agreement، ده كلام ساكت، وده حاجة ما جايب حقه. المهم كده احنا نشغل الفيديوهات ده، في فيديوهات لو طويلة أنا هقطعه، فأنا داير نشغل بتاع الرئيس اللي اسمه شنو ده السفير الأمريكي، ومعاه في جزء منه انتم ممكن تسمعوه، في كلام مهم جدا السفير هيقوله هنا، وده حاجة اللي أنا داير شنو ناس يسمعوا. في بعض منكم بيكون سمعوا الفيديو، في ناس تانيين حللوا الفيديو بالطريقة بتاعهم، لكن احنا برضو عندنا رأي بتاعنا مختلف، فيا ريت تسمعوا لنا. ما هنطيل كتير، ما هنجور معاكم 3 ساعات 4 ساعات، نو أنا هجور معاكم بسيط بس كده.
Towards sustained and durable peace in South Sudan. The United States, and I believe the international partners in this room, recognizes that the 2018 peace agreement has not been implemented, nor have the promises made following the 2022 extension and subsequent roadmap. We have been clear and will continue to urge the South Sudanese leaders live up to their responsibilities. We are confident that President Ruto and his mediating team can manage an inclusive process, one that reinvigorates the peace agreement and supports South Sudan in establishing a durable peace. The United States stands behind Kenya in this effort because we believe it presents an opportunity that the government and the non-signatories alike can and must seize. Without serious efforts by the government and peace agreement signatories to establish the conditions for lasting peace, as they promised in 2018, there remains far too great a risk of widespread violence and a return to civil war. Non-signatories also have this opportunity to demonstrate that they too are committed to peace. The region can ill afford further conflict, and the South Sudanese people who have waited far too long must see their aspirations met. In this vein, let me reiterate the United States position that allocating further financial resources for election preparations absent urgent action by the transitional government would send the wrong message. We will not support an electoral process that without urgent action by the transitional government would not be free, fair, or credible. For an electoral process to be credible, we must see the South Sudan government devoting its own resources to support the electoral institutions it has established. Let me close by restating the United States' steadfast commitment to working with partners like Kenya and regional institutions like IGAD and the African Union to advance peace and security in the Horn of Africa for the benefit of the peoples of the region. Thank you. Asante sana.
Thank you, Ambassador Hama. My pleasure to invite
السفير ده قال كلام مهم جدا، بانه هم ما هيعملوا سبورت ولا قروشهم ما هيدوا لإلكشن، بالذات الإلكشن اللي is not free and fair. هم قالوا كلام ده واضح، هم بيجيبوا مشاعب بتاع جنوب السودان، لكن هم بيشجعوا في شنو ده. هو طبعا ذكر في كلام عن ويليام روتو هيجي يزور أمريكا وكده، لكن المفاجأة طلع وانا قاعد نقول ده الله بتاعنا بتاع أرض بتاعنا، الله بتاع جنوب السودان. ويليام روتو كان دار انه عشان هو يمشي في امريكا يمشي يعمل لقاء مباشر في الكونغرس، وطبعا الزول دار يسهر نفسه. الشغل الويليام قاعد يعمله ده كله شغل يعني ده personal interest، ما لنا احنا كجنوبين. المشكله بتاعنا احنا نظرتنا اغلبيه بتاعنا نظرتنا قصيره المدى ما طويله. فالضربه القاضيه اللي جاء لروتو انه الكونغرس رئيس اللي هو مايك جونسون هو رفض طلب بتاع روتو عشان يمشي يعمل لقاء مباشر. طبعا روتو كان داير يجيب هناك ومعه رئيس الأمريكي ويتكلم عشان يسحر بأنه هو الزول جا طلب انه هو ما فتى المدلل لامريكا، فتم الرفض. هذا اللي اسمه اللقاء المباشر هو ممكن يمشي في امريكا وزياره، لكن اللقاء بتاعه في الكونغرس عملوا له حركات بتاع شنو كونكوج يا بابا. This is the God of the people of South Sudan. اي زول بيعمل لنا حاجه وبيجي يلقى حقه. فده حاجه انا داير نوري ده نقطه، عشان كده انا ثبت الفيديو ده هنا. كان نمشي قدام ونواصل نسمع.
Ambassador Mohammed Warren.
اسمعوا كلام بتاع محمد وراء حيدوش كان فيديوهات ده قاعد يمشي سريع كويس بتاعه ماشي سريع.
His Excellency William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, His Excellency Salva Kiir, President of South Sudan, Prime Minister Hamza Barre, Prime Minister of the Government of Somalia, Ambassadors, Special Envoys, ladies and gentlemen. I'm extremely honored to be part of the official launch of the high-level mediation for South Sudan and deliver the statement of IGAD on behalf of our Executive Secretary, His Excellency Dr. Wargane Gabio. From the outset, I would like to thank President William Ruto for agreeing to host and mediate the high-level talks between government of Sudan and non-signatory groups, as well as availing the necessary resources and expertise for the talks. Kenya has an illustrious history in peacemaking in the region. It will be recalled that Kenya played a pivotal role in hosting and leading the IGAD mediation process that culminated in the signing of the Comprehensive Peace Agreement of January 2005 that paved the way for the independence of the Republic of South Sudan. And I might add also the Eldoret and Imbagati peace processes that midwifed the Somalia transitional federal government. As a regional organization, IGAD is fully committed to support the efforts of His Excellency President Ruto and the Republic of Kenya, geared toward ensuring the inclusive and participatory completion of the South Sudan mediation talks. IGAD strongly believes that the 2018 peace agreement provides the general framework and avenues for addressing the concerns and demands of non-signatory groups. What is now required is to create the platform and a conducive environment to adequately and satisfactorily respond to these concerns and demands. It is therefore absolutely necessary that care must be taken that these talks must be conducted in conformity with the letter and spirit of the 2018 agreement. Despite multifaceted challenges and delays in the implementation, commendable progress has been made in the implementation of the 2018 peace agreement. The ceasefire is generally holding. A government of national unity has been formed and is functioning. The process of unification of forces, political reform, permanent constitutional arrangements, and financial and economic resource reforms have started and are ongoing. South Sudan, as a result, has been reaping the benefits of the peace dividends for the past 5 years. IGAD is, however, aware of the fact that implementation is facing challenges emanating from trust deficit among the parties in the agreement, lack of political will, and inadequate resourcing. Equally concerning is the absence of critical groups in the peace process, which undermines not only the sustainability of the peace agreement, but can also damage the unity and harmony of the people of South Sudan. this regard, we members of the regional body and the international community have the collective responsibility to support this peace process to its conclusion. I would like to seize this opportunity to call on the heads of states and government, donors, groups of goodwill to support this process financially, technically, and morally for its successful conclusion. Let me once again conclude by thanking His Excellency Dr. William Ruto, whose personal diplomacy and initiative brought us to this day and will ensure with all our efforts and help for the successful implementation of the mediation process for South Sudan. God bless you all.
Thank you, Ambassador Ware. Your Excellency, the reconstituted Joint Monitoring and Evaluation Commission has been monitoring the revitalized.
Nazal Majadi, the revitalized government is functioning, everything is working, the economic institution working. ده المشكلة بتاع غادة بتاع شنو الناس those people are not serious. عشان كده Africa is always on this shamble situation because of this kind of leaders that are not honest. يا هو شعب تعبان. انت قاعد تشوف قال يا اخي the government functioning وين؟ قال يا اخي the security arrangement is being in place. كان security arrangement تم ليه لسه في قتل وحاجات في البلد. المهم كان نمشي قدام. قرب.
Peace agreements implementation. It is my pleasure to invite General Gitwai to give a snippet of the status. You're welcome, General.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan and Chairperson of the East African Community, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present here, Excellencies, Ambassadors, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, I would like, on behalf of the RJMEC, the official body that is mandated to oversee, monitor, and evaluate the implementation of the revitalized agreement on the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan, allow me to seize this opportunity to thank His Excellency Dr. Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, for accepting the request from His Excellency Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, to mediate between the government of South Sudan and the non-signatory parties. This bold and decisive step, taken towards creating an opportunity for the government, the holdout groups, and the people of the Republic of South Sudan to dialogue and chart the way forward in a peaceful manner for their country in the IGAD region is commendable. Your Excellency, South Sudan has experienced a long period of conflict, and the success of the high-level mediation of South Sudan Nairobi process marks a significant step in laying the foundation towards achieving enduring peace and stability in the country. These talks should create a momentum for achieving inclusivity, build tolerance, reconciliation, and forgiveness, recognizing that having peace, justice, and strong institutions in a country promotes stability, fairness, and accountability, leading to sustainable development and a better quality of life for citizens. Therefore, peace in the Republic of South Sudan is paramount, not just for the South Sudanese people, but also for the shared security and prosperity of our region. RJMEC, as a commission mandated to monitor the implementation of the revitalized peace agreement, recognizes the role that IGAD heads of state and government, as guarantors of the peace agreement, have played thus far in responding to various issues concerning the implementation. The revitalized and government national unity, which we call RTGNU, was established by the agreement. I therefore take this opportunity to commend and hail the leadership of His Excellency President Salva Kiir Mayardit, who has on many occasions stated that he shall not allow and shall never allow South Sudan to go back to war again. I also wish to commend the parties to the agreement for their continued unity of purpose, ensuring that the bipartite government stays the course of peace. In that respect, it is important to note that permanent ceasefire continues to hold between the parties in the agreement since the signing of the peace agreement in 2018, and South Sudan has now experienced 5.5 years of relative peace, despite
sorry. هنا هو يتذكر هنا موضوع relative peace despite there is always you mentioned طبعا باقي الكلام ده انتوا عارفينه mention بانه في هروبات في مناطق اخرى وفي برضو insecurity في ده ده نقطة بتاع argument هو كان قاعد يتكلم قاعد يوضح انه في بعض اشياء ما تم تنفيذها، ورغم انه كير بيقول انه هو ما بيرجع لحرب. طبعا كلام ده كلام استهلاكي. كان نمشي تاني سريع في فيديو تاني سبيتش بتاع كان نمشي اول سبيتش بتاع روتو سريع كده، مع انه حقه ده طويل بورنج شويه، بس في نقطة مهم كده انا داير ركز فيه في كلامه. في كلام مهم كده انا داير نسمع كمان وكله هو كأنه هنا مع بعض مع سمبوي، كأنه شو لازم سمبوي أول.
To two men, General Sumbewa and Ambassador Guyo. It is my pleasure to invite General Sumbewa just to share with you where we are. General Sumbewa, please. You have 5 minutes. Thank you.
Your Excellency, Dr. William Samoei Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya and Commander-in-Chief of the Kenya Defense Forces. Your Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, representatives of the UN agencies, members of the diplomatic corps, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the high-level mediation for South Sudan, I wish to take the opportunity to thank His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya, Dr. William Ruto, for convening this important occasion to launch the South Sudanese peace process, to which you appointed me a month ago as a chief mediator. The presence of both regional and international partners who have previously worked with South Sudan in search for peace is a testament of their unwavering commitment towards this goal. The mediation in the last month has been able to widely consult with the parties to ensure that we build a foundation of an inclusive process. After this launch, we plan to engage in a sustained and continuous mediation to find and to ensure speedy and comprehensive resolution of the issues, so long as the parties go along with the plan. I would like to take this opportunity to urge the parties to negotiate in good faith and in the spirit of humanity to realize the objective of peace. This mediation affords the parties an important opportunity to silence the guns, which goes a long way to alleviating lives and livelihoods. In view of this, we appeal to the leadership of the parties in the negotiations to mandate their representatives to fully engage on issues and make decisions in the best interest of the people of South Sudan. We have to learn from the past. One of the clear lessons is that implementations of series of agreements on South Sudan has remained a challenge. the question that will concern us and occupy our efforts is to come with a brand new path on implementation. The innovation around a responsive implementation program that is clearly enumerated, costed, and enforceable. I have spent many years with South Sudanese teams. One distinguished mark is what you just saw happen with the last speaker, is that they always refer to each other as brothers. Even in heated debate, notice the language of my brother. This is because they belong to the same mother, South Sudan. Therefore, I wish all the parties and stakeholders a successful mediation. I thank you.
Thank you very much, General Sumbeyo. Your Excellency, it's my humble privilege to invite you to run the rest of the program. Thank you very much.
So ده كان جنرال سمبويو. هو قال كلام مهم جدا. هو قال مشكلة بتاع اتفاقيات هو اللي هو بيشوفه بتاع جنوب السودان مشكلة في التحدي بتاع اتفاقيات في تنفيذ. وقال الكلام ده تشيف نيغوشيتر ذاته وقال الكلام ده، لأنه عندنا هسه حاليا الاتفاقية اللي عندنا حاليا ما ده اتفاقية ما تم تنفيذه. فأنت ليه منتظر الناس اللي كانوا رفضوا الاتفاقية دي يجوا قال عشان يجي ينفذوا؟ والله يعني بعد 5 سنة تيجي تقول لنا اتفاقية. هو ذكر الحتة ده هو جنرال سمبويو almost 80 سنة. So anyways نيجي هنا قبل أنا ذكرت كلام بتاع هاندشيك وكلام ده وده يعني أنت بتشوف ده something fishy. طبعا نورمالي لما توقع الاتفاقية بعد ذاك في أنت بيكون في تحايا ما بين الناس اللي وقعوا الاتفاقية. لاحظ إنه مرة الفات كير رفض يسلم ليش شنو ده برياك مشار، رفض إنه يسلم. لكن هنا شوف الواقع هنا. عشان كده أنا قاعد أقول إنه في حاجات سرية ماشي عمل نفسه، في شغل سري عمل نفسه. فيديو بتاع الفيو مولون وياي ديل كلهم تشيريرو وباغان وشنو قاعدين يسلموا، ده بوري إنه في شغل سري عمل نفسه. فإحنا كناس يعني إحنا قاعدين نتابع، إحنا ما بيطين دي ناس دارين واحد ودارين يشتغلوا على شغل بتاع توحيد الحركة الشعبية. ده شغل بتاع توحيد الحركة الشعبية، لكن دارين يسوقونا ليه؟ إحنا يا ناس الطبلة ولا شنو؟ anyways نمشي قدام. نيجي هنا في خطاب كنا نشوف الخطاب بتاع أنا ما رفعتها بتاع زول ده بالله بتاع رئيس كينيا ده، مع إنه طويل يعني بورينج، بس في كلام بتاع الرئيس بتاع كينيا ده هو يتكلم عن في 2 حاجات. My brother President Kiir he's the one who asked me كده يا هذا الكلام كده ما أعرفه منه، أنا ما خطيته كده دقيقة عشان نمشي سريع عشان ندي برضه فرصة له. كان نمشي بتاع President Kiir ما طويل ولا تبغانا أول سوري نيجي جرى فقط.
Your Excellency, President William Ruto, President of the Republic of Kenya, Your Excellency, President Salva Kiir Mayardit, President of the Republic of South Sudan, Your Excellencies, Heads of States, and other guests, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the opposition, movements, and on behalf of the National Consensus Forum, I would like to thank President Ruto for accepting the request of President Salva Kiir Mayardit to mediate between the government of South Sudan and the opposition. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, South Sudan has been at war and conflict with itself for almost all the time since its independence. South Sudanese have fought, displaced and killed themselves. Since 2013, they have negotiated and signed agreements under the IGAD mediation. They have also negotiated and signed several documents in Rome under the mediation of Sant'Egidio community. All these agreements have not ushered South Sudan into peace and good governance. All the transitions and the transitional governments have failed to take South Sudan into peace. Today, South Sudan is threatened with disintegration and collapse into chaos and disorder. It is gripped by multiple crises. The country suffers from a constitutional crisis. It is governed by interim constitutions and presidential decrees. The process for the people of South Sudan to make and adopt their permanent constitution is stalled. This is a crisis. The country is also in a political crisis with a dysfunctional government unable to deliver peace and services to its people, or to return the power to the people to elect their governments in free, peaceful, and fair elections. The country is in a severe economic crisis, and the state has been bankrupted. It is incapable to pay its civil servants or make any meaningful development, or even to maintain its diplomatic missions outside the country. To the point that some of its diplomats are evicted and made homeless, like what happened in Rome 2 days ago. Our country is suffering probably the worst humanitarian crisis in our history. More than 75% of our population are in danger of starvation and hunger. For them to survive, they need humanitarian assistance. In the world that is also changing and becoming more difficult today. South Sudan is in another crisis. Probably it is among the first countries that have become victim of climate change. We have been having floods for the last 5 years, and large territory of South Sudan is under floods continuously for the last 5 years, while other areas are suffering drought, disrupting our subsistence agriculture.
Yeah, anyway. طبعا في كلام بتاع بروباغندا اصلا ما في اي حاجه. الاشكاليه انه هو لما مشى يتكلم انه هو بيتكلم باسم بتاع اللي هو بمجموعه سوما، وبرضه باسم بتاع نون سيجنيفري. في ناس كان قاعدين يقولوا لا هو قاعد يمثل بس سوما الهم بس، لكن امبارح لما هو جاي يتكلم برضه هو اكد بانه هو قاعد يتكلم باسم بتاع ناس كله. هو لما نذكر بانه هو تم تفريده، هو كان he's urging بانه ناس لازم يجوا ينضموا اللي هو 3 الحركات ما انضم ده. فده بيأكد للناس اللي كانوا ناكرين بانه مثلا شايفين بانه يعني في نوع من كذب، لكن دي الحقيقة الواقع ايش شنو الحاصل انه باغان فعلا قال الكلام ده. وهو لما قال هو برضه يعني يتكلم بانه باسم سوما او باسم بتاع نون سيجنيتري او ناشونال كونسنسس فورم. في تم تصحيحه هنا، وانا بشغل محل صورة بس هيكون في صوت هوا كده شوية. لما تم تصحيحه هنا من قبل زول ده.
So that we can really address the root causes and come out with a new social contract that will define what type of state we want to have, that will define what type of a nation we are and how do we manage our affairs. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your Excellency.
هسه جاي دقيقة.
Thank you, Your Excellency. His Excellency Paganamu was speaking on behalf of the entire group, General Paul Malong of the South Sudan United Front, Stephen Boy of the South Sudan People's Movement, and Mario Jada of the National Salvation Front Revolutionary Command Council, amongst others. It is my pleasure, Your Excellency, to invite.
Okay, ده بالنسبة للزول الناس اللي كانوا ناكرين بانه وكده. عشان كده الام سي قام صحح باغان وراه بانه هو بيتكلم عن ده. يلا تعال شوفوا هو اخونا مايكل مكواي محمد صحاف الكذاب جا قال هنا بانه ناس اللي جوا هناك ديل شغالين بيمثل جزء القفل اللي بتاع هنريز مفسور عشان كده. تعال اسمع محمد صحاف بيقول في شنو اللي هو مايكل مكوين لود.
Today we started our continued interaction with the whole our groups, and as of today the real SPLM led by Pagan Amom made a presentation on the issues in question, and that was on justice, on economic affairs, on governance. So they made a presentation. The presentations were thereafter followed by also a presentation from NAS, RCC. That is a wing of Thomas Cirillo. The presentation was also made by Stephen Rulyang, the chairman of the South Sudan People's Movement Army. He made a presentation, and of course it is worth mentioning he is one of the people who has a big force in Sudan. So he was most welcome, and he made his presentation and committed himself to the peace process. The presentation was thereafter followed by comments from the civil society, and And the presentation for today ended, and on Monday, the government delegation will be responding to the presentations made and put on and put forward the position of the government in all the issues that are in question. And it is thereafter, on Tuesday or Wednesday, the mediators will come out with the agenda for the meetings. So with that, we will, after that, we will officially start the talks on the outstanding issues. So far, RCC has come and they have made the presentation accordingly. Because in this process, we don't want to leave out anybody, because we need an inclusive agreement, an inclusive peace talks that will bring peace to the people of South Sudan. This is our main objective, and we are pressing hard so that all the parties and all the agreed persons join us in this process, because this is the last opportunity for us as the people of South Sudan to come together and serve our people.
عشان تعرف فعلا نزل كذاب يا مايكل ماكوي، وزاد من كلامه تشوف انه قاعد يكذب. قال يا اخي قال the الناس هارس او الاسم شنو RCC ولا what that Salvation Council. قال this is a wing of General Thomas Shirilo movement in his, they are also represented here. ما أنا قلت لك إنه شغل ده كله كذب في كذب، ما في حاجة نسيها هناك. ده Michael McCoy, this guy is demuted. He's been demuted and he's already not NAS. أكتر من 5 ل 6 شهر ماشي هسه. He's not NAS. ناس مفصولين هم يا مش كونوا حاجة ده. فالمهم احنا قلنا يا جماعة احنا نعمل على النقاط ده، نوضح بعض النقاط ده، ودارين نقول للجنوبين احنا we are not part of what is taking place in Rome, and that's why we're asking Nairobi, or even our topic today is saying Nairobi Peace Initiative rewards dictatorship and delays a true peace. We want a true peace. When we're talking about peace, we want a true peace, not a peace that will reward the dictator more. We can't be the people always give the dictator a time to remain in power, to go and also continue to loot the resources of this country and to slave our people. We reject that at all. المهم أنا داير نقول شنو, and we have to say we shall never, we shall never surrender. We shall never. Yes, we shall never. قلنا ده قديم جدا يا جماعه، ده ما معنى ريفرندوم. في ناس يفتكروا ده قلنا ريفرندوم ده قلنا قديم من سبعينات. So we will never surrender and the struggle continue, and we want to welcome Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, the leader of National Democratic NDN Patriotic Front on the stage. He's going also to speak. He will speak as also representing Soma. At the same time, he will also speak as a leader of the movement that he's leading. We appreciate his presence here, and that's why we're going to put those questions ahead. Will this Nairobi Peace Initiative rewarding the dictatorship and delaying the true peace, will it actually achieve a genuine peace? How does it approaches differ from the IRS negotiation that took place in Khartoum? Why are the splinter rebel movement and parties being invited instead of the main groups? Is there any intention of vindication for some leading all-out groups? How will the mediation team clear the suspicion of bias in Kenya's mediation process? Will the mediators claim that the main group participated? Those are some of the questions. And then at the same time, that's why we give the example of what Michael McCoy just stated here, that actually Mario Laco is representing the wing of General Thomas, which is not true. Let's welcome our brother and leader leading one of the leaders of Soma, Mr. Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin. You're welcome among your colleagues, and we have to say we shall never surrender. يا مرحب بك نرحب بك نديك فرصة تسلم على الحضور.
Thank you. Thank you, Molana Teresa. Let me also greet my compatriots, Simon and Brother Dominic, Brother Joseph, and to the audience that are listening in the clubhouse here, and also, I don't know if you are active also on the YouTube.
Yeah, we are.
Yes, greetings to all of you. I think the question that you have put is quite pertinent. Nairobi Peace Initiative, is it rewarding the dictator, or is it rewarding dictatorship and delaying the true peace? But before answering this pertinent question, it is important for us to inform and to also educate our people about the peace processes, and especially the Rome Initiative, how it started. And not only that, but we must also give a holistic picture of what are the issues that we did not agree upon in Rome with the government, and what is the vision of Soma in terms of what we may think is a just peace in our country. Because we've been talking that peace is not the absence of war. Peace is the presence of equality, justice, and freedom. It is very unfortunate when I'm hearing the voices from the various representatives that spoke during the launching of the peace initiative in Nairobi. And you could hear them that South Sudan has been enjoying the dividends of peace in the last 5 years, that the ceasefire is holding, and so forth, and there's peace. But they forgot that peace is not defined by the absence of war or the absence of violence. Peace is defined by the presence of justice, presence of equality and freedom. Since the 2018 agreement was signed, has South Sudan seen peace? Do you have peace today in Numili? Do you have peace in Gejokeji? Do we have peace in Torib? Do we have peace in Malakal? Do you have peace in Nasser? Do you have peace in Wow? Do you have? And when I talk about peace, I don't mean about war. I mean, is there justice? Is there equality? Is there freedom to our people to express themselves? Today, as we speak, and also let me take this opportunity to salute our compatriots, sons and brave sons and daughters of South Sudan who are languishing today in the prisons of the national security, the infamous Blue House. Those of our brother, let's not forget, Molana Klesto, and many others that have spoke for their rights and for their people. And the only crime that they have committed is that they stood up to speak to to speak on behalf of the silent majority. And their reward was to be locked up in the torture chamber of the Nazi regime of Salva Kiir and Akonko. So we salute them, and we are with them in spirit, and their names shall never disappear in the books of the liberation, of the second liberation of South Sudan. So there is no freedom, because if there was freedom in South Sudan, the freedom fighters that are in Blue House today wouldn't have been there. So there's no peace. Let us look at justice in the answers that those of Ismail Wise and IGAD representative are bragging that South Sudanese have been joining the dividends. I don't know what dividends that South Sudan is enjoying. There's a provision, I think chapter 5, that talks about truth and reconciliation for those who have been killed during the war from 2013. To get the African Union hybrid court that was supposed to try those who have been suspected of committing the crime, or those who commissioned the crime against humanity in South Sudan, it is not working. Why? Because the government of national unity has refused to sign a memorandum of understanding to operationalize the court. So the majority of those who lost their sons, lost their husbands, lost their wives, their fathers, in that long war, the unnecessary war that was created by the SPLM, they have never seen justice. Those who have killed the innocent, those who their hands are full of the blood of the innocent South Sudanese, are still scot-free. They have not been held accountable. So there's no justice in South Sudan. There's no justice in South Sudan. Equality in South Sudan is absent. What you have today is a system akin to the animal farm, where some animals are more equal than others in South Sudan, as we speak. The tribal doctrination and the Nazi style of governance in South Sudan has led to the elimination and alienation of the majority of the tribes in South Sudan. Today, as we speak, the tribal tension is very high. And the person that is planting the seeds of the tribalism in South Sudan is none other than the president himself. What do you say about a president who says, why are you fighting yourselves? Your enemies are here, the Shuluks, or your enemies are here, the Nuers. A president who goes on the TV and speaks that the Equatorians and the Nuers will pay. Kiir has become an embodiment of tribalism and fascism in 21st century. So, my brothers and sisters and dear compatriots, there is no justice, there is no equality, there is no freedom, then there is no peace. So I don't believe there's peace in South Sudan. Now, coming back to the topic, when the answers were signed in 2018, we, the groups that did not sign it, we made a statement on the 14th of September 2018 and stated it clearly that the agreement has not addressed what we perceive are the true root causes of the conflict. And we think any agreement cannot succeed without diagnosing the problem itself. Because we as South Sudanese, we must be able to diagnose the problem. المرض الموجود في جنوب ده سرطان ده. دي نوع من السرطان وسببه شنو؟ ولو ما سرطان وبقى ملاريا بنعالجه كيف؟ فلازم زول العيان ده اسمه جنوب ده. ودوا مستشفى ويكشفوا يعملوا تحليل بتاع الدم ويعملوا medical history ويعملوا وبعد ما بوصل ده يمشي كله after we investigate and we have identified the illness that the South Sudan is suffering from. Then we diagnose, because your diagnostic will be based on the scientific approach. Marshall with the weather. based on scientific approach. So we refused. We said he did not address it amicably. And also it will not work because the parties that we know are part of the agreement. These are parties that even if you take them to heaven, you will have to work hard, the angels there, to ensure that they coexist. Because the two gentlemen that are the leaders, Victoria and Salva Kiir, they are like water and oil. They will never mix. Then we say the Yama agreement that will not go anywhere. It's not going to go good. Dunya Jafu, Dunya Korake. That's then they are all out, they are anti-peace, they are married, Shunu, but I'm Kitiri. Kulna Mafi Mushkila. And they were telling us, as Thomas, as Jawin, you are left out. This is the last train. That's the same thing what he is saying today. This is what he said in 2018, by the way. That it is the last chance. Another last chance to do what? Got the last chance, got Farmash. If you guys don't jam on it, then that's it. Forget about it. Junubin will forget about you. Got a Bansuna. Junubin Bansuku. Wouldn't wallahi lo Junubin Bansuna. Ashanina Wafin and Amuazu Pitana. Al Watania, let it be. And Yama now is how many years from 2018, 2024, Citizena. Now they have realized, girl, Wallahi Tarif, this train then is not going well until you need to come and jump into the Qatar Zendani for it to succeed. And now he's calling it again another last chance. So you better grab it, or if you're left out, you'll be forgotten. I'm sure they will come back to us in 2050 and looking for us again. But what I'm trying to say is that the large arses did not address the root causes of the conflict. That would have resolved the economic, political, and social ills in our country. And we said we will not be part of it, and the struggle must continue. When the Senegidio started his approach and his mediation, it was welcomed by us. And let me make this footnote, which is important. The region of Jama was not friendly to us. The region was not friendly to the groups that did not sign the Khartoum peace agreement. Because to them, we are an obstacle. They perceive, which is very unfortunate in our brothers in the region, some of them. They look at South Sudan problems from the perspective that it is a power struggle. It is a power struggle. It's about who becomes a minister or who becomes the vice president. They don't think that the problems in South Sudan are political, are issues of security, are issues of justice, issues of economics, and so forth. So they saw us as enemies of their so-called corruption and the corruption system in the region and South Sudan. So they do not want to talk to us. The special envoy, Ismail Wise, did not want to talk to us. And when he get a chance to talk to us, he was telling us that we are not ready. We are not ready to reopen the revitalized arses. What is required is for you guys just to join. We don't look at that. We will not join. We will let you fact we talk. You want it in the bill washroom. Nakishani na nauga let you fact with the revitalized arses. It will never happen. At the local rules now, you got to take your hand. So you know, we're not going to do it. We're not going to betray our people, and we shall never surrender, as Fraser was playing the song. So we had to look outside for a neutral place. Because Jama, let me make also this statement. In any mediation, لو حتى بيجوا شكل بتاعك في البيت بتاعك مع مرة بتاعك ولا مع راجلك and you want a mediation to be done. Mara Marajin must agree on personality. هيكون وسيط بينكم. لو بيجي أنكل المرة دي مرتاحة بيه والراجل مرتاح ويقول خلاص أنكل فلان is a guy we can all both listen to. والأنتي فلان هي اللي ممكن إحنا نستمع تكون هي معايدة and ممكن she can educate between us. That is the basics of any problem solving. The parties must agree on the mediator. That's another يتفقوا and the mediator. So Rome was a common mediator that was acceptable by both the government and us in the opposition. We started in Rome. قلنا نحن before we start any substantive discussions لأن زالنا نتفق بأنه ديرين what we want to discuss. ديرين نناقش شنو؟ قلنا خلاص. We call this declaration of principles. We are declaring our principles, what we hold dear, issues that we feel that are pertinent and they worth discussing. And we identified almost the common status partial movement. We initial, by the way, there's difference between agreement and initial. Agreement is when you agree on all the text and you sign it. That's an agreement. But when you initial something in the negotiation is that we accepted in reference and we'll come back to it later on in substantive discussion. But it is accepted now. We initial, none of it going on the media. There's Soma, Rome, they signed an agreement with Hukuma. This is a declaration of principle. No, we did not. We only initial some points. And we disagree on 4 fundamental points. We disagreed on 4 fundamental points. Nina Kanasoma, we said, first of all, the man will debate. Let's identify the problem. Mushkila shunu fi junub. What is it that is killing South Sudanese? What is it that is displacing millions of South Sudanese for them to move to neighboring countries? What is it that is forcing South Sudanese to escape from their own government and to live in what they call the POCs? They're scared of their own government, seeking the protection of the United Nations forces. What is it? So we say, let's define the conflict. We define the conflict. In Soma, we say that the problem in South Sudan is started as a political misunderstanding in 2013, and it transferred itself into an ethnic problem. So the problem in South Sudan, according to our definition, is polito-ethno. It's polito-ethno, political and ethno. Strike, ethno. What does that mean? We say that in 2013, جنوبين رغم بأنه كان في ضغوط ما في مساحة for تحول الديمقراطي ورغم كان في ضغوط وفي unknown government, Junub was relatively in peace. Junub was relatively in peace. But Junubin was shocked that on the 6th of December 2013, some leaders within the SPLM, the ruling party, because SPLM, by the way, they work themselves to be the only party in South Sudan that control the army, control the economical resources, control everything. And by then they were not complaining because they were building a one-party dictatorship. SPLM from 2011 was building a dictatorship one-party dictatorship. But I'll tell you this. Before the referendum in 2010, I think it was in October, a South-South dialogue or an all-Southern Sudanese dialogue was held in Juba. Nas Matip Ja, Nas Munuja, Kulu people met, all Junubin Azab Siyasi, Kulu Jumashi Juba. Askariya or Ghair Askari. They agreed, including Salva Kiir, and Mawjud fi Jama. They agreed that, look, we need to put our differences aside. Now, let's work toward the referendum. This is a historical responsibility, and it is an historical chance. If we miss, it will never repeat itself. They agreed that we will form, and if we should peacefully make sure Junubin go and vote. Let's forget our problems. One. Secondly, if our people vote for an independent state, then the first government should be a government of national unity. Salva Kiir بيكون رئيس وأحزاب الأخرى الموجودة في جنوب السودان هيكونوا جزء لا يتجزأ من هذه الحكومة. لأنها هيكون حكومة بتاع وحدة الوطنية. It was signed. You guys can Google it. South Dialogue 2010 for Juba. It was signed by Salva Kiir. But what happened when Kiir formed his first government? I think it was in February or March in 2011. Kiir forgot. He actually went and formed a government single-handedly without consultation with Azabia who can haraka shabi. Umafizol, by the way, of the so-called reformists within the SPLM. That's a joke of Motamara Yom 6 December, and I challenge it. None of them spoke. They were all quiet. It was all good. They're the new boys now, they're the rulers. You know. And SPLM worked hard. Like nobody else. No parties should be heard in South Sudan apart from SPLM. You know, the Jikulu bigger, way SPLM, way you know, way. No one had got Uganda. Got much of them Leju. Salo ya Kalip, Rina Arfin in Sanjay and Maras, yes. What about you? To get a malak, get them Leju. That will lie my Juba because of Kumana. I don't know. You was there, little Luinta and a bad Bilel. You bugging at night. Oma Gulta, way is that when Nakma Kida was a Junub Blue House. So this is how it was with the SPLM. Everything became SPLM. You know, everything became SPLM. Everywhere SPLM, way. And that is it. None of them, of these reformists of the 6th of December, did not talk about democracy in South Sudan. No. There was no democracy. When the parties like SPLM DC were being cornered and being abused, none of them was speaking. When Isaiah Abraham was writing letters about Pantau, what happened to Isaiah Abraham? They sent a known gunman to his house. Isaiah Abraham was a major. He fought in the SPLA war of liberation, a veteran fighter. But when he saw what was going on in South Sudan under the leadership of Kim Ayadi, he took his pen, not his gun, and he started writing. He started writing what I call positive criticism. As a nationalist, he couldn't keep quiet. Isaiah was taken from his house, and he was told to kneel down and shot on his head by the National Security Agent. What became known as a non-government. Did you guys hear any condemnation from the so-called Democrats, reformists, the SPLM? Isaiah Abraham Nekotalo, Timunu, with the Riada de Sita, sorry, the Riada de Jamau, Yom Sita, Sharit Nashir. Did you hear any of them talking about that Isaiah Abraham has been killed? Now let's talk about opening of democratic space in South Sudan. None. Because SPLM was happy. They were looting the $4-something billion. They were comfortable looting was good with them. Women can't for television. Nas kila folk, European Kulu Tehtum. They became businessmen, looting billionaires within a short period of time. They did not know. The Hindu Mafashi Bedum, Mafasulta Bedum. Mafashi Bedum, Abadan. Wala Sulta, Wala Sahab, the Insan, Wala Gurush. None of them will continue forever. The only thing that is constant in life is change. They met on the 6th of December. What were they talking about? Were they talking about democracy in South Sudan? No. Were they talking about the freedom of his speech in South Sudan? No. What were they talking about then on the 6th of December? God will lie, SPLM need democratic reform. SPLM was a God need democratic reform. God for disagreement, the meeting with capital SPLM. God said Fakir Gal voting with their leadership, Yamulu be show of hands. When did the shoe Munuwagi Mao, the national security, they can scan. Into the Mara Fadil like Magma Banyu Agatagra, no government did Bayakatagra. Yamagalo no Nimadi in Kalamtara Fayeta. Yamulu was sent to secret ballot so that their people can vote. Kirgal no, have a secret ballot. That was it. Secret ballot? No, open hand. Secret ballot? No, open hand. That's the democratic differences they had. And then the country was blind. On the 15th of December, they ran corrupt. They ran up, corrupt. So that because of fundamental ideological differences. No, the Rwanda the war did not start because of economical strategic differences. That the group of 6th of December are socialists who want a social economy, or the government are capitalists who want a capitalist economy. Therefore, there was an ideological war. No, there was no ideological war. It was a pure personality differences of how people could, change the SPLM to ensure that they have a favorable condition and rules in terms of voting so that they could take on the leadership. That was it. That was it. Now they destroyed this country. Up to now, they tell us the London School of Hygienic in 2015 or 16 said that almost, I think, 400,000 South Sudanese died. But if you take it today, it may reach 1 million. Lost lives. Poor women who had nothing to do with that war. Children who have nothing to do with it. Lost. Those who are killed. Survivors. Today, almost 13 years, our children in POCs are not going to school. Homes have been broken and destroyed. There's no social fabric in the country. South Sudan is most corrupt country now in the world. One of the most corrupt. Our money have been divided by these so-called SPLM elites among themselves, who are all rich now. I'm just sure you in Nairobi, I'm sure you for Australia, I'm just sure you for America. They killed the innocent and looted South Sudan. And now we say, from that political differences that they had about the Yangura, that democracy with them, the Nuers were massacred. They turned from political difference into ethnic genocide. And the Nuers also, in terms of revenge, they went on also killed the Dinkas in Bor and in Upper Nile and killed the Shuluk and the Anyuag and other tribes. So, we define the problem of South Sudan, which is important. We in Soma, we said it is political, it is a political-ethnic. It has political, it started as political, but it took an ethnical dimension. In order to put South Sudan back to the correct trajectory, we must resolve this problem of ethnic in politics. And I'll come to it later on because it is linked with the fourth point that we raised, the issue of having a national security. So we disagree. Government got no. For Junuba Sudan, مشكلة سياسية بس. مشكلة سياسية. أنا قلت لهم خلاص مشكلة سياسية. وargument سكتة. كنتوا دوكوا شاكلتوا في يوم في ديسمبر. ما خلينا نعملوا كريسماس ذات 2013. Tell me, what was the political ideology of the so-called SPLM reformists? What was the political ideology that you followed? Because when we talk about politics, we talk about ideology. What ideology did you have? Mafi. Well, here can dictator, here ma khali kursi. We have the right to contest the chairmanship of the SPLM. This is it. That's all it. Very trivial matters that have destroyed our country. So, the correct definition, we say it is political activism. We disagree with them. Women Gala, they don't agree with us. The second point, قلنا في مشكلة كبيرة في الجنوب. جنوب from 2011 من ما جولو كتب الدستور بتاعه, and thank God by the way I was not part of that constitution. في ناس قلت لك قاعد أقول لي يا إيمانويل انتوا ناس جولو كنتوا كتبوا الدستور بتاع 2011 قلت لهم no 2011 I was not even part of that constitution. لأن قلنا if you are guilty of writing the constitution ب 2005 معلش, لكن 2011 I'm not part of it. Kuna, yes, if you talk about the Desturi that with the CPI, yes, and I was part of it. So, command you should not just push people like Jana's ma part of it. And I put it in New York Bay in our Desturi. Anyway, the constitution of 2011 of John Luke, it was supposed to remain as an interim constitution so that a government can be formed, an interim government. And during that interim period, a permanent constitution will be drafted so that you'll have a new social contract. I was saying, S.G. Pagan was talking about social contract emanating from the round table conference and the consensus. And I would no, it only emerges from the legal, from the constitution, so that it becomes legally binding. A contract, social contract itself, a constitution must form the basis of social contract. So, the constitution is a problem. South Sudan has a crisis in terms of the constitution. We need to write a permanent constitution, a constitution that will reflect the aspiration of the people of South Sudan. And in order to do this, the writing of a constitution must start from the grassroots. يعني كتاب الدستور الدائم لازم يبدأ من التحت. تبدأ من السلاطين, تبدأ من بيامات, تبدأ لبوماز وما أعرف شنو. You have congresses of the people in different villages. Because also, don't forget, in this constitution we are writing, we also have what we call the native administration. They may also want to know what the relationship will be in the modern government and the modern time, how the constitution will relate to them. Lano chiefs Vitana, they have been ruling us successful even before the coming of the whites, before the English law or the English common law that we have in South Sudan today. Our traditional leaders have been ruling our tribes and our nations, and they have been doing it perfectly, even better than what we have today. So you will need to dialogue with them to see the ideas of what they want. What kind of constitution will they want? What are the issues they want to raise? You must consult also with women, because our women are the most oppressed. Dr. John Garang used to say that the women in Sudan are the marginalized of the marginalized. And imagine the marginalized, but women are the marginalized of the marginalized. So you could imagine the injustices and inequality in the men-dominated society towards women. So women also, they must have also their aspiration. What percentage do they want to have? What are the safeguards they want to have in the constitution to protect themselves? from the anarchy and from dictatorship of men and the society. Therefore, the ideas must be part of the constitution. The youth who are majority, وهكذا. So we see 3 or 4 stages of drafting of the constitution. The first stage that the constitution must start with the consultation, as I said, from the basic units, the villages, coming up to the state. When all these views have been collected, then you do or you hold what we call a constitutional conference, Mu'tamar al-Dasturi. Mu'tamar al-Dasturi da bukun as basic of this work, bukun del views that have been expressed, al-ara, al-qaddamu behu nas من القرى ومن المدن وكده والمجتمعات المختلفة. بعد كده they will sit down and discuss. And also within this constitutional conference, not only the politicians and the political parties that should be only involved. No, women, youth, faith-based organizations, and people with disability, they must also be part of it, so that they craft it. Then after that, they will give their draft to what we call the National Constitution Commission. Then what they have now in South Sudan is National Constitution Review Commission. What are you reviewing? But if you're writing a new constitution, you're not reviewing. So it's not supposed to be National Constitutional Review Commission, because you're not reviewing the constitution of 2011. You'll be writing a new constitution, a new covenant. So you will take this, you will form what we call the National Constitution Commission. This will put over Mahamin, to draft, put the legal nicety, and draft this constitution. Once the constitution has been drafted, we argued in Song that it is the people of South Sudan that are sovereign. You underline this. Any sovereignty in any country, it is invested in its people. That is why at the end of any government, they will go back to elections. Election is a mandate. You go back to the people to vote. Because where do you get mandate? In a democratic government. You get mandate from the people. So people are the sovereign. They say they have the last say in anything big or small. That's why we say, in that case, we take the constitution into a referendum. The people of South Sudan will vote in a referendum on the constitution. We want this constitution or we don't. They will look at it again. Has this constitution fulfilled our aspiration or not? And if the vote is yes, affirmative, that this is the constitution they want, then South Sudan would have said that we, the people of South Sudan, have drafted a constitution and a new social contract with all the demands that you want. Ukuma not a fogala, Derinda. Derin, the studio Tibu, Yamulu Constitutional Conference, Yala Bakida, Yulu Yamulu Constitutional Review Commission, Yulu Barlaman. It's a what? Ugunulum Lakim Barlaman Tagum Tajubada, Takumsmio Kamsinda. Munun Jokabu. Barlaman Tajubada Jama, Finance Canon Barlaman Sudan Zaman, because you know been fossil, Yabum, Otom Kinega Kotom to Barlaman. I've never seen this. Nas Canon Sodulum, the Sudan Muwaka. Could you been fossil? Kotom with Barlaman Tajunu. The Barlaman Kaman Galo Finance, big of a worsa. A book local MP will Umad, it will give command MP. And I don't want to give names. Finance say, Adam Barlaman for Juba by inheritance. Okay. They inherit their seats in Barlaman because their fathers or mothers have died. So it has become a family seat. Never Barlaman with Juba. Yella Finance Tani, Yabo Minwen, Arab is that Mafi. While Gale, one of my friends was telling me, girl, they were coming to some MPs, they were coming to check their names. We know Jawlum Guruj or Ma Guruj. Wahuda, Wara, Kadakuli, Yahu, the Shafi, Gawana Ma Shafti. It is Shafi, Kalanama Shafti. انت شفته، انت شفت الليست اسمه في الليست، انت شافي انا ما شافتي. شفت ده العربي بتاعهم في البرلمان هناك، خليك برا من انجليزي ذات. انجليزي ده اسكت ساكت. من ده برلمان ده انت شافي ولا انا ما شافتي. فبرلمان what I'm trying to say I'm not making whatever لكن برلمان is so incompetent. برلمان is so incompetent. Parliament is so incompetent. They want to take the constitution to the parliament to be voted. بدهم لكن برلمان بلازم الشافي ولا الشافتي ده. Will they have the right to vote for this parliament, for this constitution? It should be given to the people. They're not accepting. So we disagree with them. This on declaration of principles that Yamanina analysis for the late 2 points is important. الحاجة الثالثة قلنا لهم كلام بتاع أراضي the land. Because land issue is a problem. Malakal now, which has been known by all of us, and Malakal, a town formed in the 16th century by King Duwal, you know, as his capital city, and has been known always as a shuluk village. Many of you now are hearing that Malakal think about that Maro and Kawel and Kalwania. Kalwania have never heard about. Kalle Malakal never town. Malakal town. In way, in the Garia Grima Malakal Mas, and I put a little over a referee. They keep Dominant Bugulu the bias and all local. Amu Pari, Gulu, the brother without. But let's say bring Simon. Simon is suffer so far, being a Jamana suffer so far. And Basma so far, Iji Malakal. Ya Simon could suffer killing as Malakal who are bujik. So far, Parabosel, Banglay. Abosel, the Banglay. The home going knock the Banglay, not the border Mama Malakal. But now they're claiming Malakal Dahab. Here is telling them it is your land. From the east side, this is an issue, it's a problem. It's a problem. Also, you go to an issue with the problem of land. You come to Greater Equatoria, leave alone Juba alone, something as Numugin as well. There's also occupation of land. So land is a problem. It must be discussed. How are we going to resolve this problem of land? Because it is also a root cause of the conflict in the country. It must be resolved. So we said anyway, in order for us to resolve the issue of the land, the term of reference for the land. The term of reference for the land is what we call the interim constitution that we have today, which defines the borders of South Sudan. The constitution says that the borders of South Sudan stand as first 1956. Okay. The borders, external and internal borders, الحدود الداخلية والحدود الخارجية بتاع جنوب السودان بتحكمها الدستور الانتقالي اللي بيقول بأنه حدود السودان الخارجي والداخلي هي يوم 1/1/56. يعني بيسافروا سفارة يوم 1/1/56. المحل جدا كان قاعد فوق ده يوم محل بتاعك. اوكي. ناس الحكومة نطوا فوق قالوا لا. قال this is not the only reference. ونفرق الريفرنس تاني. قال والله تعرف شجرة ممكن كان في border that our ancestors used to know about it. ممكن يكون في جبل هناك. هذا بتاع جدي. ما شوية. لا we saw them but from where is this reference coming from? Where is it coming from? Because tomorrow I can also go to Juba and say والله تعرف جدي زمان قال لنا قال في جبل كده كبير. This is where we come from. Jebel there is a shuluk land. The Juba I'm talking about. Is that going to be fair? No, it's not going to be fair. It's going to be an anarchy, and that also will encourage land grabbing. So we told them this not it. No. Well, no, but it is in your own constitution that you have taken oath when you're ministers. So either you are going against your own constitution. So you could see that these dudes are not happy. They always want to put an obstacle. The last point of the Polar Declaration that we disagreed on is the issue of the National Army. We told them that the reason why you disagreed politically and innocent Junubin ended up being killed It is because you tribalize the army. The army was tribalized in character and in composition. And therefore, if we want to build a viable state that will exist and competently exist in 21st century, there is a need for us to build a new security architecture. Which means we must build a national army that is national in character and composition. It means the army must reflect the diversity of the people of South Sudan. As I always say, the army must be a mirror. So when Murlawi ينظر لمراية اسمه الجيش ده هو بيشوف نفسه فوق. وكتبوسة يجي يشوف نفسه في مراية اسمه الجيش القومي ده هو بيشوف نفسه فوق. وكتكاشيفه يجي ولا جي يجي ويشوف نفسه في مراية, and then he knows he's part of that army. He'll be proud of it. وكتنكاو يجي ويشوف نفسه هناك ويقول والله ده army بتاعي. I am there. ويراوي منداري لو بيجا حتى فراتيب ولا بيجا منو, they are part and parcel of that. They must see themselves, because when they see themselves in that army, then later you reassure them. They are part of that army, because they know when tomorrow a foreign country comes and invades South Sudan, that army, they will be willing to pay with their blood. They will be willing to give their food. They will be willing to have Marisa and they know that land become. They're fighting to protect their land. But how will I be proud of an army that consists of one army, one tribe? For example, consists of Shulu. And when I see you at night, the Shulu guy will ask you, Yingi Chwalamen. You know? Yingi Chwalamen Kef. One of Junubi, they love his uniform Dadola. One of Muad and I pay your tax. You asking me in your mother tongue. It doesn't work. When you Cholanga, Mabiji, they might just call me. But they will not build. Because also the danger of this is that if an army is dominated by one tribe, the danger of it is that if that politician from those tribes, they lose election, they can initiate coups. And you have many examples in Africa. Nigeria, if you look at it, in the 60s, Nigeria, there were a lot of coups in Nigeria. And the most coups in Nigeria were led by the Northerners, by the way. Northerners, as Fulani who housed the people from Northern Nigeria, were the one led. During the British time, the Northerners were controlling the army. The administration was left to Igbo and Yoruba and others. But if you take Hausa and Fulani and others, they were the one who used to control the army. That's why in 60s and early 70s, the coups in Nigeria mostly from the north. Because if their politicians lose, they will go back to mobilize the army. And this becomes the source of instability in the country, and it goes on and on and on, and the country continues in a vicious cycle of warfare, and that creates underdevelopment. That's why you see Nigeria where it is today after almost 60 years of independence. So, in order for South Sudan to create a democratic atmosphere and a democratic government, national army and national security must be national in character and composition. No tribe should have 15% of the army. Hadi kabila يكون 5% بالجيش. والجيش زادوا المفروض بعد كده يكون territorial army زاد. Some argue بينه كله 10 state كله ولا عنده جيش. Territorial army بتاعه. And we made a very small army, professional, that can be paid. And normal compulsory, what we call what do you call the national service? The reward of Shabab or before they go national service.
الشرطة الإلزامية ده أو خدمة إلزامية
خدمة إلزامية like what you have in Israel. Okay. Israel has a very professional small army, but they have large reserves in their thousands. Okay. In this modern world, your army will be a defensive army. Okay. So if your army is going to be a defensive army, in that means another country attacks you, if it happens even, because the UN is there. But we don't take a chance. What do? You create a small army in number, that you are able to provide the salary to them, modernize them, establish military schools and military colleges where you graduate the army. Let's say our army, depending on the threat that we have, let's say our army, the professional army that is standing is 30,000. 30,000, well trained, well equipped. Okay. The reserves that you want to have within you, any youth in South Sudan, when you finish or before you go to university, you must serve 2 years in the army. You get trained as a soldier, be it you're a woman or you're a man, it doesn't matter. All must be trained. You are trained. Then you are kept in reserves. Tomorrow, if South Sudan army is fighting an enemy and they need reserve, you'll be called. You'll be called. أيزول من 18 سنة لعدي 50 سنة must be ready to be called and join at any time to go and join the army and defend the country. That way, you have an army that is small but technically powerful, professional, and you have a large reserve that you can call any time. لأنه أصلا لو تجي بيلفا وسألت سانتينو وول بنو تعبور بتاجيز بتاعك ده كم؟ Tell us تعبور بتاجيز بتاعك ده كم؟ Santino will not be able to give you accurate numbers. لأنه بيجي في ghost soldiers موجودين. في ghost soldiers. Okay. The numbers are inflated. يعني Sudan has جنوب Sudan has almost I think 700 generals. 700 general. يعني 700 لواء for example. 700 لواء ده جيش الأمريكا دول بكلهم 700 وشوية جنرالات. 700 لواء الناس اللي عارفين النمبرز بتاع الجيش. اللواء بكون عنده 10,000 جاء 8,000. بمرات ممكن 6,000 depend on the policy that country. But let's say let's take بينه كل لواء فوق 7,000. أضرب 7,000 ده ب 700. لك مليون almost. هل جنوب الجيش ده فعلا موجود في وطن؟ That means our ranks بتاع الجيش بتاعنا ضباط في general بتاعنا بتاع الجيش does not reflect the number of the جيش. And you cannot have generals, you know, and generals command the soldiers. Because the Buddha attack, you know, should be equivalent to the men you are leading. Doing the captain, whatever, you may have 30 people, depending on the army of the any country. Britain, you know, I don't know, Britannia is 13, the captain. Okay, and how can the temshi? So your rank as an army officer is determined by the number of men you have or women. You know. So we need to professionalize our army and make it diversified. Our national army. Are we talking about Jesselabjet? Are we talking about Cobra? Are we talking about Aguelec? This is the national army you're talking about. These are tribal armies. They're not national. So what you need to do is to re-establish a national army. This is a Jama, who are 4 points. That the government say no. Rina, why didn't Kalamda? Utu nasoma, utanaza jawinu nasoma Cirilo denas awe nawe. Mankum getiru. Yalla, dema didn't Kalama kumajero. Jeru, where did they end up to? That much when Teresa?
Much when?
Much Nairobi. Much Nairobi. Much Maharisu Navasha. Much Navasha. They signed a declaration of principles with the guys who split from Soma. And they agreed on everything. Itimashal Yomen Bes at the president. Yomen Bes. Itimashal Yomen. Yomen tell Itimaita press conference. Declaration of principles signed. Was there issue of constitution? Mafi. Was there issue of the land? Mafi. Was there issue of the national army? Mafi. So the things that were fundamental things we were disagreeing with them from, they call us that we are hardliners, we are extremists. Huh? We are extremists. As a Jawin Delmas Thomas, they are very extremists. They become a distur, they become a just gomi, they become a definition of the crisis itself, they become a federalism, even as they are willing, they're flexible. Mushu Nairobi and sign the Navash. Now, why am I making this point? I want to make a point that the reason the peace talks broke first was because Soma put on a declaration of principles that addresses the root causes of the conflict meticulously. Kuma rejected it, went and signed a declaration of principles. When their term finished in 2002, we sat down and said, Jama, Sudan peace process cannot continue in bilateral aspect. It cannot be us, the politicians, all the time meeting. Plus, time has come to give the people of South Sudan the right to participate in any peace process. All the stakeholders must be included in the peace process. The Jibnis are win, the Jib are win, the Jibum, the Jib Rujal, the Jib Marif, Nazonda Shabab, the Jibnas Kanisa, the Jibnas Masajib, the Jib everybody, and those Nazalihaga, those with disability, you bring them in so that we sit down and draft and agree on how we can save our country. And we call it a round table conference. Why do we call it round table? Because table, when it's round, it means the angles are equal. So when we're sitting on that table, Mafizol Stigzol, Mafizol Stigzol, Mafizol with Ala Zol, Mafizol ya Monanz Makuta Gimel, Abugula senior. Yeah, and a senior. Mafajisum senior, to Kalamata Watan. We all sit there equal. The bigger the bumper, look over as bumper. Mafizol goes to bumper, Zoltari goes to Kursi. Mafi. That we are discussing national issues. The guy who calls the Tagana, who calls the guy, Mama, either you're senior than me or I'm senior than you, Mafi. We sit down. We discuss national issues. There are no seniorities in that discussion of national issues. We sit down, we discuss it. So, Kulkuma Raja Shatalata, they came back and said, no, we start from where we stop. We don't know where did we stop. Got declaration of principle. We don't know which one. We should not discuss it. We don't know who to discuss what now. Then we discuss with Nairobi and Navasha. The Navasha talk from them for Wajat. The Navasha for constitution, for federalism, the Navasha for national army, for definitions and then top down declaration of principle without even defining the problem. So what are you discussing that? No, we're not sure. My dream kalam kutiru awe nawe. We believe round table conference is the way forward. Round table. We wrote to them. They saw it, got in a machine. Machine went, machine keep it. He come back to you. Then we had Monday. So the government did the Barnaba. Well, the Barnaba like in the Gita should mandate. Why did he come and waste our time if you're not mandated? God no, he has to go to bank here. He went to him. Here, Bashwell, God second. We shall Talata Mafikalam. Jared Russell, Kirgam, is the real talking a girl, Michelle. William Ruto. And this is where I want to start. Now he wrote a letter to William Ruto in December, urging William Ruto to mediate between him and what the callers even hold out. They're not hold out, we are Soma. It is even insulting to us, calling us hold out. We are not hold out, we are Soma. So, William Ruto wrote us a letter on the 5th of January, which we received on the 13th. He wrote us a Jama, and it's important this. He wrote a letter to 5 leaders. Only 5. These are the 5 leaders that he was told to write letters to. He wrote a letter to Pagan. He wrote a letter to Malong. He wrote a letter to Thomas. He wrote a letter to Alex. And he wrote a letter to myself. That's the letters we received from President William Ruto. In that letter, William Ruto said he has received a letter from his brother wanting him to mediate between us. Therefore, I'm extending my invitation to you to come to Nairobi to start what he called the pre-negotiations consultations. That's the word he used. I want you guys to come to Nairobi for pre-negotiation consultation. We met 5 leaders. How do you respond? We have to respond collectively as leaders of Soma. Okay? So what is our response? What should it entail? We accept. We accept the mediation. We accept the value of the mediation. How do you accept a mediation that you don't even know, you don't even have a clue what it is? Mediation, what are they mediating about? No, we accept. What about the venue? Where should we go and discuss this pre-consultation, pre-negotiations? They're ready for Nairobi. Already in the Rome Initiative. And before we accept or disagree, we want the Kenyans to come and tell us, what did Salva Kiir tell them? What are the reasons why Kiir Galom, Binu, Mahadasad, Yaulu, Mindrom, Nairobi? We want to hear from Kenyans. The one. Secondly, we also want to hear from the Kenyans. When they're saying they're transferring the talks to Nairobi, are they transferring it geographically? Well, we are going to transfer the substantive discussions. Transfer المحادثات لنيروبي هي transfer جغرافي ولا transfer موضوعي للمواضيع اللي وقفنا فيه. These are the issues we need to ask. And also we need to ask, let's say we agree with the Kenyan, with Kiir. What are the guarantees that it will be implemented? لأنه Kiir عنده اتفاق already بتاع 2018 مع دكتوريا وناسوا. Okay? That it has 6 years, he has not implemented. Chapter 2 sakit, that is the list of guys who go for. This is the Jan. Mark and Nupegal, is a labiat for you, Abiat. No, for Yumba Kakis. Let us say, this is a Bichakos of Juba. They are not implemented the agreement. So we need to ask, if we sign the agreement with Kiir, what are the guarantees of the implementation? Who are the grantors? All these are fundamental questions we need to ask. We cannot go to Nairobi and raise these questions in Nairobi. Because going us to Nairobi and raising these questions in Nairobi is actually a de facto. It will be a de facto situation that we have accepted it. What? That Michelle Nairobi, and they have called us for mediation that we don't even know. I'm not even giving them the mediation. So let them come to Rome. We know what is going on. If they convince us that the mediation is worth the consideration and for us to participate, we will go to Rome, we will pop Masalama ya Jamaa, and machine Nairobi to resolve the issues we can. We will not do this. We have our leaders in Nairobi. And therefore, if we refuse to go to Nairobi, our leaders may be deported to Juba. Then as the Bugul has a Botolat, as Emmanuel, as Thomas, my leadership involves sacrifices. And why are you scared? Even today, like Yawin or Emmanuel or Thomas, to sacrifice and let them be the sacrificial lamb to show how brave they are. But why are you scared also that these leaders of yours should be taken to Juba? That's why you don't want to refuse Nairobi. It doesn't make sense. But just look at the mentality. Okay? They're scared of their leaders being deported to Juba in case they refuse Nairobi initiative. And yet, when others are saying they have security concern, no, as a leader, you must sacrifice. Even Sun Tzu, in his Art of War, he said the first law. What is the first law of the Art of War assignment does, is to preserve your life. What? The first law of war is to preserve your life as a soldier. So we are soldiers of revolution. So preserving our life is one of the most important fundamental, element of the art of war. Anyway, Jamal Delgado, no. They were right, William, they are accepting the mediation and they are accepting the venue. If that's the case. They wrote the letter to William Ruto separately, SSU and real SPLM. Nahnu NDM, NAS, and SNMC, we wrote the separate letter to William Ruto on 27th of January. I sent it, the Secretary General, to William Ruto, President. President responded back to us positively. I'm sending a delegation to Rome. I'm sending a delegation to Rome to sit with you guys. On 13, I know Thomas, we went earlier. I think we went on the 9th or the 10th. On the 13th, the Kenyans are gathering Gurush Kereshufu. Kenyan can mind on Gurush Fallen Tazakir Zak. Okay. People whom government they must deal the mediation. The Mafi Gurush in them. Ladi Yom Ashara Murudi Tima Yabda Yom Ashara. Kenyan Marasolen, and I'm the one coordinating with them. Marasolen at a Guru Tazakir. So, Senegidio, Fakaru Kida, Garo Roma, the Fanta Zakir, Lenazil, Hotela, Shomulama Bokum. Senegidio Kataulan the Zakir, and they booked the hotel for us. Ukikiyin, Jolena, they came on the 11th or the 12th. When they got back was the 11th. And now you can send some of the delegation that was left behind. And we're not even able to send some of our colleagues to come on time. Then it was too late for them. So after Guru is out holding the meetings, Mafi. This is how serious they are, by the way. If the Guru is out of the conference, they cannot hold it. Anyway, we met on the 13th, coming to the important issues. When we met on the 13th and the 14th, the meeting was shared by the Senegidio community. The Kenyans were represented by Governor Nanok, who is the former governor of Turkana. I think he's now the principal office in the president's office, the right man hand. And you have Mohammed Goy, ambassador, who is the deputy to General Samboy, deputy chief mediator. So we asked them fundamental questions. And this is, I'm not revealing secret. There's nothing secret about public affairs. Because you people of South Sudan, as I said, you are sovereign. And you deserve to know the truth. When you know the country for so much, General Thomas, myself, and Alex, we don't lie to people. We speak it as it is. And let someone come and tell us, when we met the Kenyans, we asked them, what did the Fakir tell you is the reason for transferring the talks? He said nothing. He did not tell us anything in detail. He just wrote a letter that President William Ruto, you be a mediator. Okay, fine. Are you transferring the Rome talks to Nairobi? Girl, no. Kenyan initiative is complementary to Rome, which means it's not bringing anything new. Which means also, substantively, you'll be taking what we have already stopped. If that is the case, why are you bringing this roadmap on the round table when you want to launch it in May? How do you launch a peace process that already started? If you're saying about launching, it's a new thing. They can answer. Okay, please. Guarantees. What guarantee do you have that if we sign this agreement today with Kir, it will be implemented? Do you have Ukanarungu, Swahili? I asked them. In Ukanarungu, ya kuchapa Salva Kiir, akikataa ku implement agreement. I told them in Swahili, ito kumukaza kibishu bugulo olwel, ukazi rasu kibirida. Ito kumukaza baden tahadiru Kiir to implement the agreement. Galo, no, we don't have rungu. Katuna rungu. Okay, you have no rungu. So how are you going to force Kiir to implement the agreement? God, we cannot. Okay, there are no guarantees. God, there are no guarantees. On the venue, Why do you want it to move to Nairobi? They say the reason why they want us to move to Nairobi, because President William Ruto wants to be personally involved in the talks, which means in case there's an impasse, William Ruto can intervene. You know, like in my daily meetings of the talks will be chaired by General Samboy. So General Samboy can travel to Rome. And if there's a disagreement between us and the leaders, and he want to go back to his principal, he can zoom him in. And we, the leaders here, can meet with President William Ruto through a Zoom. Because it's not going to be every day in the meeting. It's once in a while if there's impasse. Even if there is an impasse. So if there's no impasse, he may not even come. So that's the only reason to you, it's not valid to us. It doesn't make sense. We told them Rome initiative. It's not only about Sanigini. It is about the Vatican and His Holiness. He is the one that called for the leaders in South Sudan to heed the voice of wisdom to bring peace and stability in the country. We heeded that call. We accepted it. And we committed ourselves that we will make sure that the process will be with it until its logical conclusion. We cannot abandon it in the middle. We have morality. You know, be it faith or be it nationalistic. نحن ما الناس بنقلب ظهرنا، نحن ما خونه، ما بنخون الوعد بتاعنا. والوعد بتاعنا قدام البوب will make sure that is concluded. And when we visited Pope, His Holiness, he told us, please bring peace. All of us greeted him and he said, please bring peace to you. They deserve it. And we said, we will, Your Holiness. If we do Vatican, we kept our word. Either you want us now to live our word. And then نكون مشينا لحد بيت بتاع قريب بتاع الله زي ربنا بتاع الله سواء. ما عندك بوباسي عندك جيسس كرايست والله سواء لما تتعلم. I'm not a Catholic, but this is the hierarchy. So we are in the Vatican, and we are promised that we bring peace through the Rome Initiative. You're telling us, Makir can I do that? Can I give Tabat? So that can I give Mazul? Ma beltazam blaflag edin. Uzun bata dendit, bata munde, bata nyikang, bata shunu.
يا مولانا قال واحد من سواقيف بتاعه زمان الفاد منه قال أمك ده عنده أقومود كده عنده بومة كده بومة ده كان ما طلع كان أبا يطلع من جوبيت أمك ده ما بيطلع الليلة بس كونفوي بيمشي ساكت بسايرين وي 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 كان بومة ده كان بومة أبا يطلع كان بومة طلع يا أبا بيمشي.
ما ده المشكله يا مولانا الرئيس بتاع بومه بتاع كناجير وبتاع كاكيز والحاجات زي دي اوكي عشان كده هو ما عنده مصداقيه. He has no obligation. Lie to him is normal. He can swear to you and then he does it. That's why he will sign any peace agreement and he will dishonor it. I think somebody need to write a book like Abel Alier, how many peace agreement has been dishonored. Kid is like that. He's a man who does not keep his words. He does not keep his word at all. The first arse says, God, lema Quran or the Bible. Masimiru kalamu, and he refused to sign it in August. How could the Khartoum agreement and Malo Gal, this agreement is not meant to be implemented? But until today, it's not being implemented. Don't mind the Masdaria. So that's why he can wake up one night through the council of Shayateen Bitauda and decide to forgo what the Pope has said. And let's go to Nairobi. Abandoning it, not even notifying Sanegidyu. He not even notified Sanegidyu. Sanegidyu were calling me, Ajawin Hazel Shunu. Gudlum Ken Shunu Hazel Gallo. Hazol Lemash in Nairobi, what's going on? Gudlum Dadrublo telephone. Makalamoko. They have not even told them. So we say from point of principle and political obligation and moral obligation to our people. We cannot leave from initiative for an initiative that mind with the man, well, into Kalam Zato with that. Well, into Guru Zato, if an asked the Zakir, nothing. The Buma Saga, the answer to the Guru's fee, European Union, Britannia, America to give them good. People who are not even having and that is clue what they want. Ulna, this cannot. We made a statement regarding our meeting, and then we said that is it. Now, finance the back of God's moment for now. We did not chase anybody. Oh, we didn't begin a priest and we have authority to chase people in Rome. We did not chase nobody. But this is what neutralized in Rome. We told the Kenyans, the reasons that you have given us are not convincing. The reason for relocating it to Nairobi is not convincing. But if you are telling us that your friends, the government of Juba, they have lost confidence. They have lost confidence in Senegidio as mediators. We don't mind Kenya becoming co-mediators. We don't mind Kenyans becoming co-mediators with the Senegidio to mediate the process. Okay? We have no problem with it. But as to the venue, we need a machine, Makan. And we wrote this letter, the President William wrote. Yom Shirin, General Lazarus wrote to us, inviting us for the launching. Hi, when you inviting us to launching, and we wrote you in the issues, Mark, that you have not addressed. God, no, you come to launching because on the 10th, this thing is starting, and I call Ambassador Mohammed Boy, who's the Deputy Chief Mediator. And I would know Ambassador, look, do you want to risk the reputation of your president and your country for nothing, or you want to achieve a comprehensive peace? Gale, I want to achieve comprehensive peace. And I would say, if that's the case, I believe that now we have not finished the pre-consultations. There are a lot of issues we need to discuss. First of all, we have not resolved the issue of venue. One. The issue of co-mediation, up to now, you have not sat down with Senegidio to develop the modality. By the way, even the president of Senegidio now in Nairobi, they were just invited. They were just invited like anybody. They just want to save face. They don't want to embarrass Kenyan diplomatically. That's why they're there. But they are not. If you tell them today, what are the modalities of co-mediation between Kenya and Senegidio, there's no modalities that have been signed. There's no modalities that can confidently, 100% and one, tell you there's no modalities signed between Kenya and Senegidio of how to mediate the talk. And they already started talking without even the ground rule. Nothing. Now, on the agenda, okay, before you start discussing on presentation, can you come, you present, Marabunu come present. This is not how talks are done. You must agree on the agenda of the talks. What are the issues to be discussed? Once you agree on the agenda, then you come to second phase, which is what they're doing now. Each party gives his views, on the issues. Then the mediator breaks away and form what we call a zero draft. Zero draft will have the opinion of the government, opinion of the opposition, and the warga, preliminary discuss so that you could narrow your gap. If you narrow your gap, you agree to them, one plus. They have a agenda of the discussion. Then they'll form what they call draft, the first draft for discussion. This is not happening in Kenya. The modalities for co-mediation between Kenya and Senegidio has not been done. Whom they just sitting with Arabes, the accommodation is not even known. The rule of engagement, the issues to be discussed now, they started the while girl presentation. And nobody has been objected in Jama'a Day. Just look at even at it. There's no objection. Remember that the while presentation. They're supposed to say, no, this is second stage. Let's adopt the agenda first. Okay. What are the issues to be discussed? By then you sign what we call the framework for the talks. Okay. You sign framework for the talks. The framework for the talks will give you the ground rule. of how the discussion will be run and how the mediation will be run. The two parties will have to sign it, the government and the opposition. Then after that, you go to the substantive issues of adoption of the agenda and the substantive issues to be discussed. Then you go to the third issue of presentations. The Mahasab, the Kenyans, they are in a hurry. The Nairobi peace talk is tied down to the elections. And time is ticking. So they're in a hurry to make a quick agreement so that these parties could go in, as they said, and use Molana. I think you heard it from one of the IGAD saying that the last answers would be the basis for the negotiations.
Yes,
okay.
Yes.
So that it creates a conducive environment for election and participation, democratic transformation. So what does that mean? It means these guys must come in before December. So they become part and parcel of the government and then prepare the country for election. So the peace talks only linked to elections. Because also we ask, and this is the last point, we ask them, what is the overall objective of these peace talks? God, the overall objectives of this peace talk is two. To bring the opposition inside, and number two, to participate in election in December. That is it. And you will see, on Tuesday, Wednesday, they'll start discussing issues. Now, they've been given presentation. But the president, this is the agenda now. Well, I had this round table, well, I had this square table. Agreement then I doubt look it may take less than that. So in a nutshell, this is what happened within the process itself. With the Kenyans, they don't have yet a clear methodology of how to handle these talks. We told them the venue should continue as Rome for the many reasons that I've given. And also, we told them that we need to discuss the substantive issues. And to us, is a roundtable conference to discuss the root cause of the conflict. This is the departing point. The groups that are talking in Nairobi, they represent themselves. It is only three to us, because the letter was written to five. It was the real SPLM and the SSUF. Like they went window shopping for movement. Jabun as a Stephen Boy, who are not Stephen Boy, I don't think he got a letter from William Ruto even telling him about the invitation with our mediation.
But he only got the invitation. Yeah, the invitation later on. That was, I think, it was the 8th or so.
Yeah. Like if William Ruto was only 5 leaders. It was not part of the 5 leaders. The same thing with the mannequin with our NAS. It was some of the NAS Revolutionary Council commander. Representing Thomas Reed. My shame. Imagine, somebody like Michael Mopé can lie. This is representing us. Are you serious? So what happened? We could not run for the job. Like in Thomas, give us will not been heard about these men and kids.
Usato ya Maulana Magata Lake. Between National Salvation Front big ismu National Salvation Council. big ismu Revolution Council. Min miden ismu غير big كده.
وقال كمان ما ريكومند اسمه هذا يعني I don't even know اسمه ذاته يا جماعه I don't know his name ذاته قال يا وليد بتاع الناس منو قاعد بتاع الناس يا جماعه كل الجنوبيين في الروم ده you know who is the leader of الناس هذا لو قلت لكم هذا قاعد اقول لي اسم زول الموجود هذا how many of you were here listening 221 if I tell you now قاعد اقول لي اسم زول بتاع representative بتاع الناس ده قال في نيروبي ده منو you will not even know. Okay, I know this is the game the government is playing. My Kenyans. When you share going for window shopping, the politicians, the Yibum Gayadel has a Marada. Yamuru this drama and this acting. Yeah, this is the opposition, and now they're negotiating. But peace agreement, they have signed it, they have gone to Juba. Because there was no problem that you could Sudan. Well late. Have a problem will be resolved in Nairobi. The only problem that will be resolved is when we discuss the root cause of the conflict in the country through a roundtable conference. Like in peace, by shopping and bringing some puppets and make them pull the strings from the behind, and you pull the puppets and you think this is peace, I don't think people of South Sudan can be fooled to that extent. In conclusion, Maulana, your topic is absolutely, the title is right. Because from my life as an opposition, almost getting to 9 years, opposing this regime of impunity, I have realized that we, those who want to reform the country or change the things in the country, there are some of us at the time when the regime is weak and the time that we can mobilize our people, they will go and sign the agreement. Starting with the first arses, they saved Kir. Kir was on the verge of regional isolation, international condemnation and isolation. He went and made an agreement that he knows what to implement. In 2018, he did the same by dangling the carrots of 5 vice presidents for 550 MPs. You know, Jamal Kulu machine, they went and grabbed it. Yabum Juba, Kir extended his term again. Kir now is ruling South Sudan for the last 19 years. Any agreement that he wants now is either if he could even cancel the elections that he's proposing and get an interim period again through a new group coming in, he will do it. That means he's in power for another interim year, another 5 years done. So it is some of us who are giving the dictator the lifeline and continue giving him the chance to rule. Because we are not ready to lead the revolution. Many of our people are falling on the side. They are falling on the side because they are not determined. They don't have the zeal and the resilience than the Harubel. People are looking for the short term interests, their own personal interests. And some of them got Molana, so now they have to run to Juba. أمر الناس بيد الله ممكن تعيش 100 سنة. هتمشي جوبا هناك تعيش أبد. يصير فقير وتبقى زول في سجن في جوبا كبير اسمه سجن ده جوبا ده تسكت. And then your people are being oppressed. This is what you people want. But this is the problem, Molana. So you're right that through the Nairobi Peace Initiative, if there is an agreement, it will definitely prolong the life of the dictatorship of Salva Kiir Mayardit. It will also prolong the suffering of our people. But nevertheless, the struggle must continue, regardless whether people go in or people go out, or people go to J1 or some people go to the doghouse. The struggle for liberty, freedom for the people of South Sudan must continue. Thank you, Molana.
Yeah, shukran كتير Ambassador Maulana Emmanuel Ajawin, the leader of NDM Patriotic Front, and also a Secretary General for SOMA. You have explained a lot, which is actually very important for the people of South Sudan to learn and to know, because there is a lot of contradiction. Even just sorry to mention, yesterday, like maybe you already mentioned this, but yesterday was also General Pagana Moon was seriously accusing you people. That he was claiming that you chase them away or you refuse them to be part of the pre-mediation meeting in Rome. Maybe can you explain, elaborate a little bit in this regards? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Maulana. I don't know. The question that need to be asked from Mr. Pagan is simple. Pagan and Malone, they wrote a letter to Kenyan President William Ruto, accepting two things. They have accepted the mediation, they have accepted the venue. The people who wrote the letter to William Ruto, which is the three organizations, NAS, SSLMC and NDM. We wrote and we raised two issues. We raised the issue of the venue, and we also raised the issue of the mediation itself, that we need further questions. Now, when the Kenyan government sent the delegation, it was sent for us to explain this to us. Why would Pagan be in our meeting when he's already been consulted? Pagan is under consultation by Kenyan through his colleagues in Nairobi, and also through him. They've been consulting him. So Pagan jai yamul shunu fi Rome maana. We did not chase him. He chased in person means he came and we told him don't come to the meeting. But did he even come to Rome for us to chase him? We did not chase him. If Pagan, the right thing he would have said, I was not invited to Rome. Then if the question is about invitation to Rome, then the right person that Pagan should have asked is the Kenyans. Pagan should direct his question to the Kenyans, why you guys did not invite me to Rome consultation. That is it. Right. لكن أي كلام تاني في رأيي أنا ده ساكت يعني بكاء على لبن مسكوب. It doesn't hold any water at all.
Yeah, shukran كتير مولانا Ambassador Emmanuel, and maybe soon I'm gonna also give chance to people to join the stage, and I'll maybe allow some of our moderators on top here to, if they have question or if they want to give a short view. But I still have some question for you. In this regard, now we have learned, and you explained also about that there was a pre-mediation talk that took place between you, the Soma, and the Kenyan mediator team in the room, and you explained and what was the objective and the outcome of this meeting actually. Objective بتاعه كان شنو بالضبط؟ الاوتكم بتاعه انت وضحت، لكن دايرين توضيح اكثر، وممكن كان انت شرحته بعربي بيكون كويس كمان.
يا شكرا استاذه تريزا. انا بفتكر الاهداف اللي كنا دايرينها. كنا دايرين نعرف من الكينيين ذاته بانه المبادره ده الهدف منه شنو. ده واحد. ثانيا كنا نعرف من الكينيين بانه سلفاكير الاداويه ازار خلى سلفاكير خلى الروم ويحول المحادثات لنيروبي. We wanted to know this. Also, we wanted to know بانه الميديشن ذاته الوساطه ده المحتوى بتاعه شنو لحل القضايا. رابعا كنا نعرف بانه ذاته المبادره ده هسه الفقير الليله عنده اراده سياسيه، بعدين لو اتفقنا لتنفيذ الاتفاق ده القضايا نحن كنا دايرين نعرفه. ده كان الهدف بانهم يجوا روم ونتشاور معهم ونعرف منهم ونسمع من لسانهم للحاجات هم دايرين. بعد ما قعدنا معهم ما قدروا يقنعونا بالكلام بتاعهم، ونلوم كاوت انكم، ونلوم نحن بنقول بانه قابلين بالميديشن بتاعك بانه كينيا يكون وسيط مشترك مع سنغيديو. ده واحد. واما عن المكان المفاوضات قلنا لازم المفاوضات تستمر في داخل روم، لانه انتم ما عندنا عذر مغني. العذر اللي هم قالوا لنا، قالوا دايرين المحادثات يكون في نيروبي لانه الرئيس الكيني ويليام روتو ممكن من هين لهين يتداخل لو في مشكله في المحادثات. وقلنا له ده ممكن يحصل حتى في روم، يعني ممكن نواصل نقاشنا في روم، ولو وصلنا لمحل مسدود الرئيس الكيني ممكن يعمل الزوم، يكون يخش في الزوم ويقابل القاده ونناقش اللغات ممكن يكون لغات اختلافيه لو اختلفنا لحد زينا. فده كان الاوت كام. فقالوا لنا خلاص ما في مشكله، نحن هنرجع لنيروبي وهنرجع لكم هنتكلم مع الرئيس، لانه ما عندنا تفويض. يعني نفس البوجت بتاع جوبا زمان عدم التفويض، يعني ما محلاي جنوبين سدام وكينيين. يعني انت تسافر المسافه دي كل قطاع البحر تيجي لحد الروم عشان تقول لنا بنت ما متفوض، جاي شنو؟ وما متفوض تيجي تتكلم. قالوا خلاص هم هيرجعوا لنيروبي وهيتكلموا مع الرئيس وهيرجعوا لنا. فمولانا انتظرناه، اتفاجأنا بالرساله بتاع جنرال سمبويو. بدأنا للاجتماع يوم 29 وقلنا لهم نحن كيف نجي للاجتماع وعندنا قضيتين ما حليتوها. التيم بتاعكم مشى هنا من روم، الهدف كان بانه هيمشوا يعملوا مشاورات مع الرئيس وهيرجعوا لنا، لكن ده ما حصل. معناه الحكومه الكينيه هي حكومه اصلا كانت مستعجله للمحادثات زي ما انتم شايفين. انتم شايفين حتى في الكوميديشن المشاركه بتاع في الميديشن ما في حتى اتفاق تفصيلي اللي بحدد علاقتهم زادوا شنو، وهم زادوا يعني هيديروا اجتماعات كيف، ده ما موجود. وبتلقى بانه في استعجال، وهدف الاستعجال كله هي بانه هم ده يبرموا الاتفاق قبل شهر 6 يا شهر 7، وبعد كده الناس يمشوا الانتخابات المنظومه في شهر 2012. وده الهدف كله يا مولانا. شكرا.
يا شكرا جزيلا. انا عندي بعض اسئله كده ممكن زي اتنين وده، لكن بس انا شايفك كانه انت لو قدرت تشرب مويه ممكن يعني التواصل، لكن انا بقرا لك الاسئله اللي عندي هنا برضو عشان تعرف. يعني مثلا هسه يعني let me say now that you have this line Kenyan peace initiative, don't you think you are allowing your organization, or let's say the alliance, to be described by some actors as anti-peace in South Sudan? For you as a Secretary General of SOMA, can you explain that, please? ممكن.
مولانا can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Yeah, تفضل.
معنا كيف التليفون جاني كده كرر السؤال. sorry about that.
Yeah. The question is, now you have this line Kenyan peace initiative. Don't you think you are allowing your SOMA, or let's say alliance, to be described by some actors as anti-peace in South Sudan?
No, thank you, Molana. I don't think it will be new if they describe us as anti-peace. We already described us. They have described us as holdouts. They have described us as spoilers before when we refused the revitalized arses in 2018. We have expressed to the Kenyans and to anybody else that we are willing to negotiate as long as the venue is neutral and the mediators are neutral. Kenya, we met with them, as I said, and we talked with them, and we're on records in terms of the statements that I have made on behalf of SOM. We have met with the Kenyans, and there were no convincing or compelling reason for the abandonment of the Rome Initiative to transfer it to Nairobi. And therefore, we feel that if the international community and the region are serious about resolving the issues in the country comprehensively, I think there's a need for them to heed the call that we are ready to meet in Rome. If Kenyans want to come to Rome, we'll welcome them. But the mediation should be in a neutral place. A mediation should be focused on addressing the root cause of the conflict. So, to be honest with you, Maulana, we are not really concerned about what people call us. What we are concerned with is what we want to do for our people. That's what matters to us. People can call us anything. If you remember, I said this a couple of days ago, Nelson Mandela was called a terrorist. The British did not like him. The Americans did not like him. The Americans were even more vocal during Reagan administration. They were calling the ANC as a terrorist organization. And many countries were calling ANC a terrorist organization. But after the fall of the apartheid regime, and Nelson Mandela visited US, was he not welcome in the red carpet and welcome to the White House? How many statues of Mandela you have today in American different institutions? Mandela now is held as a hero by those who used to call him terrorists. So history is not written by cowards. History is written by those who are brave and those who stand are ready to die for their principles. We in SOMA, with the rest of my colleagues, the two colleagues who are not here, we have decided that we will sacrifice our people and we will not bend our principles that we think are important to us for just convening of trying to please some regions or some countries in the region. No, that's not it. We are not there to please. We are not selling any magani biu pasta or lagani biu halawaya. No, we are not. We know what we want. We know what our people want, and we'll continue standing with our people. Anybody who thinks that he's a friend to the people of South Sudan, let them come and negotiate with a legitimate opposition. An opposition that is not bent for positions, opposition that is not interested in playing what we call the musical chairs of power, an opposition that is even willing to relinquish his power and give the government during the interim period to a government of technocrats. Tell me an opposition in this world, revolutionary groups that will actually say, look, we want even the technocrats to take over and we can sit down, prepare ourselves for election. None, not even in Western world. So we are not, Maulana, we are not afraid to be called anything. You can call us anything. It does not change our objectives. Our objective is not to please the region or to please the international community at the expense of the suffering people of South Sudan. Our cardinal duty is to the people of South Sudan, and this is to liberate them from the fascistic and tribalistic regime of Kir Mayadi. If Kir today was a president of a country in Europe, or let's say a country somewhere in Latin America or in Asia, given that within his watch, people were killed, over 10,000 people were killed in Juba alone, leave alone others. A president that has been implicated in war crimes in South Sudan, and yet is scot-free. He's not even taken to the ICC. He's not this double standard. This is double standard. You see people shaking his hands and telling him, oh, here is a man of peace. He said he will never take back the country back to war. Are you serious? This is the region we are talking about? Is this the African solutions for African problems? Molan Teresa? Yeah. Kir, if these African leaders are serious, why are they not holding Kir accountable for the suffering of the people of South Sudan? Why are they entertaining corruption of Kir while they know in their countries, the children of Kir and those governments official with him, okay, they are having houses and fat bank account millions, looting the country resources. If they are serious, will they not have sanctions at Kir? But of course, this is the idea of African solution for African problems. The idea is of pleasing the dictators at the expense of the downtrodden people of South Sudan. Hell no, we will not give up our struggle. We will not bend to please Kenya or to please Uganda or to please South Africa. We are there to fight for our people. We're not here in the business of pleasing anybody. And if anyone, any friend who wants to help us, let them come, and we are willing to sit with them as a genuine friend, as a true friend who is determined to bring peace in the country. A neutral friend, not a biased friend. We will not accept this. And no amount of intimidation that will scare us and will stop us from talking on behalf of our people.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajoin. Let's go again, remain with two questions, then we can give chance to people who want to come on the stage to ask you some of the question. Now, from the perspective, let's say from NDM Patriotic Front perspective, could you explain what will be the future of SOMA now that the alliance seems to be trilling different political routes as for a peace process in South Sudan concerned?
Yeah, I think this is a question that's important, Molana. As I said this before, I think you know the example when Fidel Castro, when Garang visited Fidel Castro, and Fidel Castro asked him, Victor John, has anyone rebelled against you? Garang said no. He said, did you start arresting people who are against the movement? Gallo, no. Gallo, the revolution has not started. If you have no people who have defected from you, if you have no people that rebelled against you, if you have not had anyone that made coup against you within the movement, the struggle has not started. I believe the struggle now will begin, Molana. I think it's important for us in Soma to continue our solidarity, the groups that are in Soma, and also try to expand Soma in a sense that we will embark on a strategy of opening Soma for for political and non-political organizations that are genuine. Of course, we will have a criteria of looking at how they could join Soma. We will expand it. That is the first thing we'll do, is solidify the organization. The second thing that we'll do, we'll start embarking on opening offices of Soma across the globe. We'll open the offices of Soma to continue mobilization and continue disseminating the information regarding the struggle and the revolution of the people of South Sudan, and also working closely with politicians and non-politicians within these countries so that they could be sensitized about the suffering of our people and how they can help. Soma also will embark in another total organization itself. So this, in the next few weeks or months, Molana will be having rooms of how we could call upon our masses and our supporters to chip in, supporting Soma financially and also materially, and also supporting Soma intellectually. So Soma will even grow stronger as long as we continue united, and the struggle will continue. I always give the example that a lot of defection took place during the SPLM war. Many people defected from the SPLM, and SPLM did not collapse under the leadership of John Garang. But SPLM continued to consolidate itself. And this also, you know very well, it led to SPLA consolidating, making new friends. And this led to the CPA that was assigned and then led to the total independence of South Sudan. So it is not new in any struggle that some brothers and sisters will leave us in the middle of the struggle. That does not mean the end of the struggle. So SOMA is a bigger alliance, is an alliance that has strong leaders and is focused, and it has a clear vision of how to lead the opposition and how to put pressure, be it political or diplomatic or military, on here. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question, the other question will go later on is like a little bit maybe personal, but this question here is also regarding the National Consensus Forum. What is the fate of the idea of roundtable conference and the National Consensus Forum, NCF, from your own perspective as a...
I think, the NCF Maulana was actually formed from our understanding and conclusion that the problems in South Sudan must not only be confined to the political groups and political forces in the country. The problem in the South Sudan must encompass everybody that is there and that is willing to be part and parcel of it. That is why we formed the National Consensus Forum and adopted a charter, and the charter is clear regarding the Roundtable Conference. I think we will continue solidifying the forum, because it is a forum, by the way, it's not an alliance, it's a forum with the objective of the Roundtable Conference. So we'll continue organizing this forum, solidifying it, and continue advocating for the Roundtable Conference. Of course, if there's an agreement tomorrow, there's no doubt that some of the members of the NCF will go with the agreement that they have signed. And it is really unfortunate that some members are claiming to be speaking on behalf of the NCF to amplify their political weight, when the real sense they're not speaking on NCF and nobody has mandated them. So we hope in the coming months or weeks, we'll be able to solidify and consolidate also the NCF so that it becomes a vocal forum for the Roundtable Conference.
Yeah, thank you. Here, the last question from our questions here. And then now we'll collect some questions from audience. I get one from WhatsApp. The guy is, because he's in a busy place, he would have to actually come on the stage. But the last question for you, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, the leader of NDM Patriotic Front. Are there some actors in the region or internationally, or some eminent personalities from inside or outside the country who are making some effort to reach out to you guys now, the three movement, with hope of convincing you to accept the Kenyan initiative? Are there those kind of calls?
Yeah, I think so far nobody has come out to try to convince us, because we already stated our position. It's not a matter of convincing us. I think if anybody needs to be convinced, it's the Kenyans that need to be convinced. So if they send such people, we will also tell them, please, you go and convince the Kenyans. It's not us that need convincing, because we're very clear when it comes to co-mediation. We have the two issues. We have agreed to it. We have accepted it. We are willing to allow Kenya to be co-mediators with Senegal. On the venue, we are adamant about it, and there's no compromise. Kenya, we don't want to talk about the security issues in terms of how Kenya has a bad reputation in terms of how they have been hunting South Sudanese opposition or dissidents, and how the Kenyan security has been cooperating Juba security in kidnapping and ending up eliminating these our heroes, those that all of you know. And up to now, Kenya has not even done any single investigation regarding these unfortunate events, not even condemnation that they have done. So Kenya, given this historical background and fact that Kenya also is very close in terms of cooperation of security with those of Juba, it makes Kenya not a neutral place. You know very well, Akol Koro visited Kenya almost 8 times when the initiative was proposed, and Gorogori also went on a lot of national security visits between them. What have they been discussing? You know, these are not just visits for the sake of tourism to Kenya. They have been discussing issues. So we feel that there's a lack of confidence on the mediator. Anybody who wants to talk to us, then the proposition will be that should not be Kenya that will be holding the talks, because the fact that even Kenyan as mediators could bring some splinter factions from, let's say, NAS, those who have split from the camps, and to make them to come and join talks is a clear indication that Kenya is not even respecting, you know, the people that are genuine and true position. So it also shows that Kenya is playing to the tunes of Juba. And this also is not acceptable. So we feel that any genuine mediator who wants to mediate must propose an avenue of mediation, not Kenya. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin. Before I go to the question that I received on WhatsApp, maybe I'll let you get some water, and I'll give 2 chances to the moderator on the stage if they have short messages or question for you, or they have a kind of appreciation or something. I will let them, and then meanwhile you can have some water maybe. And because I have questions now, you can see them on the side chat, and also I received one on WhatsApp. Brother compatriot Joseph Ohede, do you have anything to say, just as a short message? Yeah.
Kire pas mic le Simon Andrea au Dominic kali wasalo ono bi wara.
Okay. Yeah, Ambassador. I mean, which one? This Dominic, you just came in. I don't know if you have a short message that you want to give before we proceed. Meanwhile, Ambassador Emmanuel is having some maybe water or something. Yeah.
Thank you, Teresa. Thank you so very much. Kalama Salimita, Salim Rabaka, Ambassador. Good to see you. Nasser Bismar, I think the mission of today is very important. It's full of facts, because what we want is to give the people of this country exact things that have happened prior to what we have seen in Nairobi. And as people who are in the center stage of this, when you did not give the information, they will prove to speculation. Shankara Katasma, Tutakahonat Katir, Nasbiet, Kalamu, Hina. Nasbiet Kalamu Hina, or Kalamda, Masa. So, وجود بتاع إيمانويل في المنصة كويس عشان تقوم توضح للناس الأشياء اللي حصلت. طيب أنا يعني في حاجات الناس بيتكلموا يومين ده بالذات في روم بتاع اللي احنا محتاجين انه احنا نوضح كل الناس. و يعني يمكن قبل كم يوم حتى الناطق الرسمي بتاعنا سباس أمور قادر تشرح المبادرة اللي يجي في جات برادر إيمانويل برضو تمشي بخط عشان تشرح، لأنه في تم تمرير بتاع كلام وديس انسيستنسي بتاع انه يا اخي ريك ياو صاحب المبادره ده. And I think I know English is not our language. Understanding of English can be difficult as anything else. But the basis will always be أنا قاعد أجيب الكلام ده لأنه هم بيستلوا الكلام بتاع during the launching of the road map. And Riek was categorically saying that during the initiations of the Rome, he was the one who initiated. المبادرة بتاع روما ده ما طلع من الجد، لكن أثناء النقاش بتاع المبادرة بتاعت أثناء عملية بتاعت كلام عن مبادرة بتاعت الروم هو كان حكى مع توماس، والكلام ما صح في كلام بداري أنا توماس تايجوا لأنه ده كلام ما صح. بالعكس لما توماس كان قاعد يحدى الراجل ده تحدي عديد كده. He was challenging these people. That does not mean that هو ما عنده أجندة. فما بزول بيقوم بيخلطوا حركة وجم حركة كبير كده وأنت ما عندك أجندة واحد. عشان كده هو كان قاعد يقول للريك يا أخي لطالما أنت مؤمن بالاتفاقية ده امشي وقع اتفاقية. لو أنت قدرت تتوقع أنت قدرت تنفذ الاتفاقية ده في تحدي بتاع الرجال بعد 5 سنة تاريخ قادر تثبت أن الكلام الجنرال توماس قال له ده كان الراجل ده الحكومة ما قادرين ينفذوا. Today they are talking about challenges. ملاسنات مضايقات كلام كده ما قاعد يشتغل. So I don't know what is this consistency and insurance of the fact that it was Riek who initiated this. This is fallacious. I think we need to put these things into rest because the interpretations of that language is a problem. And if you cannot understand that language, لو أنت ما قدرت تفهم حقوا يفهموه لأنه عارفين سلبا إنه الإنجليزي ده is not our language. The other thing from what Emmanuel have narrated and from the information that I have, because we've been part and parcel of these deliberations, the mediators of the Rome have set the tones. No, the mediators of the Nairobi, they have set the tones. That is why it was very important for the leadership of Soma to ask, what is it that you have discussed مع جوبا؟ أنت تكلمت شنو مع جوبا وشنو ذاته ماشي تكون جديد والضمانات شنو حتى؟ طبعا في ناس بيتكلموا عنه مبادرة بتاعت حسا ده كير أو مشاكلنا ما اختلفنا فوقه. كير مشى الانتنشن بتاع كير ده شنو؟ لكن ما لو كير تجي تقول لناس واضح انه انا نيتي يا هو 1 2 3 مش كلام اللي احنا سميناه ده. بتبقى هي عمليه بتاعت انك انت تقدر تبرر الموقف بتاعك. And you will never shame Kir by the way لانه اصلا الراجل ده ما عنده شيم. أن هو هنا مشينا قال وده كلام بتاعنا ستنا مشينا في نيروبي عشان إذا الحاصل العملية بتاعت الانهيار بتاعت الاتفاقية ده السبب بيكون كير وإحنا حنكون عندنا ضمانات. لكن مع كير نفس الكير ده ياخذوا جاب مبادرة بتاعت تجديد بتاعت اتفاقية اللي بيخليه جادي في الطلبة بتاعه حاسة ده وهو ما جادي في عملية بتاعت تنفيذ بتاعت اتفاقية بتاعت قاردة بتاعت الطريق ده شنو انت قاعد تتعامل مع زول واحد. You are dealing with the same person. So the fact that Kiri is the one who initiated this talk was for a tactical reason that all of us were able to read between the lines and the behaviors of those who will be purported to be called negotiators. And we are able to cement that no, you guys are not serious. Even by the way, you go and create representations of others was something that was said by the chief mediator. So it is not a new thing. And Jamadan, they are up to something. Of course, we understood it. But again, the intentions of going to a negotiation with the aim of failing it is also a non-starter. Because a negotiation is the cardinal aim of any negotiation is that you must reach to a compromise. And once you have reached a compromise, people will then go towards implementations, and you will borrow all the political will higher than the other thing that I wanted to allude to, because I don't want to talk too much, and probably this is going to be my last, interactions. And this, I wanted Emmanuel also to shed light on this, because Sombare Nagadi National African Amat, that is not good. When President Ruto sent the letters to the 5 leaders of the different organizations, I think there is already a conglomerate. يعني في كتلة اسمه NSSOG. وفي كتلة تاني اسمه SOMA. And SOMA, they metamorphose themselves to this NSSOG. Regardless of أن أنت SOMA واحد وSOMA اثنين ما قاعد تكون مشكلة. لكن في حاجة اسمه National Consensus Forum. يعني المبادرة لنا من جات اللي نازل already in this outfit كان من البداية جدا. إذا الليلة أنت قدرت تتكلم مع صوت واحد أنه لابد أن نكون صوت واحد، ما كان في إمكانية بتاعت أنك تجي تشكر ريتو كتنظيم وتجي تقول إنه إحنا هنطلق ككتلة دي. But you went further ahead against the spirit of this coming together of these conglomerates. And now you wanted to talk to us about the fact that you need to start. On what premises are we going to do that? We come and release some, statements here and there. That will never even help us. Because if we were very serious, and we are more concerned of a unified voice, there was already a forum. And by the way, it would have been stronger for that group to face, the mediation, knowing that Sahih Kir is desperate. حكومة بتاعجوبة في حاجة هو اللي مشى قال لروتو تعال ساعدنا احنا اوريدي عندنا فورم هنا قاعدين نقعد فوق في الروم قاعدين نتكلم عن الحاجات. انا ما اقدر نخش في قضايا قال، لكن عشان الناس تجي تقول كلام في حق بتاعت الناس الثانيين ما تمام، دي ما مخاطرات. لكن الحاجات احنا بنعرف عموما احنا قلنا please go ahead. إذا أنتوا بتقدروا تسألوا لحاجة that is not the first time, but that one will determine how we will be interacting in the future. This is very important. أنا كدومينيك ده this kind of gestures has informed my decision for future whatever that I am going to be part and partial in. إحنا كجبهة ولا كصومدة ما فينا SNDM, we have cited some reservations on this agreement. It will be immature. It will be utter ignorance for us, after resisting, after pulling out of this agreement, to come and say, well, you know what, إحنا هنجي نرجع الاتفاقية ده. بعد ما اتفاقية ده فشل. عشان كده التحدي بتاع جنرال توماس كان في محله. People were talking about lean government and addressing the root causes of the problem وكلامات كتير ده. But they refused. And now somebody wanted to come and tell you that it's a mental agenda. That's all it got. You tell me the agenda. Takuta zalan sabe lano ahala katoro. Ndio mshauri. Kuna mtu ajiri vipi? Shino ya. Shana الناس تجي تتكلموا لنا كلامات زي ده. بعدين طبعا جنوبينا ساكت شوف انتوا جنوبيين يا جماعه بالذات الناس اللي بيتكلموا كتير كلام هاوس هنا حاول انت وفتش انت وين من الصراع ده وخد لك موقع في الصراع ده ما تقعد تتكلم زمن بتاعنا ناس صغار you wanted to talk and عايز تأشر كلام براس ناس ونا وهم كده it will never change your situation. انت هتمشي في بيتك بكره هصباح هتمشي في دخانه هتطلع منه بتمشي تقول تمشي بيتك تمشي تعمل الشغل بتاعك التاني هتغير حاجه it will never change but we will be here facing the elephants from the book. So I wanted to conclude by saying في كلام الناس بيتكلموا هنا والله يا اخي كداسه تماما ده نظام بتاع كنيسه ساكت يا جماعه الراجل ده عنده صفات هو رئيس بتاع الدوله بتاع الفاتيكان يعني عمره ما مشى في جوبا ده مش في الرسول
يا دومينيك واتفاق بتاع موزمبيق ما كان مضاوي في سنغيليا.
Exactly. The Pope is a president of Vatican. He has a presidential role. He rubs shoulders with the presidents of the world. He's the head of the Catholic Church. He's a bishop of Rome and the successor of Peter. عشان كده انت قبل قلت في العلاقه بين البوب وربنا توالي ما بيصير كده Jesus Christ وتوالي ربنا because he is the successor of Peter. هو Catholic. This was what we've been taught when we were كنا صغار. So I wanted to say, I mean, it is also fallacious and a non-starter for you to think of Senegidio as a church organization. We have experience in 1972. The World Council of Churches was the one who mediated in 1972. And it was a peaceful resolve of the problem. the implementation احنا بنتكلم عن ضمانات عشان كده انا لسه كنت بتكلم عن برونجو ده لازم يكون في and by the way people have been talking with all these international committees that are here that they are whatever is happening in South Sudan is something that is akin to a government that is murdering these people. That is not serious about the resolving of the issues of war and peace. That كلام عليك ده قاعدين نتكلم فوق. ما معناته أننا كارهين السلام ولا إحنا خايفين. بعدين هنا لما بنتكلم عن security مو security بتاع leaders براو. هنا بنتكلم عن security بتاع الجنوبيين في كينيا. But this is an opportunity for us to talk about Junubin are suffering. Junubin are being arrested. عشان كده توماس كان بيتكلم لنا example زمان لما الناس كان بيناقشوا في نايفاشا هم كانوا بيجوا من فرومش الآن كده ما حتقدر تجي عشان تسلم أحد تجي تسلم على ده بيشوفوه بهذا الحمراء. You want to avoid this. So there are fundamentals that we as the three organizations, we are not going to compromise over it. And we don't want our time to be wasted because we know very well that the outcomes and the intentions and the goals of this current mediation is very clear. They communicated it to us. Even in the frameworks that they communicated it to us, we're saying it is wrong. Because it is a premediation that will usher out something like that. That will be a framework like what the man would explain. You command the laws of the Arab okay. So please, it is good that we explain to the people of this country on the things that are happening. And I for one, as a Dominic, I said, okay, you know, benefit of it, you are seeing, you have come, you have seen, let it happen. If you can be able, and by the way, Shahar Sita, according to the framework, Shahar Sita, they are going to sign an agreement. That is what came into the framework. Do you think that they are going to change? No. They are not going to change. And that is why we are saying that the current talks is just a repetition of Khartoum in Nairobi. And this was but we have seen a process that is not genuine. And as such, we're not going to be part and parcel of this process unless certain things are made clear. These are the people that happen to Juba. Do you think that we are going to agree on this same dispensation that is in Juba to continue with us? Otherwise, we will be sentimental fools and naives. Are we not cognizant of what is happening in Juba? We are here, we are in charge of the whole processes. Thank you so very much. Let me stop at here. Lakini to try to explain to us the wrong, initiatives and the fact that Riek was the one who actually initiated and how did he even initiate this whole thing for him to come and pronounce that other people don't have agenda. Like I said, it was a challenge. People were challenging him. You people negotiated this Khartoum peace agreement with the government. You guys were there until you proud of this process. So even the security arrangement, some of these modalities, these are the brains of your, these are the works of your brain. عشان زول كمان يقول لك إنه والله ده بسبب صحيح ده بسبب عايزه. Continue.
Dominic, Lolo Batam, I will never wasn't for your room. Why are they not part of the peace process? Can you attempt the peace process to Kunma use Anyway, I think question Mahim Molana, if I could answer Dominic.
Yeah, you can go on, Ambassador, to answer this. I have
Yeah.
some also new question on the chat and also in WhatsApp. Yeah, go on.
يا شكرا باشمهندس دومينيك. انا قبل ايام كلام بيتكرر من سليمان and I corrected him and he keep on bringing this. I don't know what's wrong with this guy. You know, انا قلت له اول مره رياض اسمها ذاته بروم ده بعد ما اجتماع بتاعنا انتهينا في هيك. Remember Dominic, and we formed Soma and you were there. Soma leadership approached Senegidio. Senegidio approached the government, and it was agreed that the mediator is acceptable to both of us, the government and the Soma. The next stage is for the mediators to call for a meeting, which happened on the 12th and 13th of January 2020. Victoria was called actually by Bekano Yai, General Shirino Itang, telling, they were chatting and they told Riak that we're going to Rome. Gauria Galong, what are you going to do to Rome? Galong, a new initiative is starting in Rome. Okay? Riak Tawali, he looked for the telephone with Rome, especially with Victor Paulo. Drop telephone with Victor Paulo. Gallo, I'm hearing you are inviting the South Sudanese opposition to Rome. Why am I not invited? Why am I not invited? Paulo Gallo, you are not part of this opposition outside. Individual. This is a new forum between the government and the opposition that has been left out. Gal Khalas, I will send a delegation to meet Manazel Sylvia in Rome. And that's when he spoke to General Thomas. I mean, General Thomas Gallo, you can send the people you want to send Galdo message. Now he sent Peter Marcello and Dr. Henry Udwar to Rome. When these three gentlemen came, they said they want to meet Soma. We said, the militants told us that these guys want to meet you. They just came from Cuba. Now, you need to know that Riek did not even know about the meeting until his telephone conversation with Uyai or Shirino Itang, that call, I don't know, one of them. When we met, it was Uyai, General Thomas, and myself, mandated by Soma. When we met Henry and his team, they told us that, we were told to come here and to talk to you. First of all, the agreement is not going well. It's not even implemented. When he finished, he said Victoria wants you guys to transform this negotiation into a forum. Riek is always wanting things to be forum. Then he wanted to be transformed into a forum to pressure the government to implement the agreement. So, I could not take it. And I took the microphone, I spoke first. And I went to Henry, until now you coming and saying that you want to convince us to go to Juba to help you implement the agreement. And you're saying that he is not implementing the agreement. How can you invite me to a boat that is sinking? And you telling me you come to this boat and it's sinking and I'm seeing it? It does not make sense, Henry. Secondly, we are not affiliate to the SPLMIO. For you to come and tell us that this initiative should be transformed into a forum to pressure the regime to implement the agreement. So, don't waste our time. Okay, they went. And the Sunday, the John also did that. They left, they were angry, they went. Now, once they went, a meeting was scheduled by Senegidio. That was the first meeting between Soma and the government. And the meeting was held, I think, between the 11th and the 12th of January in 2020. That meeting, we signed what we call the Rome Declaration on the peace process in Southern Sudan. It was the launching of the Rome Initiative. Now, if I read the first point of the declaration, it says, we, the government of the Republic of South Sudan and the South Sudan Opposition Movement Alliance, SOMA, with representatives of the SPLM-IO and NDM as witnesses and IGAD as observers, held the first official engagement under the auspices of the community of San Egidio in Rome, Italy, on the 11th and the 12th of January 2020. This was a declaration that we signed. An extension of invitation was sent to the SPLM-IO, which Henry Odior came, NDM of the Torlam, which the Torlam came to Rome. These two movements were called as witnesses. So how it come now, IO is saying that it is them? Why not SPL, why not NDM and the Torlam also claiming it is them? Because when it was launched, they were there, two of them, Henry and the Torlam as observers. Okay. So it is not true that the initiative of Rome is RIAC's. RIAC has nothing to do with Rome initiative. RIAC wanted to influence the Rome initiative to be turned into a pressure group. To pressure here, he used it as a bargaining chip to pressure here to implement an agreement which we refuse. Full stop, that's the end of the story. Since that time, we never heard from RIAC, we have never seen his face. Jamaa, Junubin, Untu, Madalemu Kedip. Kedip, when they found them up, it's not a good thing. You know, people should say the truth. Rome initiative has nothing to do with RIAC. They do not even know about it. They don't even know about it, as I said, until he was called and to be told that we are going to Rome. Who can imagine Rome initiatives that? Well, answer again. So let us not mix things. RIAC has nothing to do with the initiative. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin. We appreciate your presence here still because we gave you a bit of break. So I don't know, Bulldozer, Simon, you want to say something quickly, or Joseph, just quickly, and then we continue because we have some question. Then we can allow after that people who want to come and ask question. Meanwhile, Dr. Hajj will also give a view. Bulldozer.
Okay. Okay, Joseph, go ahead.
شكرا لكم كلكم المودريتورز والمستمعين. انتوا عارفين انا بس عندي كلام بتاعي قصير. اي حاجه جاري في نيروبي ما في زول يحاول انه يجبر اطراف الما وقع في الاتفاق على انه هم السبب ورا فشل اللي بيحصل لهم هناك. ما تملأ فراغك بزول تاني. أي جهة ما وقع أو ما وافق في محادثات بتاع نيروبي هو بيعرف إنه أي قضية ما بيصب في مصلحة مواطن الجنوبي في مقام الأول، قضية ده بالنسبة لنا مجرد تلاعب بحقوق وواجبات بتاع الشعب وبمشاعر بتاع كل المجتمعات بما فيهم الوساطات ودول الإقليم مجتمع دولي. هنا ما عايزين نتكلم كتير. انت داير تمشي تجرب اتفاقك امشي واتحداك. الكلام ده يومات احنا قلنا الكلام ده كتير هنا يا تريزا في روم فاور دايفرسيتي، وقلناه يا ايمانويل الجاوين انا وانت شخصيا كنا معك في فويس اوف ذا بيبل فورم. قلنا انه النظام بيحاول يستمد الشرعيه اذا حاول انه شعر انه في فشل في انتخابات بتاعه ده ما ماشي في اتجاه صحيح، بيحاول يستمد الشرعيه باتفاق وهمي عشان يقدر يجدد بو شرعيته في السلطة. وكلام ده بالضبط ماشي اللي يحصل. نمرة 2 ما في حاجة جديد أضافوا في الاتفاق ده سوى محاولة لتنشيط من ما في الاتفاق اللي تم توقيع بتاعه في 2018. وده أي محاولة لاستدراج الناس من أطراف اللي انشقوا من قوى إجمال وطني ولسه بيسموا نفوسهم في قوى الإجمال الوطني. أي محاولة لاستدراج الآخرين ده محاولة فاشل وما بيخدم مصلحة زول. للسبب لكل زول يتمرد وعارف أسبابه. إذا أنت عندك خلاف شخصي في SPLM وانشقيت من SPLM وأنت شايف إن أنت داير ترجع أرجع، لكن ما تخون زول ده القضية بتاعه بيختلف. هنا ما دارين نكون ضد أي جهة من معارضة اللي مشى وقع السلام في لأنه ده ما بيعنينا ولا من سلوكنا ولا من صفات بتاعتنا كشعب الجنوبي وكناس مفكرين في قضية المحورية اللي بيخص حقوق والواجبات بتاع المواطن الجنوبي. ما عايزين نكره أي جهة سياسي سواء كان في معارضة ولا في أي جهة ثانية. لسبب لأنه نحن كلنا جنوبيين. ومبارا أنا كلام ده قلت في روم بتاع إدوارد وسأزل أنا بتكلم في الكلام ده. يا جماعة ما تقوم تنتقدوا توماس ولا إيمانويل الجاوي ولا غيره من قوى إجمال وطني اللي ما داير يوافق على اتفاق له. ما ينفع. ليه؟ لأنه أنت أصلا ما كنت يعني مولود معه زي توم عشان إنه هو ينفصل وأنت خلاص يعني اتأقلمت معه وتعودت إنه بعدين بدون ما بتقدر تعيش. ما أنت قاعد برضه لك قضية كده أمشي جرب اتفاق ده المولود ميت ده. وأنا ليه بقول لكم الاتفاق ده مولود ميت؟ كلام تصريحات بتاع مايكل ماكوي جبال واضح. مصداقية بتاع مايكل ماكوي في كلامه في الإعلام بيوري أكذوبة بتاعت نظام جوبا في التلاعب مع قضية المحور الجوهرية اللي بيخص مواطن. اليوم مواطن حس تعبان ما عنده حاجة يأكله، بيموتوا بأمراض بعودة بيأكلهم، مشردين ميتين ودم بيقى بيسحر في جسمه. ما في زول فكر انه يشفق على اصحاب الحق اللي هم مواطنين بتاع جنوب السودان. بيقى ما عنده صوت. حكومة بيقوي نفسه بميليشيات وقتل مؤسسة بتاع دولة وما في دولة لقيته يعني بيقاتل الشعب بتاعه بيشردهم بيعذبهم زي الحصل في وراب ستيت. ناس قتلوا تعذيب واجساد بتاعهم باين فيه انه تعذيب ونشفوا وجا جابوا وبوليس استلم الجثث عشان يعمل شنو بالجثث. شرطة ذاته متورط. انت استخبارات ولا انت انتقلت الناس زي قتلتهم وهم مواطنين وانت ذاته قلت الناس مشتبهين بجرائم نشاط بتاع الجرائم بتاع قتل. تيب مالو انت ما قبلتهم من بدايه جيت فتحت لهم بلاغ وعملت قدمتهم لمحكمه. انت جيش بتاع الدوله بيقاتل في شعبه ومارس كل انواع التعذيب وانواع الاغتصابات وانواع القتل. زالت كينيا على اصلا ما قادر يقف الا بتمويل من دول المانحه في تقويه نفسه. داير يعمل نفسه قالوا داير يكون وسيط للقضيه بتاعنا. يا اخي انت ما بتكون حل لمشكلتها يا ما سببته. انت ما عندك ولا نفس. كفايه استثمار بتاعك في جنوب السودان. انت شوف لك طريقه يا كينيا امشي شوف لك حاجه داير تعمل. المشكله في كينيا متورط ليه؟ لانه بيلعب بمشاعر بتاع شعب بتاع جنوب السودان في قضيه جوهريه كينيا عارف قدر شنو عنده كم مليون في مخيمات. كينيا ما داير يفك اللاجئين ديل، ما داير سلام دايم في جنوب السودان، لانه ملايين الجنوبيين القاعدين في كاكوما كينيا ايش واكل ايش بقطع من الامم المتحده، لانه هو قاعد يستثمر في قضايا زي ده عشان هو يلقى فرصه لدولارات اللي بخش في دولته. الجنوبيين ما جايبين خبر في ده، هنا جايبين خبر، هنا عارفين قدر شنو مواطن بتاعنا بطل. إذا أي زول فكر إنه هو يو أمير السلام للجنوب السودان بالشكل بتاع كينيا، إذا أنت جنازة متحرك، لأنه مخك ما بيشتغل وما بتعرف وينو الصح وينو الغلط. داك معالجة بتاع اتفاق اللي تم. حاجة تانية، إذا ديل اللي منشقين ديل ديرين يمشوا يندموا لإسبلم وهم أصلا كانوا من حدود إسبلم وخلي يمشوا. يا أخي أتحداكم خلي يجيبوا سلام ده، مش جابوا سلام ده للجنوبين كله ونفذوا. يا أخي أي جهة من المعارضة ده بيمشي بيسلم سلاح بتاعه في مخزن وبيقول سلام ده ما نفذوه، ده نحارب لشنو؟ سلام سنة بنفذوا بدون قضايا أساسية. وين الدستور الدائم؟ وين مدول الاسم؟ يا أخي يا جماعة أنا ما داير أكتر كلام، نجيف هنا ندي فرصة لباقي الناس عشان تسمعوا، لكن أنا بقول للشعب بتاع جنوب السودان ما يغشكم وما تنتظروا السلام اللي بيجيبوا أشكال دي، لأنه جابوا لهم في الطاولة إنه تمشوا بده. هم كمان عندهم محاولات إنه دارين يجيبوها بطريقة تانية برضه ما حينجح. ليه؟ لأنه هم ذات عندهم ضغوطات مجبورين إنه يوقعوا بعدين. ليه؟ لو ما وقعوا هيرحلوا من محلات اللي هم قاعدين فوقوا في الدول المجاورة ده. دول هيقول انتوا ذاتكم ما موقعين سلام، انتوا ذات ما دايرين سلام. معناته انتوا جبنا لكم حاجة ما دايرين، معناته انتوا ذاتكم ما بنديكم يعني فرصة ثانية مرة إنه تكونوا بنفس الكيفية اللي كنتم معنا فوق. يا جماعة نكون ناس واضحين، ما دايرين عدائية وما دايرين منصات تواصل اجتماعي خليه واصل في خطابات بتكرهية زي ما أنا شفته امبارح. وأنا رديت سامويل أنت قاعد هنا، أنت رجل قانون، أنا رديت لك قدر شنو؟ واي زول يمشي راجع غرفه بتاع ادوارد يشوف انا رديت قدر شنو. ما عايزين اي لغه بتاع خطاب كراهيه نهائي. كان شايف نفسك انت يا بتقدر تجيب سلام، ما لكل بدايه نهايه، والذي يزرعه انسان اياه يحصده. امشي انت جيب سلام ده، بقول انا جنوبين، انت ما تجيب باسم نفسك يعني، ما تجيب باسم جنوبين كده. جرب هذا وطلعنا بكره. ما ادري المواطن بتاعنا يغشوا يا اخي اللي هو بيعاني منه هسه ما في اي فكره جال لمحاوله بتاع انقاذ مواطن الجنوبي نهائي، ما في. الاسوء انه دور ده بلد بيكون في بركان اللي ما بينتفي، ما في زول عنده الرغبه انه الكلام ده يحصل، لانه المواطن بتاعنا دائما ينقدر يدفع ثمن. لكن طالما الامر ماشي في اتجاه بتاعه ما مشكلة، ما في خيارات. شكرا لكم جميعا، أنا بكتفي بهذا القدر.
يا شكرا ندي اي بولدوز اتفضل اتكلم شوي عشان بعد ذاك نرجع بك لأسئلة مولانا. يلا احنا نيجي دكتور الهاي اتفضل.
يا شكرا. أنا ذات أنا ما بونس كتير because أجل في أنا لسه قاعد بوديس بعد مسامير بتاعي ومشاكوش، وأنا بجي أشتغل شغل بعدين في النهاية. فأول حاجة let me just first greet all of you. Salam Taile Ambassador Emmanuel, Dr. Al-Haj, compatriot Joseph, and compatriot Teresa. And let me greet all the audience down here. I've learned a lot of things in the last 2 days. Yani there was some of divorce, can't load. Lakini ana guy no there's a repair for divorce. Tanin Kalas. For a lot of things I really learned it in the last 2 days only. Fiajatana likoketir. Yani families Alkander, Karabu, Biga Kalas, Kisalau Kalas, Ajar Ketir Gira on. And that is good. But Anna Zala Kelim, Anna Bija Taban Sapusta I got the Kerif Jam Tibes,
bag masamir tanin lisa nagis kelana lege taulu kulu selo ana gija dugu ana deru yani bada min corner le corner sen gele kunne tif ma fi eta tanal begder waga ten ajal bes ni meretini ana der kelima jamaa elela de yom kebir fa de yom bitani sawin yan offer lo ma jata tanata junub Sudan de biga dakal fi dom offer the yom de kan nas beg de ma beg de amula jaz de offer nas kan bonusu yani na bisokoro ma tu kwat bitana intaba junub Sudan da jat bito biga yani too much yani dakal fi dom bitana yani ma day off. That's why we are here talking about this issue. But I just want to take this opportunity to thank all our mothers, our sisters, our wives, or Banat Bitana, at least my mothers to become mothers. I want to say Happy Mother's Day to all of you, and may God continue to bless you, and may God continue to guide you. Especially our sister Teresa, I want to say Happy Mother's Day later, because you have been really like a role model, the Baginisawin, and may you continue with that type of leadership, and you may continue to inspire some of the young ones so they can also join and they continue to get involved in the politics of South Sudan. Also, I just want to also recognize our auntie that he always is with us, and really she deserves yani appreciation. Auntie Mary, Anader Gulek Shukran, you are really a role model, Leni Sawin. You have been really a good mother to all of us. Fikulu Zaman, you are with us and you always come to be in our midst, and that's how the caring mother is always. So on these days, I want to appreciate Auntie Mary for being a caring mother to all of us. You always encourage us. You always are close to us. And I just want to say thank you. And may God bless you. And may God give you more time to live on this earth. Thank you, guys. I will stop here. And Zana Kelim, and I'm making video once, but then finish higher.
Yeah, thank you, compatriot Bulldozer. Yeah, God bless you, and thank you for this appreciation. Thanks for the mothers. Yeah, we appreciate all our mothers. Yeah, thank you. Now, Ambassador Emmanuel, if you there listening, I have this question.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead, Molana. I'm listening.
Okay. Yeah, he's saying thank you, Ambassador Ajawin, for the wonderful presentation or clarification. As follow-up question to those present point, if the so-called Kenyan initiative fails, would Soma accept real SPLM and serve back to the alliance given the repeat contravention of the rules of the charter? Thanks. That was his question.
No, thank you for his question. But I think at the critical time and at this moment, we are concerned with the Kenyan mediation, and our objective is to put the side and the factual aspect of what really materialized and why SOMA is not part of it. As to whether we will have an administrative action against the SSUF for the real SPLM, we'll leave it in the future. But what I would like to state also is that SOMA, they are not actually part of SOMA per se, because SOMA has a charter, and the two organizations have not signed the charter, and I spoke about it in length yesterday. Remember, before we signed the charter, back I don't know how many years ago, there was a suspension of the SSUF due to the some of collaboration of some of its elements with the Juba. An investigation committee was formed. They were investigated. The spokesperson who was accused to be having a link with Juba, which was Dr. Sunday Dion, was cooperative with the committee. Molonga one refused. So when the committee submitted its recommendations to us, they recommended us to dismiss SSUA or suspend them because the evidence in terms of collaboration was damning. and that was a negative impact to Soma, and was a very serious breach of confidentiality and issues that we are doing. So it was suspended. Real SPLM, when the four groups, including Real SPLM, it was 5, we decided to adopt the charter, and people voted for it because charter was being dropped for a year. The Real SPLM abstained, and the 4 organizations voted for the adoption of the charter, and charter was adopted, and hence Real SPLM refused to sign the charter, and hence went and joined hands with the SSUF. So there's no legal really relations between the 2 organizations and SOMA, because they have not legally signed the charter. If you can produce the charter of SOMA today, you will have no signature of these 2 organizations. So even if it comes to administrative, there will be no, because they're not part of SOMA, as we know it per se. We cannot dismiss them. You cannot dismiss somebody who is a member in accordance with the charter that they have signed. Coming to maybe the NCF will have to decide what to do in case these guys, if they sign or they go in or they don't sign. It will be the right of the NCF leadership on what step to do. So this is my answer to the question.
Oops. Yeah, hello. Can you hear me again?
Yeah, you're clear, Molana.
Oh, okay. Yeah, thank you. There is also another question here from WhatsApp. It's actually the issue of this. Maybe you clarify, and this time maybe you can maybe explain in Arabic. He said, can you ask Ambassador Emmanuel to clear up the notion of Riek claiming on recording that when his delegate team went on to Rome, General Thomas repeatedly said to Riek delegation team that he has no agenda as NAS or SOMA, and that if Riek implemented the peace talk, he would come to Juba. So can you clarify that? Because this is actually a notion came from Dandara. Dandara is the one going with this thing here.
I think what Dandara is alleging is a private telephone conversation between Riek and General Thomas. So the only person who would have told him is informed Dandara would have been Riek himself. I was not there when Riek called General Thomas. I think maybe one of the time when you get chance, you may ask General himself. He's the only person who spoke to Riek. And the conversation is quoted by none other than Dr. Riek, who spoke to him. So the only person who has the right to dismiss what Riek has said, in my opinion, is General Thomas, who spoke to him. So what I could say, I'm sure General Thomas will never say such a nonsense. How can NAS, the manifesto, an organization with its own political programs, its structures, and charter, and a military organization and hierarchy, could not have a mind or agenda? This is not true. What I heard is that General Thomas told him that, don't worry about us. You have an agreement. If that agreement is implemented in letters and spirit, then we may think of coming back to Juba. So you have a task in front of you, which means the implementation of the agreement. This is what I heard from General Thomas. But for people to misquote and for Riek to go and misinform his supporters, that General Thomas has said he has no agenda, it's just absurd. How can organizations so big like NAS not have an agenda? And how can people be dying in the name of NAS in the bushes of South Sudan without an agenda? That's complete nonsense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Thomas was actually talking from the point of challenging Riek, actually. That go and implement this agreement, like prove it to us. You see. Anyways, let's go to the other question here also in WhatsApp, so then we can. It's actually the question was about. Could you ask Ambassador Emmanuel whether Kenya is still communicating or it has stopped communicating up to now, as Soma or as for you as also NDM Patriotic Front?
No, Soma, Kenya, they have stopped communicating with us. since we wrote our response to the invitation letter and they acknowledged the receipt of it. Up to now, as the coordinator, I've never received any official letter from them.
Okay, thank you very much. Maybe then we go for one. There was also a question here, but I don't know. You already answered. There is a question from somebody by name Gear. That's why I said people should wait, not to write the question. Normally, we'll just go up, and I think it's from P Gear. Yeah, P Gear is say بعربي مولانا أجوين ما هو الفجوات المتوقعة داخل صوامع أو سوما هو يقصد روما إذا نجح مجموعة سوما نيروبي مع حكومة.
ما هو شنو؟ ما
الفجوة
شنو
هو يقصد هنا الفجوة.
والله طبعا أنا زي ما قلت ده ما هيكون أول مرة بأنه جزء من الحركات المعارضة تنحرف من القضايا وتمشي تعمل تبرم الاتفاق مع النظام. ده حاجة متوقعة لأنه أصلا الصومة هي المعارضة هي عبارة عن تحالفات حركات، فكل حركة طبعا قراره ما يختص بالرؤية بتاعه تجاه قضايا السلام وقضايا الحرب في جوبا. فلو قرر الريال اس بي ال ولا اس اس يو اف بانه يسحبوا يمشي جوبا فده قراره. انا بفتكر الحركات هتفضل برا هتتواصل النضال بتاعهم، وده ما اول مره بانه نحن نتفارق مع الرفاق في درب النضال. انا بتذكر جيدا في 2018 وفي اتفاق بتاع السلام خرطوم مع برومو نحن كنا جزء من حركات كثيره، ونحن واصلنا النضال والزملاء بتاعنا مشوا وهم الان موجودين في جوبا قال ماشيين ينفذوا الاتفاق. فنفس السيناريو اللي اتكرر لنا بانه في جزء مننا حيسحبوا لجوبا ده ما حيوقف نضال بتاع الشعب الجنوبي من اجل الحريه وعداله والمساواه. لانه قرايتنا الان الوضع في البلد الوضع في الجنوب في وضع مزري جدا، خاصه الوضع الاقتصادي الجنوب في مشكله انهيار. فده هيكون عنده عواقب مخيبه جدا لحد الامن بتاع جنوب السودان لانه كثير من المواطنين وحتى الناس اللي لابسين في الجيش ولا في البوليس والاجهزه الامنيه القوات النظاميه من جزء منهم بعد شويه لو لقوا بانه يالو ما قاعدين ياكلوا وكده هيكون في مشكله، هيكون في رد الفعل او حتى للمواطن. وانتم شفتوا اوريدي بانه في واو قبل فتره الاسبوع اللي فات شباب الجامعات احتجوا، كانت المظاهرات لانهم ما بلقوا اكل، ما في عيش في الجامعات وكده، بقوا بيحتجوا ومطالبهم كان واضح وكانوا بيقولوا من الفقير واز ريزاين ده في داخل واو الرباط الغزال. فده انا بفتكر ده بدايه بتاع انتفاضه شعبيه، ونحن على يقين بانه كده المظاهرات بدات في الخرطوم سنه 2012 البشير والقيادات بتاع الانغاز والجبهه الاسلاميه كانوا بيستحضروا بالشباب لانه كان هي مظاهرات متقطعه من مرات بكون في بري، بعد مرات بكون في مبدا، بعد مرات بكون في وين، وكله قصه كان قصه ليش بعد ما المظاهرات اتكبرت وبقى غضب صور، غضب شعبي، غضب عارم ادى لاختلاع النظام من الجذور بتاعه. فنفس السيناريو ممكن يتكرر الان في الجنوب لانه الشعب الان ما لاقي لقمه العيش والدولار ماشي فوق وما عندهم مهاي وما عندهم قروش زي يشتروا به الاكل والحاجات البسيطه. فمعناه انت بعد شويه الشعب ده هتتصرف والاخوه والزملاء كمان الموجودين في الجيش والبوليس واجهزه الامنيه كمان هيكون دور الفعل. فحكومه زي ده ما فتره الناس ممكن يمشي فيه ويحاولوا بانه يمدوا الفتره بتاعه الاستقرار. فانا بفتكر بانه لو اي جروب مضى اتفاق ومشى جوبا ده ما هيقلل الشان بتاع المعارضه هتواصل النضال بتاعه.
يا شكرا جزيلا. في انا شايف برضو كانوا ده روبرت اوهيدا، انت كانوا داير تطلع فوق زول بعد ده اللي عنده سؤال داير يطلع فوق ممكن يطلع، ندي فرصه للدكتور الحاج ممكن يعمل مداخله وبعد ذاك ندي فرصه لزول داير يسال السؤال. يا ريت بس السؤال يكون موجه ودارك وواضح، واحنا ما دايرين شخصنة القضايا. We don't want a person, somebody to start to change it, the question into a personal questions. Just ask a question that is clear for the guests and for the stage here. Dr. Hajj, if you're available, please, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you, Teresa, very much. I was intending to attend this session of conversation on Nairobi Peace Initiative right from the beginning, but unfortunately, I had to go out, and I just came late. Found you halfway. I don't know how the speakers have dealt with the topic itself. I don't know, and I'm going to be interested in actually making points on why Nairobi talks is rewarding dictatorship with evidence, so that at least our people are well aware about what is taking place. And Nairobi talks falls within something that is very, very interesting, because it will inform our people of how we need to deal with anything called peace talks. Because we are dealing with peace talks from a wrong premise all the time, thinking that it was like before. But I will, of course, talk about this. But in the meantime, I would like to pass my greetings to all the analysts and also to all the people in this room listening down there. Okay, the topic, Nairobi Peace Initiative, rewards dictatorship and delays true peace. I fully agree with this proposition. What we need to understand is that peace talks is no longer like what used to happen with Addis Ababa Agreement or prior to that. Peace talks now are happening in a completely different era. It's an era of neoliberalism and globalization. Now, all the peace talks that are happening wherever they are, even the Sudan peace talks broke down and Sudan exited from IGAD. It cancelled membership in IGAD because of the same problem of neoliberal model of peace talks. The neoliberal model, which started in 1971 under Nixon, with the cancellation of the 1944 agreement on currencies, allowing the dollar to be the only currency that is used internationally for exchange. And I'm going to be very quick on this. In 1971, it was completely very difficult environment. There were a lot of recessions in America, and the dollar could not remain strong and supported by gold, because the United States did not have much gold. So they changed it into a fiat currency, which means let it be. It's only by word of promise. Things started changing then very fast with the Middle East War of 1973, and then breakdown of businesses in the West, because due to labor, and people began to outsource businesses to China. That is how China became what it is, because by that time, in the 70s and 80s, most European countries were outsourcing businesses to leave it there. In neoliberalism, there are certain tenets that are upheld. One is freedom. 2 is privatization. 3 is marketization. 4 is deregulation. 5 is free flow of capital. and 6, profits and small government. So everything is based on profits. By 1991, when the bipolar world collapsed, with the collapse of Soviet Union, and America became the only superpower, it became a unipolar world, neoliberalism took center stage. So from then on, the ideology of neoliberalism, when you transfer it to talks and into politics, everything is seen like market, and everything is seen in terms of market and consumerism. So South Sudan, when South Sudan became independent, we did not have good leaders, and South Sudan was turned into a consumer state. Because in neoliberalism, you are supposed to be promoting markets. South Sudan becomes a market. You are going to deregulation, no regulations, no what. All the chaos you see in South Sudan emanates from the ideology of neoliberalism, which is globally now running the world. We are living under that, and that is impacting us. And in neoliberalism, it is very clear that when you are talking about peace talks, the peace talks are seen as interactions where profit is to be made, with mediators as political brokers, and always the belligerents, people who are fighting, are seen as interested parties. If you go back to Archis and Archis, this is exactly what was applied. Sudan was the mediator. Sudan negotiated for itself a number of thousands of barrels of oil, and then it said power sharing between Kir and Riyadh and all the international organizations that had interest in South Sudan. Their interests were all met in Archis, and the only losers are the people of South Sudan. This is the nature. So no country holds or mediates without having interest. In which case, Kenya itself has interest. And that is why you can see all the opening speeches of all the people, whether it is the European Union representative, American representative, British representative, everybody refer to Archis as the only thing that should be implemented. Why? Because they don't want to lose their interest. The only people who are losers are us, the people of South Sudan. And this vindicates the title of this room. Neoliberalism and the new ways of making peace only rewards dictators and rewards those who apply power and abuse power. It will not give us anything. Imagine today, in all these speeches, nobody talked about the interests of South Sudan. And if we are ignorant of these realities, we will be negotiating from a point of view of not understanding the so-called mediators. We don't understand even the so-called friends of South Sudan or people who are observers. These people have all got interest, and they want their interest to be met in these agreements. They are not neutral, and they are not there to meet, to be good or to be kind or to provide support for the people of South Sudan. No, we are in a cutthroat world. Everybody is going to take their interest. So we have to protect. And this is not to blame. This is not to blame the international community or to blame us. This is an issue of ideology. You need to understand this ideology so that you can also fight for your right.
That's right.
And we, as representative of people of South Sudan, we need to be also fighting for our rights, knowing exactly what environment we are dealing with. Hence, all Kir has been rewarded all throughout, from Agis to Agis up to now. And what is very important is this: all these people who spoke during the opening session of the Nairobi talks, these sham talks, just hold your breath and think about 2-3 weeks ago. All these people were condemning our Agis as a failed agreement. All of them. The Troika representative, all of them condemned our Agis as a failed agreement. How is it that today, or the day before yesterday in Nairobi, all of them are saying, no, this is the only thing that can provide solution to South Sudan? Why this contradiction? It is because they make profits out of it. They've got their interest. This is what the ideology is all about. It is it's a way of you pay to get services, and those services can be in a way of bringing pressure on others, or because you have power. So we need to understand this very well. And we should not think that when we go to these talks, the mediators are innocent. No. Kenya clearly, as it has been articulated by all the other speakers today and the day before yesterday, Kenya has interest. And Kenya is mediating to protect that interest. And it is up to us to think of how we can also negotiate, not necessarily being in those talks. Just like now, we need to find a way of how we assert our own interest. We cannot be the losers and also be in the tops to legitimate an act that is actually against us. And it's this point that I want to make because it's really important. We must understand that we are in a neoliberal world which bases everything on profits. Mediators are seen as brokers. They make profits from transaction. Negotiations are seen as transaction. And this is why we did not want to leave Rome, because Rome, being an organization that works with Christian morals, will not apply the neoliberal model to try to bring our problem to a solution. And that is why it took 4 years, because Pierre wanted to bribe. If they could bribe St. Egidio, I think they would. But there is an ethical issue here. St. Egidio won is too low. And therefore, why must we sign ourselves to a new model that does not solve our problem? Because it is true and it's very clear that South Sudan is left for the wolves to fight over. If we can't fend ourselves, we will be the victim and we will be the meat. So, whatever these people who have gone to Nairobi for the talks, they are losers. Because they are there to endorse a process that is already set out for them. They will not even meet the interests of their own people. If they have, and if they don't, they are only for themselves. And so that's why they can fit into this agenda. But we have people who we have pledged ourselves that we will protect and fight for our rights to bring that country to be a place where each and everyone will be happy. We cannot pretend reduce our level to attend this type of meetings, like in Nairobi. We need to be sure of the venue. We need to be sure that there will be proper guarantors. Look at all the offices. Where are the guarantors? When Riek was being vilified and beaten militarily, where were the guarantors? No guarantors, because everybody is looking after their interests. You know, and Riek didn't get that up to now. So the peace without neutral venue, without proper guarantors, without addressing the root causes of South Sudan is only waste of time. And I think those who have held and not gone to Nairobi, they've done the right thing for their people, and they've done the right thing for the posterior of South Sudan. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Alhaj, for your input. And then, Ambassador Emmanuel, you actually mentioned something regarding the issue of the financing your travels. By then, the Kenyan could not meet with a ticket for you for the previous pre-mediation let's say meeting. You narrated something like until the St. Egidio has to intervene and so on. And if some of you can remember when I mentioned, I brought up the one of the MPs from the transitional legislator assembly. The guy said something very important, and I want to link something because I have the information about the money that was actually that they sponsor this event, the whole thing. And if you hear how this MP was saying, he mentioned at the end, he said this initiative, this move, Nairobi Peace Conference, is an insult and disrespect to South Sudan or to South Sudanese. How would you initiate peace talks when your country is in a intensive care unit? Why would you ignore addressing issues of looming hunger, pending disastrous climate change, and loneliness and economic collapse, and so many things? According to information, this is really from very reliable. I will not mention the figure publicly. It's just for the safety of the person. Actually, the event in Nairobi was paid by the government of South Sudan in its really big amount, and I'm even surprised. So, and then the cost to cover the security and the protection of the other president and their delegates. You see, so honestly, I don't know. So the person who actually passed me the information is a very reliable person, and maybe I will share with you the information regarding this course in private, just for the safety of the person. Please don't take it out. But it's really big amount, and I agree with this MP when he said this. And this also to bring me to this situation of which the Kenyan could not provide the tickets, although they are the one who called for this this meeting and so on, because they are the one who asked for that. They want to meet you. Can you elaborate on that a little bit, maybe? And if you figure that, further.
Yeah. No, thank you, Mulana. It is an open secret that I think Kenya has been appealing to the international community for funding. You also saw the speech of the IGA representative. You also echoed the appeal again. He was appealing to the international community. He was appealing for the material material, financial help, and also logistical help. The cassette that you, the tape that you played earlier, if you could hear the representative of IGAD. From our assessment, it seems there is no funding for the process. And I will not be surprised that Juba is footing the bill. Juba is footing the bill for the talks. Now, in English, they say he who tuned the pipe, called the tunes. So if Juba is funding, because remember, Molana, the initiative is Juba. It's Juba's initiative. It's not Kenya. And therefore, the financial obligation will fall to Kir to finance it. So do you think that if Kir is funding this process, Kir will accept an agenda of opposition? Of course not. He will fund the process in the understanding that the negotiations will be tailored towards his interests. And this is what is precisely happening now in Nairobi. In Nairobi today, if you see the agenda, is about a presentation by various organizations, and you saw Michael Mukwe talking about it. It is only tomorrow or Tuesday that the government of South Sudan will respond to this. The problem of departure between us and our colleagues who have gone to Nairobi, it is based on this error and miscalculation by some of our colleagues. Our colleagues think that if you go to Nairobi, you can transform Nairobi into a roundtable conference. Okay. And this to us is just, I don't want to use word that will be construed as insulting. But to us it means you are just oblivion to the process itself. The reason, Yajama, why Kir ran from Nairobi, from Rome, it is because in Rome, the issues that we put on in the last meeting was the issue of the round table. The government wanted to discuss the continuation of what they call the political talks. And were saying precisely they wanted to continue the talks where they stopped in Navasha in March, I think it was in 2022, when they stopped the Navasha agreement 2021. Okay, so you could see it is because of the proposition and proposal by the opposition that they ran to Nairobi. Now, going to Nairobi, Kir is not stupid. For them to come to Nairobi, spend money, talk to William Ruto, and then for the opposition thinking that they can turn the Nairobi peace talks into a roundtable conference. The fact that today they're discussing various clusters is a clear indication there's no more talk about roundtable. It is purely a political discussion now. If you look at the agenda more, the agenda is there. It talks about the presentation by the real SPLM, then presentation by the SSSPM, and then we'll continue like that, and then presentation by NAS, RCC, and then presentation by SSUF. After that, government will give their presentation on Tuesday, and then they will start discussing political discussion. I, as a diplomat, and knowing what is going on, first of all, the choosing of Simboy is not by accident. General Simboy is known for his bulldozerness. Yeah, and always Simon Abuiki is a bulldozer. He will bulldoze these guys, and you saw in his speech, he said that they are not investigating the root causes of the conflict. So when they say they're not investigating the root cause of the conflict in the country, it says clearly, you forget about the so-called roundtable. You're not interested in it. We are interested now on your views on security reform. The reforms are not even building of new security architecture. Your views on justice, the reforms in justice, reforms in economics, reform whatever. So this part will be talking about reforms. Then they'll be cornered that, alas, we accept your reforms acceptable to us. There'll be no talking of roundtable. And then that is it. They'll be forced to sign an agreement. Leave alone that. Let me read for you the document that they sent us, Molana, if you give me a minute for the proposition.
Yeah, please do. Yeah, please do.
This is very important for the discussion. The Kenyan, they sent us what they call the roadmap and the idea of how the peace process, the timetable. They said the phase one of the pre-consultation will start, of course, in January, but it didn't start in January now, it started in May. And then the second phase now is what they call the mediation process and implementation of framework agreement. These to them will go all the way to June, and then agreement will be signed. Yeah. So once the agreement has been signed, people will move now to Juba. That will be from July to August, September. That will be what they call it. They'll be calling it what? Phase 3, the implementation of outcomes. With the relocation of the teams to South Sudan. Onboarding of technical partners to develop comprehensive electoral framework and supervision of the preparation for elections. Enactment of agreed DDR security, constitutional policy, legal and institutional reforms. And then civic education, media, campaign, joint public appearances to build understanding and goodwill of citizens and parties. And then phase 4, which will start will start all the way from September to November. That is phase 4. It will be the preparation for elections, monitoring elections and monitoring implementation. Final election preparations, elections, and then elections, dispute resolution process, monitoring implementation of agreements, and then the long-term reforms. So you could see Molana and dear compatriots, that the whole talks and the whole fuss in Nairobi is just intended for one purpose, for people to prepare themselves to go for elections. So the agreement will be signed in June. Once the agreement is signed in June, then as you read, the parties will relocate to South Sudan, and now they will have a joint campaign where they go rallies together, trying to tell the people now we are united and let us, put everything behind and prepare for elections. And then they will develop modalities, as I read, of how election can be free and fair, and if there's any dispute in elections, they will develop mechanism of how to resolve this issue. So that is it. That is the whole fuss, nothing else. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's really interesting. Really, things are getting interesting. There is a question for Dr. Al-Haj, but before that, before I take that question for you, Dr. Al-Haj, let's also give chance to أستاذ سامويل. أستاذ سامويل اتفضل لو عندك سؤال تفضل.
شكرا. أنا ما عندي سؤال، لكن في مداخلة بسيط لو ممكن، ولا أنتم شايفين إيه؟
يا ممكن تفضل مداخلة، يا تفضل.
أوكي، شكرا. أولا تحية لكم كلكم أول جلسة فورم، ولكل مودريترز، مولانا تريزا، مولانا إيمانويل، والدكتور الحاج، والمهندس دومينيك، وبرادر سايمون، وأستاذ جوزيف، وجنرال. تحية لكل دور في روم. أنا ليه أنا بقول ما عندي سؤال؟ طبعا أنا فهمت كله الحديث، الناس يتحدثوا كويس، لكن أنا أرى بأنه المعارضة نحن حسي في مرحلة صعبة، وأنا ممكن بعتبره كمرحلة بتاع تجربة. ممكن إبليس دار يجلب المعارضة، ولو الناس ما ينتبهوا كويس ممكن هتضعف المعارضة في كل اتجاهات. فعشان كده أنا بشوف مبادرة نيروبي أنا بشوف زي كأنه مبادرة لفتنة بتاع المعارضة، يعني فتن بين المعارضة، ولو نحن ما عملنا حسابنا حكومة بتاع الفقير هينجح في فتنة بتاعته. جانب آخر على حسب فهمي لخطاب بتاع جنرال فاغان، أنا ما بشوف بأنه هيكون في توقيع بتاع أي اتفاقية سلام جديد، لأنه جنرال فاغان طبعا أجندة بتاعته إن كان أجندة بقى أجندة بتاعت الريال سلام أجندة واضح. هو بيقول بأنه نحن ما محتاجين لأي اتفاقية سلام جديدة، وقام وضح بأنه ما نحن محتاجين له في وقت الحالي هو الحوار بين الجنوبيين لحل مشكلة بتاعت كل مواطنين جنوبيين، لأنه اتفاقيات بكون لمصلحة السياسيين. فجنرال فاغان كان بيشير للحوار بتاع مائدة المستديرة، وممكن تسمى بأي مسمى زي ما الناس كان دائما بيقول. ممكن مائدة المستديرة يكون مؤتمر جامع أو يكون بأي اسم تاني أو تحت شجرة. فدي إشارة كان جنرال فاغان بيشير به. نحن أنا في رأيي أنا بشوف نحن ممكن ننتظر، وأنا بؤمن بأنه جنرال فاغان حتى ولو دول تاني وضع اتفاقية، أنا عندي إيمان بأنه جنرال فاغان ما هيخون أخوانه القاعدين معه في خلق في المعارضة. دي إيمان اللي عندي، ده شعور. أنا ما اتكلمت معه، لكن أنا عندي إحساس بأنه هو ما هيخون أي ناس القاعدين معه. فعشان كده فأنا بشوف بأنه نحن ننتظر نتفرج شوية ولغاية ما نشوف النتيجة بتاع المبادرة هيكون كيف. لكن أنا بالنسبة لي أنا ما شايف أي اتفاقية ممكن هيوقع، لأنه جنرال فاغان مقتنع قناعة تام بأنه حكومة الفقير ده تقوي موقفه، لأنه هم عايشين للنهاية بتاعت 2000 بتاعت فترة ممددة، وما في انتخابات، بمعنى لو ما يتصرفوا بمعنى حكومتهم هيكون حكومة غير شرعية. فده الحاجة الفقير عايزه، وده مفهوم بتاعتهم أساسا. عشان كده هم كانوا بيتماطلوا في حوار بتاع الروم في الزمن ده كله، دايرين عشان يمدوا زمن تاني عشان يجي يحكم فوق يوقع اتفاقية مع معارض آخرين، وفترة جديدة. ده هو يبقى الفقير أساسا. لكن أنا ما ننجرف ولا غش بتاعتهم ما هيتم أساسا، ودي إيمان أنا مؤمن به في قلبي. أنا بقي في مكان ده مولانا، وشكرا.
Yeah, شكرا. مولانا, you have explanation in this.
Yeah.
Go on.
Yeah, شكرا أستاذ سامويل. تعرف أنني طبعا لما ما كنت حاضر في بداية الروم. الهدف بتاع الروم هي التحليل السياسي للواقع الحاصل، وناس ممكن يختلفوا في الآراء. الواضح الرايتنج اون ذا وول واضح، والعنوان بتاع المحادثة النيروبي واضح بالكامل. أنا قدامك هنا أفتكر أستاذ الحاج، نحن الكل مشى قابل الكينيين. الكينيين سألناهم أسئلة مهمة أستاذ سامر بإنه الهدف بتاع المحادثات نيروبي شو؟ قالوا الهدف بإنه أنتم كمعارضة ترجعوا أو جنوب وتساعدوا في تنفيذ بتاع اتفاق السلام ويكونوا جزء منه. والهدف الثاني تشاركوا في الانتخابات. وأنا قبل شوية قريت لك الرود ماب بتاعهم. الرود ماب بتاعهم ده التايم تيبل لدونا له. ده التايم تيبل اللي بقول لك الاجتماعات هتبدأ 200. التايم تيبل بقول بإنه الاجتماعات هتبدأ من شهر 4 ولا شهر 5 هتبدأ النقاشات، والآن النقاشات بدأت. شهر 6 هيكون في اتفاق حول القضايا. شهر 7 هيكون بعد كده بإنه المعارضة يحولون للداخل عشان يشاركوا في تنفيذ الاتفاق ويشاركوا في ندوات مع الحركة الشعبية والقيادات الموجودة عشان يأسسوا جو ملائم للانتخابات. ده الكلام أخوي سامر. ده حاجة كتبوا لنا هنا كلنا including أفتكر the real SPLM and SSU لقوا رود ماب ده. مشكلتنا مع القيادات بتاعكم في الريال SPLM and SSU قياداتكم بيفتكروا بإنه وأنا بقول فعلا أنا بقوله باقان قالوا مبارك. باقان بيفتكر بإنه هو ممكن يمشي لمحادثات في نيروبي ويحول المحادثات دي لراوند تيبل كونفرنس. اوكي وزي ما هو قالوا حسب ورقوا راوند تيبل قال ممكن نسميه اي مسمى. لكن خلينا نسميه زي ما هي زي ما اتفقنا عليه. متفقين بانه راوند تيبل كونفرنس ما في اسم ثاني. هو هيمشي ويحاول يقنع الحكومه الكينيه وحكومه جوبا يتخلوا عن المحادثات السياسيه والناس يناقشوا راوند تيبل كونفرنس. وانا دايرك زي ما انت قلت بين الاذن يا اخوي سامويل اللي خلى حكومه تنسحب من روم في اخر راوند بتاعنا شهر 3 الان طلعنا راوند تيبل. الحج السبب اللي خلى جوبا يتخلى عن الروم ده كلام راوند تيبل. فهل يوغل يا اخوي سامويل بانه الحاجه حكومه رفضوا في روم هيقبلوا في نيروبي اللي هم دافعين قروش بسبونسر توكس ده؟ ما بيخش في العقل زول. طيب باقان قال شو؟ باقان قال عشان الحجه بتاعه يكون قوي و he's trying to defend الكيس بتاعه. قال زمن السي بي اي يجيب an example حكومه كان رافض حكومه الانقاذ رافض اقدار المصير ورافض معرف فصل الدين عن الدوله ورافض هم كانوا قبلوا وكانوا عارفين بانه جزء من الاغانيم يعني ضدهم. قبلوا وقالوا حاولوا المحادثات ده لانه وصل لحد بانه بشير جرى ينسحب وهم لقوا صيغه والدعم من الاقليم. لكن انت اختلافين معه في شنو في النقاش ده. الاختلاف الوقت والزمن. المكان والزمن مهم جدا. لا أي شغل سياسي. زمن المبادرات بتاع السلام الجاب السي بي اي الآلة بتغيرت on the 11th of September. بقى في كلاريتي. بقى في حملة دولية وكان على رأس الحربة اليونايتد ستيتس اوف امريكا. كان عندهم حملة دولية بما يسمى المتطرفين الإسلاميين. حتى حكومة السودان كان جزء من الحكومات المستهدفة وكان جزء من الحكومات اللي قالوا بأنهم بيساعدوا في الكوادر الإسلامية الإرهابية. كان في ضغوط وأمريكا كانوا بيقولوا بالواضح بأنه خرطوم لو ما قبل اتفاق مع الحركة الشعبية هيتم دعم الحركة الشعبية وهيتم دعم التصديق. وفعلا ترجون كان ناس أمريكان حاولوا يساعدوا. فكان في ضغوط ضد حكومة الإنغاز، كان في ضغوط لحكومة الإنغاز. الوضع الآن مختلف تمام جدا. الإقليم الهولك ما نيوترال including كينيا ذاتها ما فيه ده. كينيا معروف عندهم علاقات أمنية مع أجهزة الأمن بتاع جنوب السودان، علاقة أمنية متينة. دليل على ذلك تم خطف الكوادر اللي عارفينهم، ناس سامل دوم مولانا وناس أجري، وحتى كان ناس قديت اللي كان ناطق الرمز بتاع الاس بي ال مايو، واخيرا مبور الشعب اللي شالوه من نيروبي، وده بتعاون من البوليس الكيني والامن الكيني. فانا بفتكر بانه النقاش، وده كلام يعني بدون خطر سياسي، المنطق ما موجود. المنطق بانه ممكن الراوند تيبل ده ممكن يحولوا النقاش الراوند تيبل ده ما واقعي. ده ما واقعي، لانه الحكومه الكينيه ما هيقبل ولا حكومه بتاع الفقير. وانت شفت الاجنده بتاع الدسكشن كنا بنقراها لك ده، وكنت ما لقيت. الاجنده بتاع الدسكشن، المحادثات بدات اصلا بالنقاشات والبرزنتيشن. المحادثات بدات بالنقاش والبرزنتيشن من كل جهه. اوكي let me bring it up. ما اعرف وين بس يلا هنا عندهم daily agenda بتاع high level mediation for South Sudan. اوكي من يوم 9 ماي هيكون البروتوكول اللي حصل. يوم 10 يوم الجمعه هيكون في برزنتيشن صباح من الريل اسبيت. هيعدوا التصور بتاعهم and justice reforms. They will talk about economic and social reforms. You will have lunch. ثاني الساعة 2 SPLM هيجي الغاء ريل SPLM. They will give their papers on political and governance issues, security and sector reform. أنا هاد شيرين ويتان وريد قدم ورق بتاعه. وهكذا. هسه لو سألتك يا أخ سامويل، راوند تيبل وين هسه في الكلام ده؟ ما المواضيع حسي المطروح ده المواضيع مفروض يكون ده المحتوى بتاع راوند تيبل كونفرنس. فأنت in principle كمبدأ in principle كان بحصل شنو؟ كان بحصل بإنه الحكومة يتفق في أجندة مع المعرض. نحن في الروم وكنا ما اتفقنا على أجندة، لأن الحكومة كان بيقول نرجع لنقاش سياسي political discussion. نحن نقول لنا round table conference. ناس نجيديو قالوا they want to hear from the voice from the both parties. كما في اتفاق على الأجندة. قام الحكومة قال خلاص انتوا جيبوا لنا الرؤية بتاعت round table. طرحوا لنا. عدينا لهم الورق. قال هنمشي جوا هنرجع. ونفس النقاش المفروض تحصل في روم في نيروبي. بإنه يتم اعتماد بتاع أجندة أول. المفروض الأجندة الآن ما كلام بتاع يس كلام باقان كلام جميل جدا، لكن ده كلام سياسي. المفروض الكلام ده to be translated في الاجتماع في داخل الاجتماع الآن. باقان يتكلم عن راوند تيبل كونفرنس، لكن في الأجندة الليلة الموجود راوند تيبل كونفرنس ما موجودة فيه. فالكلام ده هيبقى كلام ساكت. هيكون كلام استهلاكي للشعب. ده ما كلام هيكون مبنى للموضوع، لأنه ببساطة لو ريل اس بي ال و اس اس يو اف جادين عن الراوند تيبل كونفرنس ده المفروض يكون في الأجندة. يعني حاسس أنت ملاحظ إنه الأجندة has been adopted وناس بدوا discussion. يعني you cannot have presentation without adoption of the agenda. أنت في أي اجتماع قبل ما بتبدأ بأجندة. You adopt the agenda, then you start the meeting. It's simple. حتى في الاجتماعات الخاصة. الآن ما في adoption بتاع round table conference. معناه المنطق اللي كان مقول بإنه you want to transform the Nairobi talks into round table conference is not holding any water. It's not holding any water. It's simple logic. So what next? What next? معناه أنت هتتحصر في النقاش بتاع القضايا السياسية. والقضايا السياسية ده what Juba wants. ده الحاجة خلوا روم فيو. That's why they left Rome, they came. Now they're in to discuss with you political issues. Once you accept, خلاص هيقبلوا. والميدياتors mark my word no guys talk for غرفة ده. You are listening يا جماعة. أنا ما prophet. I'm not a Jewish prophet but I can read politics correctly. هتشوفوا الأيام الجاي. Okay. ما في round table conference will be discussed. They will continue discussing political issues. وهيتم ضغوط على الكوادر المسؤولة للمحادثات. وهيتم تنفيذ اتفاق أجل signing of agreement.
It is said from May 12 until agreement is reached. And he said the negotiation will be based on the adopted agenda. And the agenda so mafia agenda adopted.
That is it. شنو هيحصل اخوي سامويل؟ هيحصل كآتي. في جزء من القيادات هناك هيقولوا لا this is not what we want. وفي جزء من القيادات هيقولوا لا this is what we want. قيادة المعارضة by the way. المعارضة يا كلهم هيمضوا الاتفاق في نيروبي يمشي جوبا، يا معارضة هيتقسم في نيروبي and mark my word. يا معارضة هيتقسم في نيروبي المشي المحادثات. لأنه ما هو مفرع عليه. عشان كده نحن قلنا كصومة قلنا the writing is clear on the wall واضح. اوكي نيروبي ما نيوترال زي ما تريزا قال لك. هم جوبا هو دفع القروش الليله بتاع الاجتماعات الحاصله في نيروبي الان. جوبا يا دافع لان انا كنت حاضر في اجتماع بتاع روم ما قدروا يدفعوا لهم التذاكر. سنجيتي هو دفع لنا ما عندهم قروش كيين مفلسين. جوبا now يا بدفع. وانت متخيل يا اخوي سامويل بين جوبا is paying this money for nothing؟ Of course انت عارف كينيين كويس. وانت عارف الرئيس الكيني الان ويليام روتو ده وكان واقف في انتخابات. تعرف جوبا داو قروش للدعوه الانتخابيه بتاعه. جوبا داو قروش كتير. سو انت في اريد الاسد. انت في اريد الاسد. انت جيت براك تمسك هناك. يعني زي قصه زمان مولانا نقطع كلامي بديس قصه. بتاع الاسد والحمار والثعلب. اسد بقى عجوز فبقى مشتاق لشيء بتاع حمار. قام قال لثعلب يا ثعلب عليك الله صاحبي انا بقيت مشتاق للحم حمار. وقال له المشكله وين؟ قال له والله انا عجوز
بس ده
ما بقدر نقتل الحمار. قال له حاجه عادي حمار بيجيبوا لك لحد يجي الغرفه بتاعك. قال له كلامك ده جد يا زول؟ قال له والله كلامك جد يا زول. قال كلامك جد. قام الثعلب مشى لقى حمار قاعد ياكل فقش. قال له يا حمار اخبارك؟ كيف انت تمام؟ حمار قال له انا كل الحمد لله. قال يا زول في زول بسال عنك. زول بسال عني؟ قال له منو كان ملك الغابه ذاته؟ قال له يا زول ملك الغابه بسال عني ذاته؟ قال والله ملك الغابه بسال عنك قاعد يشتاق لك يونس معك. حمار قال له لكن انا بونس معه كيف اصل لو مشينا هناك بيته هينضوي وهياكلني. قال لا ولا باكلك ولا حاجه نمشي. عمر خلاص ركب له البتاع في راسه قال ملك الغابه مشتاق له. وكيف مشى هناك في الغرفه في الحوش بتاع الاسد. الاسد المهم ما عمل كالكوليشن كويس قام قطع اذان بتاع حمار قام جرى. فاسد was so angry قال يا سلام I missed my opportunity. سلام قال له you don't miss no opportunity. قال له كيف؟ قال له انا هجيبه لك جد. قال له يا زول بعد ما انا اكلت اذانه ده ومره هيرجع تاني البيت بعيد. قال له لا عمر ده انا هجيبه تاني بيجوا بيتي لا. انا ما اقدر. So he went back. But this this boy كده لحمار قال له يا حمار اخبارك يا. قال يا زول ما ادري اتكلم معك. قال عليك الله. جيت اتحدى شويه قول بسم الله. قال له يا اخوي ملك الغابه يتكسر وما شافك كويس. وطبعا عجز وخرف شويه كده ممكن قال تغزاله ولا حاجه. فهي not me. حاجه ثانيه انا كنت سالته قال له دول عن حمار انا قطعته ده. قال له والله ده كويس انا ممكن اخد فوق التاج كويس. فهي was not even meant in a good way. هذا لو حصل هيكون لك in a good way لانه هيكون التاج بتاعه في راسك هكذا ملك. حمار انبسط مشى. This time اسد اكله. This is what we have seen. يعني ما ممكن نمشي خرطوم اوريدي مشينا وعمر اسد ده قطع اذاننا. خرطوم كنا في خرطوم جبروا ناس. صلاح الجوز جاء مسك ناس وداهم في الجهاز الامني وقال لهم والله انتوا دول ما مضات الاتفاق. لان تتذكر ايشو بتاع بورder كوميشن ناس بتاع سوا وجزء من former detainees not فوق قال do not sign an agreement without this issue بتاع borders. مش ودهم في محل جهاز الامن. سلاحقوش قال لهم هو شوفوا ما دارين لخبطه معاكم. السودان ده ما منظمه خيريه. يا you will sign يا you will go جوبا. قال في واحد عمك كده يجوز انه سكر سوري قام بان. You know جماعه خاف they have to be forced to go. فنحن شفنا ناس جنرال توماس escape في خرطوم by luck. يعني اضلنا ده حسن اكلوا خرطوم. ثاني نمشي نيروبي this time again قال في السلام فوق عشان يجي ياكلونا فوق يا جماعه. ما بقول في عقل. انا ما I don't mean اكل literally but I mean cheating. They will cheat you in Nairobi, they will pressure you in Nairobi, and you will sign an agreement. وبكره سامول هتيجي تقول له والله يا مولانا جبرونا يا اخوي. ولنا قلنا لك already هناك ده خط احمر ما تمشوا. Why do you want to go and make mistakes? Okay. Mistakes that we are seeing is not going to work. You want to go and do it for the sake of what? What do you want to approve? Or what do you want to convince? Or what do you want to satisfy? So that he can say you are a good boy. Are you trying to please Kenyans or are you trying to work to liberate South Sudanese? We are not in a business of pleasing people. So being in politics, you're not there to please people. That's why I said if you want to please people and for the people to be happy, that Wallahi General Fo is a good guy, Wallahi Haj is a good guy, you sell ice cream. Wallahi, you sell ice cream, you become friends with everybody. I don't know, selling ice cream is good, everybody likes it. But being a politician, you're not selling good, you're not selling cookies. You have to speak the truth as it is, no matter how bitter it is. No matter how bitter it is, you have to speak the truth. You know? So we are telling you, ya Jama, ayada wa the finaro. Bushman Shihina. And this is why in Adena Naskini, we don't tell the room. That's not minimum. What are they saying? Jesus the men of Kulumba done, Queen Kalam, they will lay sacket. The Mafoko Haja. They're not a trap. Manina Mahamir, Saniji Kulumara Yaduno Yogoshuna. No, we are not. We're human beings. This is what I could say, Molana, so right.
If I could just add a little to what Maulana has said.
Yeah, go on, please.
You know, yesterday, was it yesterday or the day before yesterday? I was at Edward's room when Pagan was being asked questions. And Pagan said something which he was proud of, but I was a bit very cagey about it. He said that, you know, the Kenyans have provided us very good security. From the moment we arrived at the airport, they were there, the security and the army were there, they received us, took us to the hotel, and the hotel is just like full of security army. We felt so safe.
Security against who? Against who now? My question is supposed to ask itself. You know who is security against who? Who's he protected against?
Exactly. You are not going to have a way up. Interlazim, tamda. Because they want to make sure they know where you are. Intermash, when the toilet, eventually, the Amro Kalambita performed. And I thought that General Pagan Amum, as a security person, should have calculated that and asked in all talks, such as the map, why this one? So I'm even now doubting whether the guy has forgotten his military credentials. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hi. There is a question there for you, but let me say this. And that is gonna be like let me say it's likely that there will be a split in Nairobi. I'm just assuming in this kind, if General Pagan will admit with this kind of situation, and like you just mentioned what he said, Sasal Hajj. So I'm assuming this, but anyways, good luck for them. Let me give chance to Brother Charles Tahile. Maybe you want to ask question, and then there is two questions that I have them in well, let's say one and a half in WhatsApp for Dr. Alhajo. Maybe also Ambassador Emmanuel can can share his view on it. Charles, if you're there, ask your question.
Thank you. I have a question and a comment. Sabaker, good afternoon. Tabana Jamin Shogun. I'm listening to that's one good Sabaker. Sister Teresa. My neighbor,
you become like Salfakir one way. You went to Nairobi and said, "What time is it now?"
But Salfakir, they don't have nothing. They didn't have my money. Ambassador, leader of LDM Patriotic Front, Dr. Al-Haq, Samuel, Simon, Joseph, Ogawan, Dr. Dol, neighbor here. Wakulu, European and Australian head were our patriots, freedom fighters for the Federal Democratic Republic of Equatoria. This is General Charles Pinson, the leader of Equatorial Bloc for Equality and Justice Movement. First, Ambassador, thank you very much, for at least clarifying this doubt of the new arrivals in Nairobi. I have question, but I want to start with a comment. I don't know whether I will ask the question after. You see, Ambassador Emmanuel, the Nairobi dialogue has already been concluded. I think it is a show. According to our Equatorial Central Intelligence Services, for the last 2 weeks, Pagamu have been in consultation with the Salva Kiir, talking on the phone. This, we don't want to bring out it. But sometimes we need to also to tell the truth like Nas Alma Bear Fajadel. Ambassador Emmanuel Angulu later see counterinsurgency within Soma and an NCF that was formed, and then the non-signatories. How can even Pagana Mum say on behalf of non-signatories, on behalf of NCF, on behalf of real SPLM? Who delegated him? And now you say that they did not even sign the charter. I think the only charter that they sign is the non-signatories. That you came and changed from Soma to non-signatories name. Wait to the same people. Now, and he said that he came with the organization, not these other civil society organizations. Yeah, Ambassador Emmanuel, how many of those organizations that are left with you, and how many went to what? To Nairobi talks, dialogue. I don't say dialogue because dialogue is an open-ended way of discussing issues. But what I took like Nairobi is a reconciliation meeting between Salva Kiir and Paul Malone. And they use the agreement as a means of their reconciliation. That's what they say. I get it. Kenya talks. The guideline, the one you gave us at the roadmap about the Nairobi talks. This is the new agenda that Molong and Pagan and SSPM leader General Stephen presented to the Kenyan people and to the colonial South Sudan, so that they can discuss that this is the issue that we want to be discussed, like you raised in the Rome talks. I believe nothing. And Pagan stated that in his statement that there will be no agreements because other agreements have failed. So that means they are not going to sign any agreement, but I know they will sign an agreement. So they concluded that we are coming here just to go to Juba, and because we all already agreed. Like I said, there has been intensive conversation between the three leaders. We did not receive any consultation ma South Sudan People's Movement or Army, General Jede Abuai. So, if you look now at this, that means Juba, the Gilbert Takiangali, this funding is provided by the regime. The Ambassador Emmanuel, Fina began Gali in the 8. Adina 8, Adina Akil free. There's nothing in the Western world Gali free. Budileta, Ofia Jatano Bratongo Benal. Budileta, Bro Amul Kida. So it's a give and take. So if Kenya cannot fund, if IGAD cannot fund the talks in Nairobi, then the government of South Sudan, the colonial South Sudan government, is the one that funded because he knows what already they are going to get from these leaders. First and foremost, if you look at the body language of the two leaders that we saw when they are greeting, Salva Kiir, Paganamu, there's a smile. Paul Molam, Salva Kiir, you can see a smile, but there's a problem. Amul kanu marata teisu ita mara de maderaino or udita o lakino maderaino fe ataki. Look why this question nobody asked. Why did Molong put the glasses? What is he covering? Glasses are luxury command, not ordinary glasses. Did you guys ask these questions? There's something wrong. And there's something, they are working on it. I believe me, when Molong goes to Juba, you'll see the smile of Molong. Mafi glasses out. Mafi glasses. And there's rumors already, Dr. Madu. That's because Dr. Madu, Madu, Alfi Australia. He said, soon there will be a comatch. Then there will be a fight soon. And Molong is working on that with Kiir. It's the reality. There will be war. And also, don't forget, Emmanuel, Matagel Gabana, adopted son of Mude Gaban Lisa Tabana. Now it's a pretty no more like adoption. But that man, you can also adopt me. You become the adopted son of Mikang if you want. I will be only remaining a Equatorian here. You can wait. So, Ambassador, there is a prophecy by Monte. Galaka Limu leader, the Kulu Juba. And you, Thomas Jirilo Malokadi, will be the witness now. I added that one there. You will be the witness. This cannot recommend the bada. Munde did not know as I'm the one who added as adopted son of Munde Muzu. I'm the one who added that you will be the witnesses. So give these people time. Give these people time. David said, this time, if something happened to Kiir, we the IU are the one gonna take the what? The leaders, whether they like it or not, we're gonna take it. So just wait. The Moyasida is a good boy. Once can furu karas, you will see. Now, back to the topic here, Ambassador. The people of South Sudan, Al-Musamirin, my Dankisuku Biambana. The reality is that the peace agreement, the access, the revitalized agreement, the resolution of the conflict in the Republic of South Sudan has not been implemented. The national dialogue, resolutions, there are Sadum Pagana Mumfogo. Pagana Galsuru, Salva Kiir did not implement national dialogue resolutions or put to Vituri Chito. Okutu Vituri Tarabeza. Yana Gulu, and I asked them in the room the other day. And I came answer, what will make Salva Kiir not to put the solution to Nairobi Vituri to Tarabeza Recasoro? Although go to sit go for Muftari if you are Terbez and I can big about the fatter. So Kir will never implement the Nairobi talks. They all already know that. Since Pagan also agreed that there's no any agreement, we are just coming to dialogue, and then we go back and implement the peace. The question will be, Kir will not harm Ajede, Pagan ma Ajede, ma Paul Molong, but Kir will harm the followers of them, the leaders. Tanaze, like what he did to Dr. Riak. We know commanders, other political leaders for SPLMIO. Mad. People don't want to talk about this. For some of us who know them, that's mad. Omamutu Kef. Besamamu. A non-gunman. As a mother, a non-gunman asked, Mobeski Stakal Bedawa. Nasgimut after 6 months, 3 months, Sunu Shulukida. You see? So, this regime Tasalfa Kidra and Gen Council of Elders is a regime that needs total dismantlement and total destruction, total elimination, so that its roots are uprooted from everywhere in the colonial South Sudan borders. I began to see to command. I
just wanted to add for you something, because as to Albita Zoldak, it was not really on the national dialogue. The guy did not understand it very well. The guy was talking, the question of this gentleman was on the South-South dialogue, which was frustrated by the SPLM themselves. Because a South-South dialogue there was a dialogue that was done by the Sudanese, which they gave the SPLM Umada as Haraka Shabia, أنه يديروا جنوب السودان لحد 2015. بعد ذاك الناس بيجي بيعملوا دستور جديد للبلد. But the SPLM decided to bulldoze this. They ran out with assault of the Dawla. But Pagan did not understand. He thought the guy was talking about the national dialogue, which was shelved by Kir. This is the correction that I just wanted to make for you. But you can go ahead.
Yeah. But if we talk also about the South dialogue during the SPLA, that South to South dialogue succeeded. And that's why you see that, the SPLA at that time, there was no wars again, and the people tried to reconcile, especially the Wulita peace talk, where it was done in Wulit. So, yeah. But what the guy means was national dialogue. Maybe we have their understanding, but he seemed to be talking about the national dialogue that took in 2015. So Ambassador, back Lenazil, there's something that Pagan agree with you, but ignorantly, he did not know that he's in Nairobi. Ogal making of a clubhouse. Ogali Sulu. Gali, he said about the round table conference. We'll work hard that this round table conference is taken to a neutral place in the neighboring countries. It's a soft contradiction there. Okay. Those of Emmanuel and Thomas Cirillo say that, Nairobi is not a safe area or place for us to do the round table there. As who is wrong here? You a clubhouse there, you pay attention to his speeches and politician there, so that we follow them word by word. Now that he said that the round table conference, so when they sit to that Marato, they are going to conclude the meeting here. He's still having a dream. Then as Emmanuel there, we're still working for round table conference. There's some contradictions. Now, you talk about inclusivity.
No, please. No. Please. We have organization here. You finish, Charles, and then we can go. Dalari, and you wait. Go on, Charles. Conclude. So you ask your question.
Yeah. So jadi kata kama kanas kita tahu jadi tiri. So ama lakini marda ke ambassador Emmanuel. So he's still dreaming that the roundtable conference is going to take place. But Salva Kiir concluded that there's no roundtable conference. Come to Nairobi and come to Juba. Done. We'll give you your positions and work with us. Maybe if and there's also, according to our Equatorial Central Intelligence agents in Juba, that General Ajede Pagan will be run mate Ajede Fita Salva Kiir, and then Molong will be Auditor Defense, Minister of Defense. So watch out about this. This will come into open soon. So these people have already agreed. The only person that may not go, that may have a problem, may start also in Nairobi, maybe Ajede is Stephen Boyero Island. Kanoma Jerez that Thomas Chililo in Juba there, or because fooling up. Because as a Bikabaso Bera, they trick him to Juba, Kutulo Gejim Tani. Dure Gejide, the Gibela Jede, Abanza de Manuel Gali Adi, Canada de, Dude Kalasa Dana Badi, Ile Razebe Bangap. Follow these words. Today, Yom Kap, Alela Yomet Marshal. And we'll review this after Komata the elections. Or before elections. Okay? So, Yakwana, my question to Ambassador Emmanuel, according to our Equatorial Central Intelligence Service, we received this information and I wrote it here and I have to repeat it. We have received credible information that the reasons why, I say here, Ambassador Emmanuel, according to our Equatorial Central Intelligence Service in Nairobi, it was confirmed that the reasons why you were left out was that General Thomas Chirilo and Alex Lokadi are Equatorial separatists. They said this, by not bringing them to Nairobi, will isolate Emmanuel Ajawin, who is so loud a key figure in Soma. Please respond and clarify. Okay? This is reported is 100%. Our external affairs agents in Nairobi are not Nasama Bearabu, they are working. So, Ambassador, number 2 is, do you believe that General Pagan hijacked it and used National Consensus Forum for him to go to Nairobi and to go to Juba? Is it because he used it as a means to go to Juba? Muhammad Zegan Emmanuel Lekan Wahi. You know? So
did you finish your question? Just focus with the 2 questions, so then we can let Ambassador Emmanuel answer.
Yeah. And so it's like saying Emmanuel Wahid, now he used the SOMA, he used the NCF, he used the non-signatories as a means to go to Juba. Last but not least, Ambassador Emmanuel, you talk about the funding being given by the government. It has been also confirmed, and also Salva Kiir himself confirmed that he authorized the national security agents in Nairobi not to abduct delegation Del. Not to abduct delegation Del. And that means
These people are part and parcel of us now. Don't take them. Don't abduct them. Don't threaten them. It's not because about the Kenya and the security services, but Salva Kiir told them don't take them. Thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I was Equatorial, independent, and separation is the only way. Unity is not attractive. Shukran takum.
The telephone that again say. Let's go on, Ambassador. Yeah.
And then you can answer them there. You could answer you, General. Can you just wait a second? I'm just trying to answer this guy. Yeah, General, I think you asked me 3 questions that you have asked. It is, I don't know about your intelligence, but I also got information about what is going on. Some of us, of course, have been singled out to be, they call me extremist, they call me militant, and there's someone, Zul Kabir, who was almost talking around Katir. But this is nature of politics. I don't think General Thomas has ever spoken or looked at himself as an Equatorian leader. And this is the problem I have, my European, and I've said this many times. Tarif, when Garang was fighting for a new Sudan, and he actually imposed himself in the political landscape of the Sudanese politics. And SPLA became a force to reckon with. No Sudanese could not comprehend, first of all, the intellectualism of Dr. John Garang, the fact that Garang is a PhD holder, not only from any university, but in America. That was a problem. Because to them he's a nigger. He shouldn't be that educated. The second was Garang oratory. Garang was very articulate in addressing the problem of the Sudan. To them, this was too much, because none of these so-called Jalaba or the Belet could articulate the way Garang was articulating. So there was like, who is this nigger? And then they started not trying to belittle John Garang. They started saying, Harakat Garang. They will not say, Harakat Sha'bi Tahrir Sudan. To many of you who used to know and hear the radios of Khartoum, they used to call it Harakat Garang. And then you used to say, Beno Harakat Garang, the Harakat Denkawiya. The Dinka, the Harakat of the Denka. And all was meant to belittle Don John Garang and to make him that he's not fit to be a national leader. But Garang can only be reduced into a tribal leader. So it will be good to just befit him to call him a Dinka leader, rather than a Sudanese leader who wants to liberate Sudan based on new political dispensation. And that's always the attitude of the oppressor. The oppressor assumes that the person who is fighting for the rights is not nationalistic enough, and therefore they must be pushed either to a region or to a tribe. This is what is taking place with my brother and comrade in arms and in struggle, General Thomas. They're looking at Thomas because he has been consistent in his message. Thomas has never talked about tribe. Thomas has never talked about his region fighting for Equatoria. He's always saying, I'm fighting for the whole South Sudanese. Thomas has been articulate in his approach. Thomas is a military general that you cannot mess with. Mas the General Tagaba. He went to military college and graduated from military college. Therefore, there's also an envy, you know. So to belittle him, because if you said Thomas is a national leader, of course his message will be appealing to even others who do not come from Equatoria. So what do? You try to defame General Thomas. They will try to call him Walai Thomas Zolta Bare to make the propaganda that Thomas said one of his demands in peace talks is for the Dinka to leave Equatoria and for the grave of Dr. John Garang to be moved. All these are nonsensical. Nonsense. Okay. They just meant to belittle him because he is a nationalist. You know. So there's no grain of truth. But if the one to isolate, I don't think they will isolate Thomas. or do I select myself or Alex? Yes, a Jawin may not have battalions or divisions, but a Jawin can be a mosquito in the ear of the elephant. And if a mosquito decides to make noise in the elephant ear, elephant will never sleep. He will have a sleepless night. And Junubin also, they need to know one thing. It's not about what you have now. Politics changes. Yes, some of us may not have the army, but I tell you, the lion, dictatorial Mojud for Juba, in his own J1, Barji Fuminan, President Mindu Jesh, that came to the microphone, but you will make the dictator in J1 to shake and have a sleepless night. You know, I don't think Wallahi Nazel, they cannot bring change. As Emmanuel, as Facebook, as you people say, when that's the clubhouse, why as William Ruto will look for somewhere in clubhouse? Why will Kir will try to persuade him to write a letter to somebody, Jawen for clubhouse making noise? Because they know the impact of what we are doing. Many of you may not know, but we are working. We are working diplomatically, we are working in the region, and we are working a lot of things we are doing behind the scene towards the struggle and how to remove this regime. So, Charles, yes, it may have some sense of truth in the sense that some of them are saying that General Thomas and myself, we are the one who are busy spoilers. We are the one that what do you call the word they were using? Not only busy spoilers, but we are you know, what's the word? Obstacle to peace. Not only obstacle. We are extremists.
Rigid.
Yeah. We are radical. Radical. Yes. We are radical. We are extremists. We are what? Okay. Ajawin is extremists. But you know, let them call us whatever they want to call us. You may call us extremists. You may call us whatever. It doesn't add anything to us. It doesn't subtract. We are standing with the principles upon which we think the issues of South Sudan can be resolved. Okay. The years now we have been spent in exile to oppose this regime. It has not been easy, but we are consistent in our message that we want a total change in our country. South Sudan deserves better. So they can call us whatever they want to do. Regarding the call of NCF and Bagan alluding to it, we corrected it yesterday and I did earlier. I said that was inappropriate from General Bagan. Nobody mandated him. NCF did not mandate him. And which Soma is he talking about? Is it only him and Malone? Soma has three organizations, which is NAS, SNMC, and NDM, are not part of the talks. So which Soma is he talking about? NCF has not mandated him to go and talk in the Nairobi peace negotiation on their behalf. But that was meant intentionally, trying to increase the weight, you know, in front of the international community. But that's not true. It's not correct that he's speaking on behalf of NCF. And if he thinks he's speaking on behalf of NCF and he has a document, let him produce it for us. We did not meet an NCF from the day.
Yeah, I think. Oops. No, thank you. Please, nobody should open microphone. Okay, nobody should open their microphone because we have to be organized here. Dolarjin, you can ask question here because we have.
I'm going to ask question. I'm going to make a comment and ask a couple questions.
No, just ask your question. Just ask your question because we have some other question on the line as well.
Yeah, because you know there is a misinformation here, and I think it's believe is the understanding of what is going on in Nairobi. You know, in the bush there are animals, and within the animal there is a king of the animal, lion. The lion usually say something that the other animal will not say. And that is why you see even in the bush of South Sudan right now, we have rebel group movement. Some of them, they will never say Kir to step down, and they know Kir is the problem. But some
Some of these rebel groups are calling for Kir to step down because it is the only solution for the people of South Sudan. That is one thing we need to know. The peace agreement in Nairobi right now is not inclusive because it's only engaging those who are not threat to Salva Kiir. That one we have to understand that. And I've seen people they don't want to talk about that. If you look at Paul Malone, Stephen Waironya, Paganamum, this bunch of whatever, I don't know, general, they don't have any issue with Salva Kiir. Their claim is that I have a personal issue with somebody working with Kiir. Like, for example, Malone will say, I have a problem with Akolkor, I have a problem with Stephen Boy will say, I have a problem with Tutkel, and Pagan will say, I have a problem maybe with Lambot. One thing that people of South Sudan need to understand here is that there is a tension now, a war of which many of the SPLM, they all know now that Salva Kiir is going to die. Even how he walked in Nairobi, most of you see that on the TV. You know, is somebody who is already finished. Now, the SPLM, the real SPLM, or what we call the senior SPLM, they have a war tension, a real war which might happen soon or later between the SPLM and NCP, National Congress of Sudan, in Juba. Many of you don't know this. Now, this is what has been started right now. Because the SPLM, they are thinking if Salva die, they wanted to claim the power. These SPLM outside and even the SPLM members inside you. But the NCP are deep. They have power, military power. If you look at Akolkor, he's NCP. Tutkel, these are, they have thousands of militia fighters in South Sudan. And many of you here, you don't know. Because South Sudan is just a full of bunch of idiots and people who are ignorant.
Yeah. Largin? The Largin?
They repeat them. Look here.
Can you ask the question now? Ask the question.
Yeah, you know, the thing that we wanted to really know here is that the solution to a problem like this is not going to come from noise on social media here. We got to take action. And this is something that I have been telling you a long time ago. Ajama, people, you know, you can suffer. And the reason you suffer is not, don't blame it on other people. It's because of your own ignorance. Because if people like again now telling you that they wanted to study the problem, they want to define the problem. Why is he in the push for the war? Does the problem of South Sudan need to be defined to anybody here? Among us here, I believe many of us, we are educated. And all of us, we are well informed about the problem of South Sudan. Do we need to define it for you? And that is why we have problems. You try to blame it on self or on who is because of ignorance. People here, many of them, they have low consciousness about their life, about South Sudan, that's why they cannot take decision. And that's why you see it's very hard for us. So the solution is not going to be a social contract, as if people don't know about it. By the way, let me tell you this. The appearance of Pagan today on late media is really something that some of you who are family members must be concerned. The guy is really sick. He was sneezing, he cannot talk, and he doesn't know that in Nairobi...
Dr. Largin, please just ask question. First of all, Pagan is there because he's someone traveled from America to this. Yeah, of course, not just wait. No.
And we could hear it from, he cannot talk because of sneezing.
Yeah.
So, you know, we are concerned because we know the tactic of Salva Kiir.
Please. Largin, I don't want too much assumption of something that out of your hand. Just ask your question. Ask your question.
Because always You don't want people to talk. Opposition.
Dalarian, I want you to ask a question. Oh God, just but I don't know who dropped him because he's out of hand. Zolle Shamolo moderator.
Yes, sir. We are trying to help you. We are helping you.
No, please, Charles.
We know what we are doing here. Mark is all the China below there helping us. Do you think that we don't know what we are doing?
Please.
This platform has been existing here for years. We don't need anybody help. Ita jale swal asal swala. Remind us swal, no need of coming up here. This is not a place for giving a lecture. We have speakers, Ali, offer the many speakers. Some of us who have been here, we don't talk. Do you think that we don't know how to talk? You come for a question, ask your question. You don't have a question, sit down, coffee there. So please don't waste our time.
I think Molana, Bulldozer is right. Let's keep it to questions rather than people coming and talking things that are not appropriate. Even if Bagan is sick, it is not something that people could be wishing for him sickness, wishing quick recovery. And let us avoid this kind of conversation. So let us, those who are coming for questions, let them ask questions and then they.
Absolute no, Medit, no. Medit.
So, Medit, you will correct later when your time comes. We know because you are the one that invited Pagan, so you will explain that later to the
You know, just wait. Medit, please. You cannot just come up and then open microphone. First of all, when Dollarigin was talking, I stopped him because we don't want this kind of language. That's why I stopped him. He cannot come here and talk on this person. We know that when you travel from place will always get called, and that's normal. But you can't just start to accuse him. So, yeah, let's move on because we have more questions coming. There are some questions on the chat. I need to take them first, and because some people came late and you're asking a question that already been answered, you will listen to the audio later. A question from Ustaz Federico to Ambassador Emmanuel is why can the remaining Soma join effort under a unified military action against the regime, raising resources to strengthen the boots on the ground? This is a question. Ambassador Emmanuel, go on, please.
Yeah, thank you, Molana. And also, I thank the person who asked the question. The question is pertinent. You see, the issue of military, although Naz is a member of SOMA, and we have been very strict in terms of utilizing the military strength to force kill into a table or to go for an outright war. NAS has been on a defensive strategy since we signed the Koha agreement. Our understanding was that we give chance the political solution to the problem in our country. Military and going out to an outright war must be the last option when all the avenues and all the peaceful avenues we're searching for has failed. The issue of war, my dear compatriots, is not a joke. It's a big decision. It should only be left to be the last option. We still feel at this stage that we can explore the peace talks. But of course, you cannot talk indefinitely. There's also time when you will say that, look, you're not serious, and we go to the other options. Military, of course, these are options that we have on the table. And I would lie to you that if I say we are not thinking of anything in that line, but we will not be discussing such military issues in social media in terms of the sensitivity of it. So I can just assure you that even if we embark on a military, the purpose of any guerrilla struggle is to bring a total change by taking over the reign of power in the country, or you push the regime to a negotiating table where they will give in to your demands. And also war is an extension, another extension of politics. But time will dictate when we will deploy this option. And when we do, we will not come and talk much about it in the media. It will be in the field. So what I want the people of South Sudan to know is that opposition, if there's any agreement signed in Nairobi, and if the mediators have closed all the avenues, then of course the opposition will meet and will strategize on what to do.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel. There is one question for Dr. Hajj. Then we can give also. This is from WhatsApp. The question is, like, if Dr. Hajj can analyze it. Ask Dr. Al-Hajj to analyze the call, say, African solution problem, but yet the African are appealing to European for money. Does this call make sense? It's like a question when because we heard Ruto also repeat this notion. Ustaz Al-Hajj for that.
Thank you, Teresa. And let me thank the person who asked the question. First of all, what I want to say is that this phrase, African solutions for African problems, sadly enough, was not a phrase that was framed by Africans. No, the Africans did not come up with this phrase. This phrase was coined by the Pope John, in 1973, where he said, let the world, let Africans resolve their own problems. So Africans find solutions to their own problems. Now, many Africans do not refer to that fact that actually the ownership of this phrase is European. It's not African in nature. But because they like to use it to promote their own interests, they use it sparingly. Only when it is in situation that when it suits Africans to use it for their own interests, they will come up with it. But truly, why should African problems be different from problems of other societies in the world? Because globally, Africa from 1884, the Berlin Conference, has been ruled as colony of Europeans. All the countries in Africa, the major European countries were Britain, France, Portugal, Spanish, and Germany. Germany only, I think, were in Tanzania and then in Southwest Africa. And in Cameroon, that part of Cameroon which is called Ambazonia, which is fighting for separation. And most of the problems that Africans experience are connected to colonialism. And since they are connected to colonialism, they are hybrid problems They are both European and African problems. And therefore, if you look at any problem, even our problem right now and the talks in Kenya has a European Eurocentric element to it. Take the Troika. Take the Americans. They have a stake in it. How can that be an African problem? African solving an African problem. African solution to African problem. When you are being funded by people who have got interests and they are not from Africa, how can that be Africans solving their own problem? If we are talking about African solutions to African problems, intrinsically they need to be at the core and at the periphery African in nature. So it is a fallacy to invoke this phrase when in reality our problems always involve outsiders. For example, today, America since 1991 has been a unipolar world. Anything that has been done from that time until recently has American influence on it. Take our case. We would never have become independent if George W. Bush did not force negotiations under John Danforth, Reverend John Danforth. Although initially they wanted it for United Sudan, but because of the influence of diaspora, they had to accept self-determination. So that cannot be an African solution. It was an American solution. Not European, but it was an American solution. Now, how come that somebody like Kir or somebody like Ruto now can say they want an African solution to an African problem? If the problem emanated from a body that was created by American solution, why should it be confined to it? Because logically, you can't restrict the solution to Africans when Africans do not have the structures and the tools for solving the problem. I think Emmanuel has been articulating this issue just before us. The tickets for representatives of people who are invited for the party was a problem for Kenya to meet. If you cannot fund events which are crucial to the solutions, how can that become an African solution to an African problem? If you cannot apply true African ideology of solutions resolved under a tree, which means all of us come, you invite everybody. If you don't accept this concept, the African concept of all of us must be under the tree to discuss the problem without any violence, how can that African problem be solved? So if you want to solve African problems, don't talk about democracy, because democracy is not an African concept. Don't talk about peace talks, political peace talks, because this is not African problems. This is not African concept. Our concept is completely different. And so if anybody wants African solution for African problems, the whole thing must be African at core, without any external thing coming to it. The ideology has to be African. The arrangement has to be African. The invitation has to be African. The language used has to be African, not English, not French. Has to be African. And the rituals have to be African. Why do you have a solution which involves European ideology, European models, European approach, and then you just say you will use all this to bring an African solution to an African problem. You can't do that because it is contaminated. So I don't buy the fallacy of African solutions to African problems, because until we become aware of ourselves and of the things that I've mentioned in terms of ideology, in terms of that approach, in terms of what, and for us to shun things like Nairobi now, because if we were to have an African solution, we even didn't need to go to Kenya. We South Sudanese did not need to go to Kenya. We should be able to solve our problems alone in South Sudan without violence. And there should be no AK-47 from Russia or Toshka from whatever country. There shouldn't be these weapons. We should sit down and respect our chiefs, respect our elders, to have that conversation. But we have thrown that out and we have adopted a European, or now generally a global approach which is centered around Eurocentrism. How do you then implement this African solution for African problems? So I think the whole thing is a fallacy, and the whole thing is used for deceiving people to believe that we are having an African solution to African problems, when the problems themselves are not African in nature. The cause of the problems is Europe. For European in center, in nature, the ideologies used are European ideologies. We can't have that. So we shouldn't buy into these proposals which are really not thought out. These are people who are talking without thinking what they are talking about. Because if I'm going to talk about African solutions for African problems, we in South Sudan are Africans. We should be able to resolve our problems in South Sudan without bringing foreigners. You don't have to call for UN. You don't have to call for outsiders to be in it. And it is this which is the challenge. Okay? And it is painful when it comes from somebody who is a hypocrite like Ruto and Kenya. We have argued strongly for addressing the South Sudan problem by putting the root causes on the table and deal with it there and then seriously to find solutions for it. This is typically African in nature. When we have problems in Africa, all our elders come under the tree and they will say, before the problem is solved, we need to know why, what happened, what is the cause. Ruto is refusing that right now in Kenya. Kir is refusing that in Kenya. What type of African solutions are these? It's fallacy. You know, when itself, Kenya itself in 2007, when the elections was done and Ruto and Uhuru rigged the election and it led into violence, when they tried to find a mediator, they first talked to the Ghanaian president, the AU, and what have you, and eventually Kofi Annan had to lead that mediation. Kofi borrowed the African tradition of solving problem. He didn't call it African solution. He insisted that if he was going to mediate the Kenyan problem, the root causes of the problem must be addressed. And he needed to understand what are the root causes of Kenya. He studied it. His team studied the root causes. That is why Kofi Annan was able to come up with a result which was acceptable to the Kenyans, and it brought peace to Kenya. The same Kenyans now are refusing us to talk about our root causes to solve a problem. So it was good for them and not good for us. Do you see the hypocrisy? So I underline this phrase as far as it's concerned in our current time, it is useless. We have to deal with the real world and using the tools that are in the real world to solve our problems based on how we feel what the problems are. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Haj, for your elaboration. I don't know, Ambassador Emmanuel, do you have anything regarding this notion? I guess yesterday you, or was it sometime? Yeah, you can go on.
Yesterday I spoke about it. You know, the notion. Al-Haj just gave the historical aspect of where it actually emanated from, and he's right. But of course, the dictators in Africa wanted to shield themselves from revolutionary forces and revolutionary movements who are fighting against the injustice and dictatorship and the overstaying of these presidents. So what they did through the African group in the United Nations, they started negotiating something they call a cooperation agreement, which means a cooperation agreement on issues of peace and security between the African Union Peace and Security Council and also the United Nations Security Council. So in that framework, they agreed that African problems, African solutions for African problems, which mean literally that if Africa there's a problem in a country, then that country should resolve it within the sub-region. In case of South Sudan, we are part of East Africa, so IGAD will look into it. If IGAD feels that it has to be taken upward, then it goes to the African Union. It is only when African Union fails that they should be taken to the international community. But this, of course, as Haj said, it was meant to keep the dictators and also for the dictators to ensure that any groups that are working to topple them, they actually handle at the level of the region. But the contradictory also, or contradiction with this, and me working in the CIS committee for a very long time in the UN, which is the legal committee of the United Nations, there was a concept introduced by Dr. Francis Deng called the responsibility to protect R2P. That's what we used to call it at the UN. It has now become an international law, legal doctrine. The responsibility to protect as a principle states that if a government, first of all, it says that sovereignty is with the people, and hence a government cannot claim sovereignty if it is abusing its own people. And that talks about that if a government is committing genocide or human rights violations and is not willing for the international community to assist, it is the moral right of the international community to intervene. You have seen the intervention in Libya. It was actually a part of under the doctrine of responsibility to protect R2P. You have also the intervention of Iraq, although they were saying it was a humanitarian intervention, but it was a classic also responsibility to protect because Gaddafi and Saddam Hussein were committing genocide or human rights atrocities against their own people. Now, the question becomes that why is the doctrine of responsibility to protect is applicable to certain countries selectively? And when it comes to South Sudan, where the leaders immerse in committing genocide and human rights violations, it's not invoked. Nobody's coming to help. We are told, no, it should be only handled under the concept of African solution for African problem. It's actually a hypocrisy and double standard. What is happening now, if you compare the death toll in Sierra Leone and compare the death toll in South Sudan is almost, if it's not 4, it's actually 20 times more than the people that were killed in Sierra Leone. In the war of Sierra Leone, where Charles Taylor was involved, 20,000 civilians were massacred in Sierra Leone. Charles Taylor today has been tried, and Charles Taylor is now serving his life imprisonment in Durham, here in Britain. But you have a president and his deputy who are responsible for killing of over 1 million, and yet they are welcome in the red carpet. They are treated as head of the states. There is no even an initiation of any legal proceedings against them. So you could see the double standard Al-Hajj is talking about. The double standard and the hypocrisy of the international community. So the notion of the solutions for African problems, it is a notion that is being adopted by dictators to push any revolutionary forces within their geographical locality. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, for your answer. And actually, in fact, just wait a second. Sorry? أنا ما أسمع صوتك بعيد.
As like they also discourage coup, they say coup should not be tolerated in Africa because they wanted to protect themselves as the peoples. This is what the gentleman
Okay.
to add to what
What Ambassador said. Yes, exactly. They added this. So, and then the other thing is just, the roundtable conferences is an African conflict resolution mechanism, by the way. So this is something that we want to add. But for those asking question, please relate your comment or your question toward the topic, so at least it will relate together, and then will be easy also for us, because we want to connect this thing together. Nairobi Peace Initiative rewards dictatorship and delays true peace. This is very important. Let's go to brother Matektek. You have question? Please go on. Babani, let me refresh. Is it Abani?
Yeah, give Abani.
Abani, I'm sorry. Yeah, go on. Yeah, sorry. I need to refresh my phone.
So just like my name is Aban, not Abani.
Abani, I say Aban. Sorry.
Aban
Sorry,
is a
I
man.
apologize. Yeah, okay. Aban, yeah, Aban. Go on with your question. Sorry about that. Yeah.
That's just like is the name is we like it, it's like call ourselves like native names. Abani or Sholo. Abani is a man, Abani is a woman. And then it's like I'm so glad to just like participate with you guys. And then just like Ambassador Emmanuel Ajawin, just like you see, we saw ourselves on you, like very young politicians, and it's like, look, you take our dreams, just like you are the one present our dreams as young people. It's like, hey, look, just what's happening in Nairobi now, we should know, just like, hey, even though just we try to see you, just like you say something, but you deny these things, you not participate in these things. But it's okay because you have a point, all right? And then all people participate in Nairobi talks. You see Comrade Fagana moves the first times, and he just get out from his whatever you guys know it. But really, Comrade Fagana move just like Kalom Bitao, the speech Bitao, even though it's like in the social media, the try is like concluded like Comrade Fagan who got Shinu Amal Shinu. Comrade Fagan is like even أقل من 5 دقائق. مشكلة بتاعنا كله في جنوب السودان لخص في أقل من 5 دقائق. And then we appreciate him. لأنه just like خط أي حاجة مشكلة بتاع السودان just like less than 5 minutes, more than it's like less than 5 minutes. And then we give him 100%. We give him what they call it, like it's like if rate him is like from 1 to 10. I give him 10. 10. I give him 10. If like speak with Comrade.
Yeah. Now ask your question. سؤال بتاعك شنو؟ دارين سؤال. سؤال بتاعك. Yeah.
سؤال بتاعي like ambassadors. Emmanuel Ajawin. we wish to know, it's like after Fagana moves, it's like you should be there. No matter what. Even though in the Khal of Mahams, you never go along with them, should be there. And even though it's like, I don't know, it's like ambassadors, you should be there. No matter what. To go right into Mukhalif Maham, Mama Maham, or whatever, it's like, I don't know what's going on with you, but you should be there. It's like young generation. And then it's like, man, this what Tani is like Guru. But Emmanuel Jawin, you are just like a young politicians, and just we trust you. Just like look, you are just like, I don't know what I call you, but it's like,
Yeah,
hey,
thank
look,
you. Now we got your point.
thing in your shoulder,
Yeah, thank you. We got your point. Ambassador Emmanuel, if you want to give a comment, please. Zol Albiji Khalis Al Swal. Yeah.
I don't think my namesake Aban also, because my name is Shuluk is Aban. I don't think he made any question. It was just he was commenting. He didn't make any question. So let us just move on. There was no question he asked.
Okay. Thank you.
He's calling you to come to Juba.
Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Then let's go. Based on my screen here is showing is Matektek, right? Or am I wrong?
Yeah.
Yeah, Matektek, go and ask your question, please. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you very much, Diversity, for opening this on Sunday. Nas Katir ko, Ana Wasalam, everybody, but I will not say name because Nas Katir. The piece that is the Nairobi piece, Al-Mashif in Nairobi, Taban, Al-Aja Terkabul, gave a question, Taban, into Nasal of the opposition. The only word we hear from you guys is the word say we are allies. But to me, I see my ally can be no ally to me anytime. So to me, when I see it, ally can be non-ally to you another time. To me, like I see it. General Fagan, we go to the clubhouse all the time. The word he's saying, he did not preach anything like tribalism, this is my, this is this. But Pagan, when he was in all platforms, with the Facebook clubhouse, the word that I hear from Pagan all the time is the root cause. We need to address the root cause of what happened, which is me. The root cause that caused the problem in South Sudan is very important for all of us, whether you are a government supporter or you are the opposition. The root cause is very important for all of us. If we see some people, they want to address the root cause, so tomorrow we will not have a problem. This is what the Pagan was preaching when he was here. Now, this is my question to Ambassador. Now, Pagan, he went inside there. But if you take glasses and take a look to Pagan and take a look to Malone and see Salva Kiir, and then the rest of the people back in the Juba, you're gonna say they are definitely the people of the root cause of 2013. Lano, this is the last two people who were left. They're not in Juba. So now, if Pagan and the Malone now they're inside the Juba, they will be inside in Juba. To me, I can see they are definitely the number that is needed for them to address the root cause, because all of them, the people you see there, they are the part of the root cause of 2013. Now, my question is here, Ambassador Nasser Gaidin. Do you see now, do you think that is General Pagan is going to ask here that is we're not going to go to do anything unless we address the root cause? What Kalau, G10, El Kalenadilayu, and all of this, do you think it's going to ask Salva Kiir that is we are going to sit down and then because the root cause is very important before the election? Or you can see that they're going to wrestling because they see now everybody have his own opponent now in Juba. They have their own problem. So are they going to wrestling so the last man standing will be the winner among them, or what do you see now? What they're gonna do? Just imagine. But this is my question. Thank you.
Ambassador, you can go on. I hope we capture the questions.
Sorry, Matek telephone, but I didn't get your question. Can you repeat it? My apologies. My network is really cutting up.
Matek, go on, please.
Do you guys want me? Do you guys want me to repeat or anybody?
Yeah, you can repeat it. Yes.
Okay, Anna Gutzel, Pagan, when he was outside here, he was preaching the root cause to be addressed in South Sudan, right? Like you guys say, Pagan and Malong are allies. So to me, I can see being personal with the ally from me is not surprise me because there is no any permanent ally anyway. But my question is, now you can see Malong and Gir and Riak and Yandeng and all of it, now they are in Juba. And Fagan, when he was here, he was talking about to address the root cause of the problem in South Sudan. Now they are the people that were definitely in that problem. Because when the problem caused itself, it was SPLA by themselves. So Fagan and Malong, now the last people, they just went in. My question is, do you see that is Fagan now going to ask here that we need to address the root cause before we go to election? Or you see that this is going to be a wrestling. So the last man standing will be declared the winner, or he, or Riak, or Pagan. That is my question.
Well, I thank you for your question, brother Matek. But that question should be directed to Pagan. I can't read what is in Pagan's mind, whether he will raise the issue of root cause of the conflict or not. But if I could take from what his statement that he made yesterday, on the day of launching, he said he want to address the root cause of the conflict. Now, the question that begs itself is whether the Nairobi talks will address the root cause of the conflict. And about the wrestling, I don't know whether the wrestle will kill or not. That will be their business. But I think also it will be good to ask Pagan directly whether he will stick to this demand of the root causes and whether the root cause of the conflict is a red line for him. If it's not discussed, then that means they will walk out from peace talks. These are questions I felt fundamentally for those who have been listening to him. They should have been asking him that, okay, you have talked about the root cause of the conflict. Is it a tactical thing or strategic? And if it is strategic, and it is the demand that you putting on the table, what about if Kir refuses it, or he refuses a roundtable conference? Will that be an end of the discussion or not? So I think these are questions that would be answered well by Pagan and maybe by Brother Samuel here, where I don't know if Samuel is real SPLM, but I would assume that real SPLM members and Pagan will be in better position than me to answer that thing.
Yeah, thank you, brother Matek. And remember that even the person who was repeating the issue of the root causes, those were the Ambassador Emmanuel so many times and General Thomas, because those are the reason who made them to leave the peace talk in Khartoum. In Khartoum, when Thomas said because the agreement did not discuss the root causes of the problem, so he left Khartoum. So this is just for information. Let me go for the next person. It's actually Brother Newell. Newell, the time for you. Please ask your question.
Thank you, Teresa, and thank you, our diversity platform, for hosting this discussion. Ambassador Emmanuel, thank you too, always for your time and for answering our questions. I think many South Sudanese have a lot of burning questions in the context of the peace talks in Nairobi. So if memory serves, you have always advocated for political and non-violent solutions to the crisis of South Sudan, or at least as a matter of principle, your movement is committed to exploring and exhausting every political means to resolving the fundamental and systemic problem of South Sudan. My question is going to be quick, and it's based on two recent incidents. One, the University of Barghazal student protests using slogans like "Kir must go," "We need bread," and two, the eviction and subsequent humiliation of our senior diplomat in Rome. We showcase the deplorable and disgraceful way our foreign service members are being neglected by the regime. These two incidents, Ambassador Emmanuel, are powerful indications of the widely shared discontent amongst the people of South Sudan. As you know as well, and you know your experience, university students and civil servants are the pillars of any society, and they are catalysts for change. And since your movement is committed to ending the dictatorship and occasion true and lasting peace, my question is this: are there any plans or efforts to build the non-violent protest by students in WOW, as well as the protests of our senior diplomat in Rome, using tactics like civil disobedience, sit-ins, and boycotting within and across South Sudan? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Brother Nguyen, for your question. These are the kind of questions that we would like to address. First of all, I had an interview with Radio Tamazi a couple of days ago. And in the opening of the interview, I expressed our solidarity with the youth that have stood up inside South Sudan and in WOW, protesting and demanding their rights, the rights to have the bread that they need to eat. You know, it reminds me of the French Revolution. It was started by bread, the demand of people that want to eat bread. The Khartoum also revolution that toppled Bashir was also bread. So I believe this demonstration is the beginning to an end, to a regime that has been oppressive for the last 19 years, a regime that has been looting the oil money, and it has little to show for. There are no hospitals. There are no good universities. They are unable to provide even food to our students. So we stand in solidarity with them. However, I would like to make it clear so that they don't become victimized. Opposition has nothing to do with the demonstration that took place in WOW. We did not tell them to go to the street. It was an organic demonstration based on the difficulties they are facing. So I would like to categorically make it clear that opposition has nothing to do with it. It is purely a student demonstration. The situation in the country now, what I call the internal contradictions, has reached to a boiling point. Junubin, we are used to the extent that Jalaba said, "Galolo, itamashi barabiya o bashi grib l'usher, ujunubi shab gaba kida obama l'zayf ujubas gali remerit ujubaba." You know, because every forest you want to run, this is how you resolve or she resolve her problems. That mentality has to change. It's not only that. Yes, people may be forced in one way or another to embark on an outright military struggle when all the avenues have been closed. But I also believe the same doctrine of Victor Jongara, where he said that during intifada fi dakhil, when intifada mumkin yakun intifada muhmi bisilah. He used to say this. He used to say that the intifada fi dakhil, Khartoum zaman or dakhil Sudan, does not contradict the struggle that people are waging, be it military struggle. But for any uprising to be successful, I will always give two examples for a successful uprising, and I will not go far. I will give Sudan as an example. The first uprising in Sudan against the dictator, Aput, in 1964, Gusamu, October Revolution. It was a revolution that was organized by students. It was also organized by cooperatives like, unions like the student unions, teachers unions, doctors unions, lawyers unions, and so forth. It is these unions that organize themselves and they go on a strike, bringing the country to its knees. When also you take the April Hamster Temenin, was also meticulously planned by political parties and the civil and the public, the trade unions. They organized themselves and they led an organized demonstration sustained against the regime. An uprising cannot topple a dictator. That is not an uprising that is not organized, cannot topple a dictator. It must be organized. Now in South Sudan, there is no such organization. And my fear is this: an intifada mumkin yahsal fi junub, it will be out of anger. Because people are frustrated, they are not being paid, the prices of commodities in the market has gone so high. So it will be an anger exploding. So you will not be surprised one day if 15 people go to Juba, let's say go to Konyo Konyo, and they started shouting, slogans, and you find the residents of Juba joining, and you may even take an ugly aspect that you send the army to crush it, or you send the police, and the police also may end up allying with the people because they're also not paid, and they have children who are not going to school. And you also have people within the army, maybe the junior, not cooperating with the government authorities and also taking part into this. And this is a very likely scenario that could be dangerous. Because if it's not organized, you will not have leaders organizing it. It will be out of anger. And that anger can translate itself within short period of time. You may end up even getting J1, getting banned out. And you may even end up having an extreme violence that a lot of lives will be lost in it. And eventually, of course, people will win. This is likely scenario that could happen in our country. That is why we are saying that the Jama you are running out of tricks. People of South Sudan can see through you. My brother, if you take the generation that is born in 1990, just 1990, don't even go back to the 80s. The generation born in 1990, they are now 34 years of age. And they are the majority. They are fathers now, some of them are mothers. In the now, you want to call them, come and tell them about the glories. I am SPLM Zaman, unas Chow Mujud Chow, unas Mahom Dutkan, Umar, unas Munu, Ukunda manas Rhino, manas Tiger, manas Jamus, Unina Amanda Wamanda. It doesn't make sense to them. Okay? What they need now is, what can you do? Can you give them jobs? The SPLM they know now is not the SPLM majority of us know. Them are SPLM in a kuna arfinu kan fogo nas Martin Majer wala Martin Makura Leo wala SPLM bitanas Joseph Muduo wala bitanas Likotala Umar SPLM bitanas. They don't know these people, this thing. They want mafati. The Jil, the Riakul, the Reish. They will be telling you the SPLA we know, the LPLA, the Altano Hamza. The SPLA we know is the SPLA now that is running the country. They have never given us anything. Mafia kid, Yawaning Ajani. Ayanin, they cannot provide medicine for us. SPLA that we know now is the corrupt people that will don't legit the corrupt Ganyakul. This is the SPLA they know. So they won't care. They will tap on this SPLA. But I say, if we liberate Bukra, and you will not be able to give food to European Del or Sudan, and we are not able to deliver on our political objectives. European will find, Sudanese will find Bahar. Other than Bahar Mafi, they will find Bahar to throw us in it. Isn't it? Which means what? It means the credentials of saying, Wallah, indeed, it is Tarihi, Bidal, Wana Yakunta Kid, Wana, it doesn't matter. If you fail to deliver to the people of South Sudan as SPLA is doing now, SPLA will go to the dustbin of history. Zolumbare was talking, one of someone sent me a cassette. Galibul Nazajawin, the head SPLM or Emmanuel. You forgot Bina was an SPLM member before the independence. But the SPLM that most of us and majority of you were members of during the revolutionary time is not the same SPLM that we have today. SPLM Mojudina Gaznas Turkey, the SPLM Alina Kuna Guiding Fogo. This is not the SPLM that fought the war to liberate the country. Okay. The SPLM that Salfakir that is corrupt today, Gadakul Guruj and is Musakin for Shawara. This is not what SPLM fought for. So I believe that the conditions for a revolution and a total change is imminent in South Sudan, and it's a matter of time. Coming to diplomats, by the way, even some of us when we were in New York, the first time I was sent to New York was to go and open the embassy, the mission of South Sudan to the UN. The second objective was for us to go and defend South Sudan because we went and took Pantau. We shut the oil, and it created a problem. And there was nobody at the United Nations even to defend us. You look at that mentality, okay? The mentality of going and advancing and attacking Pantau, okay, shutting the oil down, and you have no even diplomats to defend you in the UN. So we were rushed up, myself and Agoga Nyar, and also Dr. Francis Nazarios. We were wrapped up and told to go to New York to defend the country. To defend what is the foreign policy we're going to implement the UN. Emmanuel, you work in the UN. You know better. You go. So we came to New York. That time, austerity measures came out in December. Due to delay of the money, some of us had problem in our houses. You know, I don't want to go build some colleagues also were kicked out of their houses. But this is a constant humiliation of how our diplomats have been living in South Sudan. Very shameful. I remember there was a case in New York. It was concerning, I think, Ambassador of Congo, if I'm not wrong. Ambassador was not being sent money, but was a very dignified man. He will sleep in the subway in New York. In the morning, he will go to McDonald's, wash his face in the bathroom, brush, maybe have a wash, quick wash, put his suit, and comes to the UN. One day, he was caught. Nazbulu Jamo Lokasha, the underground, Lanfinam homeless, in New York. Gabado, he brought up his diplomatic ID with the State Department, the diplomatic ID. When they read, Ambassador, hello, how come you sleeping in a rough? Charlo and him, somehow US they started paying for him and so forth. It's to tell you, in some countries, it is very unfortunate that you send diplomats to foreign countries to go and represent you, and they have no dignity. Many of my colleagues, when they call, sometimes you almost shed a tear. Because as a diplomat, you cannot take loans from the bank. It's very difficult. Because even if you don't pay the loans, the bank can do nothing to you. You have diplomatic immunity and protection. So most of them, they don't get loans. And now, you will go for 6 months without salary. And you know how the life is in the West. They don't care. They want to get the money from you. The follow me here. Rouge Mafia. I know some of my colleagues, they have been sleeping shelters with their families because they have been kicked out of the house they can't pay rent. So when you see my brother guy crying in Rome, and I know the guy passed, it's very hurtful. But the question is, how many other diplomats that are not coming out to cry? How many of them are suffering? And why all this? It is because we have a very weak foreign ministry. We have a very corrupt undersecretary. We have a very corrupt undersecretary that was appointed on the basis of being a relative only to Salva Kiir. Mayen never worked in any foreign service. Can ma اشتغل معنا في خرطوم كخارجية ذات في جروب التلس بلا كان يشتغل ولا اشتغل في regional cooperation. Mayen was the first ambassador and a first diplomat to be appointed through a presidential decree by President Kiir from nowhere. You know, but out of it announced. Zul ma اشتغل في خارجية قبل كده. First class ambassador to the world, let's enter and without. Shamu related to Kiir. Mayen has been mismanaging the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, financially and administratively. والحاجة الثانية زادت تيم بلة. Ministry of Foreign Affairs bigger زي يتيم. قال يتيم طبعا كل زول ده يعلم نفسه في حلاقة بحلق راس يتيم. لأنه حلقه بغلط ما في أمه بو ومشي له ولا أبوه يجي يعمل بشار. فوزارة خارجية والدبلومات دول زي يتامى. كل وزير خارجية يجي ده يعلم نفسه فوق. How can you comprehend that the diplomats in South Sudan, they're going almost for 2 years and 6 months without their salaries? Government owe them arrears of 2 years. They are not paid. Child free. They have become modern slaves. What does a slave mean? You work for free. Our diplomats now, they have become slaves. They work, there's no salary for them. And not only that, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs now, if you look at it, is shambolic. The entry point is ambassador. The entry point, first class. You'll find people who are 32 years of age or even not even 35, they're ambassadors. And when they interact with their counterparts from other countries and they introduce themselves as ambassadors, others are shocked. And they'll ask them, how old are you? So this ambassador here, في خمسينات ولا في ستينات ولا في أربعينات is wondering كده صغير بين السفير كيف ما في experience, but this is the entry level that you know. So what I would like to say is this: Ministry of Foreign Affairs, أولا, they need to put the act together, and there are two things in the foreign service that are important. Is the administrative aspect of running the ministry itself, okay, and the policy and the policy aspect, which means you must have a clear foreign policy. When it comes to the administration, the numbers of diplomats that you have in South Sudan, most of them need to be fired, in my opinion. You know, Sudan does not need more than 110 diplomats, including ambassadors. And I'm serious about this. Go to Rwanda. Rwanda, ambassadors in Rwanda, you will count them. But that's what we're marketing. You want the quality, not the quantity. Foreign service is about the quality of your diplomats. For example, Britannia said, in Britain now, I think, if I'm not wrong, you have 2 ambassadors. Okay. You have 2 ambassadors in a station like Britain. Now, why will you need 2 ambassadors in Britannia? It's waste of resources. What are the 2 ambassadors going to do in London? Do you have even an economic agreement with Britannia in terms of Sharakat Mafia? Index of Britannia and give Nesufra, for example. Okay. It's waste of money, it's waste of resources. You go to other embassies, you'll find even 3 ambassadors with Safara. So, Nihina, we need to re-strategize. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs needs to cut back from the numbers of embassies. So Sudan must look at some countries that are strategic. You put Safir in Iraq, and then Naib Safir Malas will call Safir. Secretary Awal or Mustashar can be enough. 3 people in the embassy, they're enough to run the embassy. Okay. Until gradually you increase the numbers according to the demands and work. Like in Hassa, Safarat Kulu Malian, Aulad Generalat, Aulad Wazara, Kotuminak. You find them not even reporting to work, but they're getting their salary. And they're paid in high currency, which is delaying. So now you have a large army of diplomats, and you have not enough money for them. That's why you're having these shameful acts that are happening. Humiliation. Embassies are being closed everywhere. Safarat, they're closing down, and many will close more. So to me, it's a weakness of the foreign ministries and foreign ministry is the destruction that Mayen did to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs through looting, through corruption, and nobody's answerable. You know, they go, they spend money the way they don't know how to Mayen, bishil Gruzi, Mayen, they don't mark corruption. So, my brother, the situation of our brothers and sisters in foreign service is dire and is very disheartening and is shameful. This is not how South Sudan should have been. South Sudan deserves better. South Sudan, if it had a good leader, And there are many sons and daughters of South Sudan who are capable leaders. Would have been even far away from Dubai. Look at the dream that John had for Ramshir. Even when they went and had the 3D dimension, Ramshir, was only to be implemented. Where's Ramshir now today? It's a gone dream. Perhaps not going to come anymore. Juba now is a small city. When Juba was formed, it was not the main Juba now that we know. It was actually Gondokoro. That became the first capital of Equatoria during Samuel Baker. When Samuel Baker left, and in 1876, 73, 74, when Gordon became the governor, he said he saw Gondokoro as a small, and then he went to Lado village. It was not meant, Juba, to be a capital city of less or more than 50,000. Because the expansion of the city was not meant to expand the way it's expanding now. Now, because now you're taking Barrack land and you're having problems. So Juba cannot continue as a capital. You need to move somewhere that you can plan even for 50 years to come, which means you will be able to expand endlessly. So country, my dear compatriots, has been destroyed. Ministry of Foreign Affairs is in a bad state. And when I see the appointment of the ministers of Foreign Affairs and the quality of people who are coming to Foreign Affairs, sometimes I wonder, is this really a joke? For some of them, we know them personally. And that is really a joke. Well, they know policy on foreign service, and yet you have competent diplomats in Junub, you don't want to appoint them. They don't come from and this is very unfortunate. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you a lot, Ambassador Emmanuel. For those who are asking their question, if your question is relatively like more security question, I will just bypass it. أسئلة الفيو تابع أمني ده ما بناخده. نمشي لbrother Warda. Thank you for your patience, and then we'll come to Gandhi. I'm not sure, moderators, if my screen is not showing me the true. Warda, go on for your question.
Yeah, I hope I'm loud and clear.
You're loud, yes. Yeah, go on.
Yeah. I would like to take this opportunity to greet you all, Sister Teresa, Ambassador Emmanuel, Haj, and Brother Dominic, and Simon Badoza, Joseph, and Samuel Nyon, and Gandhi, and Mr. Bosch. And I would like to take this opportunity too to wish our mothers, our sisters, happy Mother's Day, and especially my mom, Ponina Urda, happy Mother's Day to her, and I wish you all, the best. Thank you, Ambassador Emmanuel, for giving us your time. I know it's Europe now. It's after midnight, if I'm not wrong, and as a concern of South Sudanese regarding what's going to our country, our belief country, I'm sure you don't mind to spend some time with us and to answer these critical, some of these critical questions with what is going on, the mess going in our political arena back home. I would really like to appreciate that. I will go through to the topic because it's regarding the Nairobi Peace Initiative that is it towards dictatorship or delay the truth is. I believe in my side this is a dilemma of true peace back home, Ambassador Emmanuel, because I believe in Isakan, Reis Bitana with Sudan, is a true man of peace. A peace has been signed for the last 5 years, since 2018, Riyang Machar. I don't know what kind of peace here there is signed. It's going all the way to Nairobi, spend all this money in Nairobi, Ashan peace. It's a kind of tale and their peace. I believe the peace that we had, if we implement the peace, I'm sure peace and Luam and Maria, they cover a lot of our root cause, you know. Lakin, ana guy no race fakir o ma serious to peace. وناس المشى في نيروبي عشان يساهم peace. لو pagana momo what do we call Malong. أنا believe in opposition ممكن أنا بقول ممكن زول أروح واحد وناس ممكن pagana mom. Because Malong is not a position. Malong is not really a position. I don't believe in Malong that tonight. Because if you see the Machawanyora and Mujudin, Pijunu, Penaka, Gadine, Kulunaka, they could recruitment with Malong. They could Nasa Malong, Yajumu, Janedumina, Catalog. Malong himself, Ugalo made the Muskila. It's a personal issue with the individual. So that's a kind of people might be give peace right now. And I might be believing in Malong back they give peace. And Malong is one of the corrupt military back home in the area between the Equatoria or the Bahar Ghazal or Catalinis and people. هذا الآن إحنا قصفة من كتل بتاع مالون. أنا ما حجوك كثير ambassador because أنا براك want to question because عندنا في ناس represent قال مغورا أنا كان ما أعرف مغور نفسه بتومن NCC ولا شنو بتاع National Salvation و فقام مون وعرف كده بتاع National Salvation مون and then it's very shame more include that representative of NAS who already في Roma peace agreement that the NAS is not NAS and party without it's not gonna be part of this negotiation. And today when they are in Rome, in Nairobi, Mungi recognize that NAS. This is himself that contradiction. My question to you, do you think sorry, my head. Hello, Tambasman? Fraser?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, because my battery went off a little bit from my airport. Yeah, do you think Ambassador Emmanuel, Salva Kiir, by using all this money, Halu Mama Shiamul agreement and yesterday and Nufus, then as Pagamamon, as a Nimshi Hena, with a can Masalan Pagamamon Oga Kalaman, he's spoken about the round table. Initiative with a round table there, you guys are part of it. It can play a big role forward. How can he go there without like without Robin Shibulogura sign the Mashi sign the discuss round table on the shop in either the root cause bitana in either Hal General Pagamamon is not losing the trust of the South Sudanese because I'm one of the people who I was believing and I feel like he's not being honest to us as citizens of South Sudanese. Should behind a group, individual. Do you think this peace initiative is not deal of individual because Pagam and Pagamamum and Malone they already had Bada Mubada Rakan Mahakuma Bitajuba in Nairobi before. So Mapi Jadid Hinal. So
Don't you think that Kir Oki play was bio nufuza عشان يمشي في جوبا؟ شكرا. كان أنا طولت كمان عليك بسؤال أبيني و I hope you get my point. Thank you very much.
No, thank you. Thank you, my brother, Wada. Swallow him. But also we need to understand the policies that have been adopted by Kir. Kir has become very good in the policy of divide and rule, and which is very unfortunate that many of our leaders do succumb. They succumb to Kir's tactics of deception. Kir knows very well that when the delegation came to Rome in the last talks in March, the government was unhappy with two things. First, they did not expect that the split that took over in Soma, that happened in Soma, we could reconcile ourselves quickly. And then the second issue that we will be able to propose a roundtable conference as a unified team. Remember, before the last meeting, the group of Soma, we did not sign the declaration of principles with the government. They went and signed with Malong and Pagan. So they were hoping that this division will continue and they will exploit it. Now, when they came to Rome, they were shocked that SSUF or real SPLM and Soma, they have united themselves into what they call the non-signatories groups. And now they're championing a new political solution to the problems called the Roundtable Conference. Now, and they were saying, no, they came to discuss political issues. Along with whom? God, with you guys. Which political issues? God, where we stopped in Nairobi. No. Nairobi, you stopped, you signed a declaration of principles on the 11th of March with General Malong and SG Pagan. You did not sign with us. So, unless you want us to leave the room. And I remember there was an incident when we could not agree on agenda. A 3-person committee was formed. On the government side was, I think, Governor Okosoro, if I'm not wrong, Abuj, and then Mary Jeffers.
Martin Abuja.
Yes, Abuja. General Abuja. General Abuja, Okosoro, I think, if I'm not wrong, and then Mary Jeffers. Madame Mary Jeffers. On our side, as opposition, was General Thomas, Bagana Moom, and myself. And we started discussion on the agenda and how to move, because it was agreed in the preliminary that we have to form a small committee from both sides. Now, when we started discussing, the government delegation was insisting that they came to Rome to continue the bilateral talks on the political issues where they have stopped in Nairobi. And Pagan told them that, look, what we talked almost 2 years ago in Nairobi is null and void now. Because the government you have is not a de jure but a de facto government. Therefore, we are not willing to go back to the bilateral. It was a very heated exchange until I remember one of the mediators was so furious with the government delegation and told them in their face that, look, stop your nonsense. You are not coming here to tell us to go back to what happened 2 years ago. We are here to discuss now the future of this country. Okay. And the opposition is proposing a roundtable conference. What is your reaction? If that is the case, right. This is when they really got angry with the mediators, by the way. And they decided that the mediators now in Rome are not neutral. They are supporting Soma. You see? And they said, no, they will not come back. Some of them already told the mediators they will not come back to Rome, by the way. They told the mediators we will not come back to Rome. Why did Gabon mediate a mother of Buddhism? Then the mediator, you people are supporting these rebels. Fazola Khwaja was shocked in a very aggressive look of that, Fazola Khwaja Gallo, how we support the rebels. Gallo Shufta, the way you talk to me like this, you're very disrespectful that. So Gallo, am I disrespectful? You're accusing me, and I'm asking you a question to explain further, and you're telling me now I'm disrespecting you. God, no, you will see. We will not come back to this room again. Okay, Masha, Juba Biga, Zul Kabir, Wazir Kabir. Okay. They went and convinced Kir, forget about Juba, forget about Rome. Rome, not the rebel. Okay. Let's take the talks now to Nairobi. Okay. Let's take the talks to Nairobi. So when they decided, and by the way, they knew, by the way, they're not stupid. They knew that when they take the talk to Nairobi, there are certain groups that they know they will not come to Nairobi. Because they know very well that they have no convincing reason. And they know with some opposition that they are not taken by emotions. They will take time to analyze why Nairobi. And they know this will create a division. الجداولين الجبادة فوق السرقل. في ناس نحن جزء منه شفنا الجبادة ذاته فوق السرقل لكن قلنا يا جماعة السرقل ده وراه جبادة. قلنا كونكوي. في أسماء تانيين قالوا no السرقل حلو let's go and eat it. هم الآن في جبهة السيارة. So السرقل بتاعهم ده شفناه. وشفنا الجبادة. يعني السرقل الدسو جبادة دسو في جو السرقل ده شفناه. عشان كده قلنا شغل ده ما بودينا قدام. It's not going to take us anywhere. And we're not going to fall for it. But they knew they will divide it. And now in Nairobi, as I said earlier, they will even divide the opposition in Nairobi and further. Anybody who could come round table there, they will force him to sign the agreement. If he refuses or she refuses, other group will go in. Nairobi has got some additional Yamate. Yeah, they go as group to Juba. Yeah, I got some Wolfedan. I see like Janine Tsunami to go to Juba. And this is what is going to happen. It's divide and rule. Okay. والهدف كله بإنه النظام يمد فترة بتاعه. For the government to continue in power. That's the strategy of Kir. The only constant strategy of Kir, he will pay any money to make sure that he continues. And this is what Sun Tzu said, that an evil leader will destroy his people and will rule over the ashes. This is what is happening in South Sudan. We have evil leaders who are willing to destroy the people of South Sudan and even rule the ashes of these people. So it is us, the opposition, that allow the division. Because if you could see that the government is dividing you, it is up to us to say no. We're not going to be divided. فنحن ما نبقى لو كنا زي تيران ثلاثة وقبلنا في صف واحد كان الأسد ربع كلنا. لكنه كده أسد يجي يقول والله يا تور الأبيض أنا أنت زول كويس أنا مشكلتي مع تور الأسود وتور البني وأعرف الأحمر أنا ما عندي مشكلة معك. يلا بمشي باكل تور الأسود. يلا بعد شوية تور الأسود يأكلوا تور الأبيض يأكلوا. وكده يفضل تور الأحمر براو. He has nothing will also be eaten. This is the strategy Salva Kiir is adopted. Divide and rule and conquer. I hope I've answered you, brother Warga.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. yeah. مجلوك قال لك اوضح كلمة السرقيل دي يا سيادة السفير. في عيال صغار هنا ما بيعرفوا معنى السرقيل.
Long time, nice to see you. Sergeli is the worm that you put in the hook. What do you call it? The fishing rod.
اللي هو جبارة.
جبارة. كنت في جبارة بدون سرقيل.
جبارة أو سنارة. يا شكرا كثيرا أمباسادور. بيقى فاضل لنا شخصين نشيل منهم سؤالين. سؤال من أخونا رفيق غاندي اللي هو كويت. انت ممكن داير تقول حاجة اتفضل وبعدك نجي ام بوس تقريبا الاسم. اتفضل غاندي.
انا اول حاجة خليني اسلم عليكم كلكم. تحية لكم
كلهم في الستيج فوق ولا الناس الحضور تحت المستمعين. أتمنى أن يكون صوتي واضح كده ساعة السفير.
صوتك واصل يا فضل.
صوتك واضح. أنا حقي ما سؤال لأنه بس هو مجرد مداخلة بسيط كده وأخلي زول الجاي وراي يتكلم. الناس ديل يا أستاذة تريزا يعني يومين ديل شغالين حاجات كده ما بتساعد في بعض الرومات. يعني هسه بقى بيقولوا إنه نحن ما عندنا أجندة. نحن في ناشونال سلفيشن وفي NDM والمهم الجهة ما وصل لنيروبي. احنا مش كلامنا واضح. احنا قلنا لهم يا جماعة نيروبي ده يعني ما منصة موثوق به عشان احنا نقدر مثلا نمشي نناقش فوق. المحل اللي بدينا فوق النقاش ده ما بيها. ما هو احنا عايزين نيوترال كانتري عنده شغل سياسي عنده وجود دولي واقليمي كويس عشان نقدر نعمل اتفاقية زي ناس. لكن لما توديني نيروبي والقصة بتاعت نيروبي أساسا ما تفاوت. يعني أنت لو شفت كده ده كله ده بترجع لمخرجات بتاعت زيارة سيريل رامافوزا بتاع المرة اللي فاتت لما مشى قال لي كير إنه أنت جبت 5 نواب وما حل مشكلة. عملت ولايات كتير يمداك ما حل مشكلة. أنت يعني البلد وصل مرحلة ناس ماشيين لسنة وحاجة ما إنه مرتبات وبرضه ما في حل الحاجة دي. بتغير وزير مالية بوزير مالية. الوضع ده ما بيوديك لأي مكان. الشيء اللي فيه إنك رجع فاقان محل بتاعه كأمين العام ورجع فول مالون في الجيش والشيء التعبان دينغاي وديه ولاية وينت بتاعه وعدي باقي الناس زي المقاعد في الاتحادية. بكده أنت بتضمن إنه ممكن يعني تتجاوز بعض المشاكل المستعصية الموجودة دي. فده الحاجة الحاصل في نيروبي. طيب لو ده حاجة الحاصل في نيروبي ده منه فينا محتاج إنه يرجع حركة شعبية. ليه؟ يعني إحنا صابرين زمن ده كله 10 سنين يعني بيغلبنا إنه يكون برنامج سياسي للبلد. معناه إحنا حاجات كتير إحنا جينا هنا اتكلمنا عن أي حاجة جنوبين قاعدين بيواجهوا يعني. زي قبل لما السفير ذكر إنه القصة بتاعت الرغيف ده دي قصة بدأت به ثورات في دول كثيرة ونجحت. نحن ما بنصور قضية بتاع طلاب جامعة بحر الغزال لكن نحن بنحيي دورهم ده لأنه they still there وبيتكلموا في حاجة يعني مربوط بهم. يعني انت عايز طالب ده يمشي محاضراته كيف مثلا ما عنده خدمات ما عنده مويه ما عنده كهرباء ما عنده حاجه بياكله. انت داير الطالب ده يمشي يقرا كيف؟ فمن حقه انه يطلع سترايك. يعني احنا مشكلتنا ما هنا. احنا مشكلتنا في انه لازم يكون المنصه بتاع التفاوض منصه فوقه يعني حريه بتاع التعبير منصه فوقه ضمانات امنيه منصه فوقه القدره على انه الاتفاقيه ده يتم تفعيله. يعني ما يكون زي الاتفاقيه 2018 اللي كلنا عارفين انه ده يعني been signed but not to be implemented. كوادرهم بيجوا هنا يعملوا لنا ازعاج يقولوا لنا ما عندكم اجنده. احنا ما قلنا ما معنى ينزل انه تمشي جوبا. انت امشي جوبا وانت شايف انه في حاجه هتقدر تقدمه للجنوبيين يوقفوا كده. اللي احنا عارفينه انه الحكومه دي لو كنا عندنا خطاب سياسي موحد لو كان عندنا خطاب اعلامي موحد لو كان عندنا خطوات يعني موضوعه في جدول العمل بتاعنا كمعارضه افتكر انه ما كان هيكون في الديفيشن الحاصل الان. فعامة النضال المستمر ساعة السفير وكل الرفاق هنا في مختلف توجهاتكم. النضال مستمر والنضال ما بيقيف بس عشان نيروبي. ما هو ذاته الحاجة الحاصل في نيروبي ده لسه ما لقى مثلا وضعية عشان بعدك نقدر نغيمه. لأنه في حاجة اسمه ماذا بعد نيروبي. كويس؟ احنا في تفاصيل كده ما عايزين نفتحها في الوقت الحالي، لكن بيجي وقت اللي عايز يشتغل معانا فهم سياسي هيجي يستمع وهيسألنا وهنجاوب له. لكن الوقت الحالي نحن مواصلين في انه لازم النظام ده يعني يحترم مواقف السياسية بتاعنا. لازم النظام ده يعرف انه نحن ما قاعدين 10 سنة عشان عجبنا المعارضة. احنا قاعدين 10 سنة عشان عايزين نجيب سلام حقيقي، سلام شامل، سلام بيناقش اصغر التفاصيل قبل التفاصيل الكبيرة. بعد نقدر نمشي لمائرة مستديرة، نمشي لمؤتمر دستوري، نمشي للنظام الديمقراطي نبنيه. فالناس دي محتاجة تفكيك مفاهيم، لكن برضو في ناس ما حنجبرهم لأنه أثبتت النقاشات بتاعنا معانا هنا إنهم ناس متحجرين يعني عقلا وفهما. فطالما هم متحجرين عقلا وفهما أنا هنتكلم مع الجنوبي اللي عارف مشكلة بتاع الجنوبيين. شكرا.
شكرا كثير رفيق غاندي. الإضافة بتاعك ده إضافة قيمة جدا وبهيك على ذلك. Let's go to M. Boss. If you have a question, please, the floor is yours, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Teresa. My greeting to you, everybody. I have only two questions. I won't take that long. My first question will go to Soma, including MDN of Manola Jawin, another opposition group. First of all, I don't know why those opposition always concern, always they talk about peace, and also they talk about peace agreement was signed 2018, and while they are not part of it, and also they talk about the peace in South Sudan, and I don't know what they concern about 2018, and they were not part of it. Second, if the opposition have an agenda or ID, whatever it is, why they couldn't join that peace in Nairobi and agree on agenda, which is, I can say example, South Sudan problem solution. Because we don't need any peace anymore. There's a little bit of peace there, that's fine. We don't need peace. And also they talk about the root causes. South Sudanese, those are born yesterday, they know what the root cause of South Sudan. South Sudanese are looking for the solution. And that all of you should join that and go there. We're looking South Sudan solution. And that's what we think. We want this one. Security will go, security reform, constitution, and economic, and governance, and all other stuff. You come up with your ideas, and the government will come up with the idea. Because South Sudanese people are looking for a solution. They're not looking for the peace. We know how many peace been signed. It's not working. And root causes, we know, all of us, we don't want nothing. We need solution of South Sudan. And go there and sell your ideas. So, and why opposition are always, I don't know, what's your agenda actually? These are my two questions. Why you guys are concerned about the peace, 2018 peace agreement and the root causes and all these things. And people of South Sudan, they're aware of it. And also why you don't go there and come up with an agenda, with a topic. We don't want peace, we want South Sudan solution. That's what we need there. And sell your idea. Thank you.
Yeah, I think, Brother Boss, first of all, it seems from the way you interjected, you did not come to the room earlier to understand the debate itself. Nobody's talking about 2018, for your own information. The room, if you read the title of the room there, it says Nairobi Peace Initiative, the words dictatorship and delayed true peace. This is what we're talking about. The talks about revitalized assets is in the reference that we said we did not sign it, we are not concerned with it. Those who have signed it is up to them, they can go to hell with it. What we are talking in this room is the Nairobi initiative. That involves us, so we have the right to talk about something that involves us. As to the root causes and telling us to go to Nairobi to talk,
I don't know if you're following South Sudanese politics closely. We have an initiative in Rome that we have started where we talk about those root causes and offer solutions. It is the government of Kir Mayadi that when for the last 4 years, they have never presented any written paper. It is always us, the opposition, that produce a document as a position paper. They'll only react to us. And when they react negative. So my brother, is not about us going and selling our ideas. Selling ideas to who? The government of Kir Mayadi. We've been talking to them. It's not about selling ideas. It's about sitting and negotiating. We are not in election. Election is where you go and sell your ideas to the people. But in peace talk, you don't sell your ideas. You negotiate, my dear brother Mbo. So I think maybe you need more time. When this room finishes, please you go and listen to it. And your questions and what you're asking, you will find them there. I would think, Teresa, you can move on. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador Emmanuel. For those who just came late, you have to understand that we've been here for almost like 7 hours and 15 minutes. So, Ambassador, first of all, when I started the room, I actually presented some of the videos, some of the related video to, or let's say, items to the topic itself. And then Ambassador Emmanuel, as also guest of honor here, he came and presented a complete a view regarding the topic. And then we ask him some question, and we allow people to ask their questions that they might see that is also related to the status quo. For those who came late, just I will advise you go and watch the video in YouTube, or even listen here later. The audio will be there, because Ambassador Emmanuel actually gave a lot of answers here, and I'm sure you will find yourself getting your question being answered if you came late. Some security questions, so we kind of avoided them because it's kind of it's of course something related to what else that you're going to do regarding this, and blah blah, strategic, those kind of question. We avoid them a little bit. And then for those who would like, maybe if they have more suggestion, if you want this topic to be discussed later on, after not today, I mean anytime, for just to make analysis, we have no problem. Let me also give mic to moderators here. Oh, Sister Sarah. Oh, sorry, Sarah is here. We give Sister Sarah. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sister Teresa. Thank you, Simon, for bringing me up. I'm not going to take so much time, but I've been listening for almost 4 hours. Politics is something really, really. Some people, like, they have principles, and some people they do not. And some people they're trying to play dirty politics, which sometimes is scary, because I'm a new politician, and I'm trying to learn so many things, But as you guys been discussing so many issues here about the Nairobi peace talk. So I've been in some rooms, which is they're trying to point some fingers, to Ambassador Emmanuel Jawin and Thomas Wilber. But to be honest, I believe in Emmanuel Jawin and Thomas Wilber. I believe in their objectives, their vision, and also I believe they are, they having a good principle, and they really care about South Sudanese suffering and struggling, So for them not to be a part of peace talk in Nairobi, I really give them good credit for that, because, it seems like some politicians, they have not learned about what the politics in South Sudan been playing, يعني في ناس قبل كده, they've been in Cuba and they experienced what here have been playing, So أنا قاعد أشوف إنه بني آدم لازم يتعلم, يعني ما يكون مرتين ولا 3 مرات, from the first time you should learn, So فأنا شايفة إنه في ناس ما يتعلموا من الأخطاء الماضية, So زي قبل أمباسدر قاعد يقول إنه مثل الوجاب وده مثل ده ضحكني شديد, مثل بتاع الحمار, So وده بالضبط وده الحاجة الحاصل حاليا, في نيروبي, it seems like في ناس هم they forgot about objective حقنا بتاع معارضة, So هم بيفتكروا إنه مشوا لما هم ماشيين لبيس توك في نيروبي, they can bring solution, to the issues of our country. But أنا شايفة إنه يعني أنا شايفة إنه ما هيكون في solution, في الشرط الحاصل حاليا ما هيكون في solution لقضايا حقنا أو لمشاكل حقنا الموجود في جنوب السودان. هيكون the same circle, So أنا بجد داير أشكر Ambassador Emmanuel إنه يعني الزمن ده late عندهم, but because for the love of your people and the love of your country, you up, so you can narrate about the peace talk الماشي في نيروبي, حاجة تانية ما عندي سؤال, لكن بقدر يعني I just want to assure you guys إنه peace talk ده ما هيجيب أي solution لقضايا حقنا, لأنه ليه؟ لو الناس دول فعلا دايرين السلام الحقيقي في جنوب السودان, why they did not involve ناس المعارضين كلهم, وليه ذاته هم خلوا دول اللي اسمه رياض مشار ده في الجبهة. If we really want to talk about the truth peace يعني يجب في بلد بتاعنا. So أنا بشوف ده لعبة كده, و I think here في لعبة حقه ده يعني هو يعني متوقع حاجة, he's trying to achieve something في خلال peace الماشي في جوبا ده, وكمان يعني he prolonging the process إنه اسمه شنو هو يكون he want to continuing في عشان يكون president, فده كله لعبات ده مكشوفة يعني. So أنا بشوف إنه باغان وبول ملم, I wish them really the best, لكن أنا بشوف إنه ما هيكون في أي solution. حاجة تانية ده هيكون الأخيرة عشان أنا أخليكم ما أشيل زمن طويل منكم. حاجة الثانية ناس they blame إيمان وتوماس. أنا قلت إنه أي زول عنده اختيار باجان وملون they choose to go to Nairobi. Emmanuel and Thomas Cirillo, General Thomas Cirillo, they don't want to go, So أنا بشوف أي زول عنده حرية في اختياره وأي زول هو يعني عنده picture عن القضية ده وشايف القضية ده ماشي وين أصلا, فأنا كمان ما داير استعجل وكمان I don't want to be judgmental. I want to wait, إنه الكيس ده هيمشي وين. كيس توك الماشي في نيروبي ده نتيجته هيكون شنو. فتريزا شكرا للشانس all moderators. أنا بشكركم كلكم. My chairman, I just want to thank you for being here. And, عشان أنت قاعد تحب السودان بدو شنو, وقاعد تحب people of South Sudan بدو شنو, وأنت عايز شنو بالنسبة للشعب حقك, فأنا هجيب هنا وشكرا كثير دايما تريزا دومينيك الحاج. أنا بشكركم كلكم moderator وأنا هجيب هنا.
شكرا كتير أستاذة سارة كمبيوتر سارة للإضافة بتاعك. في إضافة لأنت جيت ضفته هسه وأنا بشكرك في شنو في مجي بتاعك رغم أنت مشغولة وكده. أنا بدي فرصة عشان بس أنا هعمل conclusion. أنا بدي فرصة لبقية الناس.
نشكر أخو سارة للمداخلة بتاعه، وكان قال بأنه أنا ممكن أتكلم شوية عن نيروبي، لكن الأخو سارة أعتقد جيت متأخر شوية، يعني إحنا تكلمنا قبل، فممكن بعدين لو لقيتي فرصة ممكن تعملوا ريبلاي للروم. I think the room is recorded مش مولانا. You can do a replay.
نعم مسجل. نعم وفي برضه في يوتيوب قاعد يعني كيس.
I think you can do a replay يا أستاذة سارة on this. أما on issue principles نحن زي ما قلنا، ونشكر للتعليق بتاعك والكومنتس. القضايا طبعا زي ما قلنا هي قضايا وطنية، ما نعرف الزول بيتحزى. جنرال توماس ولا أنا ما بنتحزى في القضايا بتاعنا مهما كان المسميات ضدنا. نحن مستمرين بالنضال من أجل الشعب بتاعنا المقلوب عليه لا حول له ولا قوة، لغاية ما الشعب ده تنام بالأمان واستقرار في جنوب السودان. فنحن ما هنساوم في القضايا الجوهرية والقضايا الاستراتيجية، وخاصة الأزمة لجنوب السودان والأهدافنا بتاع الراوند تيبل كونفرنس. نحن هنستمر بهذا، ونحن كنا نقول بهذه المنبر بأنه نحن مستعدين نتكلم أي زول طالما زول يكون نيوترال، ما عندنا مشكلة. لكن مشكلتنا بأنه كينيا كدولة ليس دولة مستقلة، ليس دولة نيوترال، وفي أسباب كثيرة ذكرناها قبل ما أقدر أذكرهم تاني. لكن بدنا نطمنكم بأنه نحن هنواصل نطالب لكم ما هنخون القضية مهما كان الثمن. شكرا.
شكرا كتير. برضو عشان أنا هاي أعمل آخر ريمارك، وأنا أقدر نشكر أمباسادور إيمانويل بجد لأنه أنت جاوبت لكل الأسئلة. للناس اللي جو متأخرين بجد لو أنت قعدت بعدين جيت حضرت الروم أنت بتلقى كل الأسئلة دي جاوبوها هناك. في ناس مثلا جو هسه ما عارفين بأنه إحنا بدأنا بدري، وفي بعض من أسئلة برضو اللي أنت قدرت تعرف عن الناس بتلقوه في روم بتاع ناس جلوبال. إحنا كنا استضفنا اللي هو الناطق باسم جبهة خلاص مستر صباح سموال مناسة، هو برضو جبناه، هو كان يتكلم ده يوم الخميس. بتلقى كل الأجوبة هناك. For those who are asking you will find all the questions that you're asking regarding NAS as well in that room in NAS Global. ده كان يوم الخميس. فأنا ما أعرف المودريتورز لو إحنا ناخد دقيقتين وبعد ذلك إحنا نقفل وإن شاء الله ممكن في أيام الجاية برضو هنعمل توبيك تاني أو برضو هنجي باسم شنو ده بإنترو تاني. فلو دارين تدخلوا سريع
كلام نقول حاجة بس أول حاجة let me take Ambassador Manuel أنا داير أسأل Ambassador also في وقت تاني. يا Ambassador Manuel wewe bado nambuka Swahili ama umesahau Swahili?
Sio Swahili nasahau Swahili aje wewe.
Sasa hawa jamaa naenda Nairobi na kula kuku alafu na sahau sida ya watu ya Junubi.
Wanakula kuku, wanakula nyama, ukasema tumefurahi sana, tuko na protection 24/7.
Jamaa chuma. Allah jamaa chuma anafanya kazi wallahi, shukrani. Good to hear that you still remember Swahili very well. Sorry jamaa, this is the language that we use to speak in Kenya, and we still remember it. Some of us who have been out of Kenya for a long time, but good enough. Malana guide for Bana in the Congolese team. I always speak with them, and it made me to continue remembering my Swahili and improving it. So I tell them, Jama, Taban, Miskela al-Kibir Lena fi Junub Sudan, finance can carry titles alumon ma en. Odea Miskela al-Kibir Jibu Lena Miskela. Ya Jama, ana taba nana tabi Ruma Delkul. And you don't go up and get it and Jasu. Zola al-Bigulu Pinadunok's Ambassador Silman Dadara, Mar title, they will go Anamar. He was never appointed as a representative with the SPL anywhere. Lakin is calling himself ambassador. Zolde kan sakal fi maktab ta Idwe Dilino, Libya. Yandebika Kalas Enita to be ambassador. Idwe Dilino was appointed, late Idwe Dilino was appointed as the representative with the SPL in Libya. Musliman Dadara Sakal Moses secretary. How can you call yourself ambassador? Sometimes I'm not in the shame. Even if SPLM IU and the Canada, Uma point to ambassador, Uma fi Araka, the Kunend ambassador. Machali Sitahila Kenem the first representative to IU and the delegate in Canada and Le Bagab. So I'm out for ambassador Siliman Debiga, ambassador, they will okay. This is what I don't understand. For it is really something very shameful for people just to claim something that they don't have. For they're diluting Mukta Junubi. Yani I just feel sorry for them. Lakin, these are baby politicians. Okay, those are the one I call them baby politicians. They are still learning politics. Women's politics. Or is only one direction. You don't go both ways. They are fit the people of Billetana and edit in Ras. Lo Giro Akide, or Biro. Lo Ajatuwa and Aja Katarana, or best Rasto and Wara de Pada Warat one. Omaki Kilibinosa. Just our people like that. They don't have yani direction. Alo Brokide, Kilibinosa Mafi, Giro Beskide, Raja Fina, Rasa Alkide de Pada Richard one. And that's what I see from the last 2 days. Now, Ajatana Kamana was so loving so hard. Umbari. Ulumbar, Yaki, Pagan, someone that wants to speak, Pagan cry. Because Pagande, he would do Sudan, Ajama, Koreta Pagande, Aulmara. Yumdak Paganma, Kore, the clubhouse. This is a true Ajama. Pagan Kore, Yumdak, the clubhouse. So Kora, Kore, Nairobi, the bigger Sudan. What type of Kora, Kore? And Munu and Maki with Sudan, all of us, we have to Sudan.
Lakin pagan mo yom da ko magkore Muhammad ya jere ya Simon o bas shinu sakhana وكده ومسا انا تو واحد كده بيدين لو يلو كنت نظر انا واحد كده
finance kulu kore bigataban. That's what they say. So it's okay. No kore, manna kulu kikore. Mulia mo kikore jalu kalam junub de. Junub de kwa jalla kulu. Ma fi zol murta. Okay? Now, yani, ana mind miskila ma pagan wala ma kalam da jama ana salo. If you guys remember, when the non-security group was formed, that time I asked the questions in Pagan, and Pagan declined to answer my questions. Kalam da sabiga waka fi kalam exactly question alan kanasa. Because Pagan umdak zamanora fi Nairobi mo right now Malung, he said that Malung was kicked from Soma because Malung is a digger. So my question was, now the word if alitum gamulu de Malung diga ma dinga kalas. Did Malung be a get identity to Malung Lisa Dinga? Because Nasa Lo Kitali mode, those are the same people listen. So if it is because he was kicked out from summer, because he's a Dinga, now big a non-secretary de Kitchaks and both will get identity to Mamalung Lisa Dinga, Mama get identity to. And they accept him and he was accommodated in. So now when Pagan introduced himself, as he was welcomed to the stage and he was given all the platform, and he introduced himself as a representing Soma and the non-signatory, the NCF. Ukalamdo Umaru Jakar from Gulu Nas Bita NCF Yao delegate who is in Bra won Kalamde. And Guliaki, this ambassador there Kelitu Masalo, Nasi Ajere Dr. Basuli, if they really have done that. Kulufi Timar Ketiri Almon Foku, Manakitor Basuli and all that, and they give him Jata Jere, Mosulia Des and Kilo Ram. That's what Pagan say, and it's on the record. We recorded the room that he will do bad. So this is what you guys need to find out. Panamar, if our members can NAS can be meeting them, NASAL with the members with the NASAL NCF, or members with the NDM PF, Lomon Kaman meeting them, this is what we need to figure out. Because people cannot just. I think we have answered it.
We have answered that one, yeah.
We did not mandate him actually of NCA. I don't know where he got that message. Okay. So now that is like politically it and that's not good for him either. You know, for you to lie on behalf of a NAS group, it is better for you. He could have corrected those people that are Jama are here to represent. Maybe local non-signatory can be conquest because who can yani is spokesperson to non-signatory. But for NCF, Uma Musul for NCF. So I don't know. Yes, he's a spokesperson with a non-signatory. That could have been better, you know. But he took the position more maybe yani. Sound good, and he took that. So I think, and then the group with NAS Aruba Park. Jamata RCC they have the NAS with Aruba Park. And this is not me saying it. Fifi group with a group Ali Victor Biara Jack Form Club Ajere WhatsApp group. Ginado Junub Sudan Contemporary Forum. People who are writing there, who are like Nazarbiga, Umon Kalasis and Jolo Thomas Maja, they went and take the NAS with Aruo Park. And that's not me. The NAS Al Gadin Besina, Itogu Gadinas and Dasa to Bakul for Ruba, and now Libisulon Carabeta, Okalas Kulukeleji, as a representative. And Makolet Kaman Fidekulu Bikulu de Jina with a general Thomas Rill. Advar Makolet Serkida Jama, I just kidding or kidding. When I say this, they are muscular. One local Kala defenders because Simon Bar for Rotandiga. Like let me tell you, Rotandiga, I know it in and out. Fear get deep Rotandiga to be sound the same. Wait. Wait, data bande puja, alita bit of data puja. Lakin with the kid. So Makwelwet was all cut up. Okay, was all Kadap Umaidu Ajalo Bikele Magiga. So this is the reality here. I said, Kid, the Nas Pitaro Park, I guarantee you, Eda no Baginasa Abbas and Braf Juba, Wala Nas Pirwa, this NAS RCC, they are going to Juba at the end of the agreement. Come on, we sign agreement, bro, because they are so desperate. Yumdak Pagan Ango, this is one thing for the record. Pagan Yumdak Zaman Jamade Ketib job, Gulu, Umon, Yani, they have communicated on Ketib job, Itomo Lenas Pagan, Lenasi Bagi Jamade Gulu. It would kill him Kalande because Mato Gulu was Al Pagan, the Pagan kill him Gulu, was that Mabar Nazde, Walao communicate Manazde. Now, how did they accept them now to be part of the discussion? And then, Dr. Sunday de John, Ali Defect Minajiri Malum, was not accepted to be part of this talk in Nairobi. Why? And this is the question of NAS Kelly Ayin Fogu. Part of NASA is split in Party Tani, they are not allowed to attend. But the NASA split in Party Tani are allowed to attend. That means there is a problem here. NASA Gasitin Ajatan. Okay? Yeah, and they want just to demonize National Salvation Front. If they think that by bringing those Arupa, NAS, SNBEG, the Rugulu Kalas, National Salvation Front, Rafi Juponesuno, or Madito Bargi Kelimbuliaki, NAS RCC, Umonia in charge of Ajere, in charge of NAS, Ukulu Jes Pitanas Yeta Jamadel, or Gerald Thomas is just a former NAS who Jamade already overthrown Ajere, Gerald Thomas. Yaki and Agulia, Madita, but Madita was on Chihuahua. Chihuahua for America, and if you kill him, so yeah, the Bamul is such. I guarantee you that NAS RCC will go to Juba. Get on line if you schedule get a talk, the Malunga one month for group the Malunga for. Okay? Why group the Malunga Fina? Why are they not making presentation? NAS RCC is doing presentation. Group the Stephen Rollinger is doing presentation. Group the Relay Spelling is doing presentation. Lakin group the SSUF Magam presentation. Why? Manato, there is another, maybe they have already signed their deal. They are on their way to Juba. So, you know, stick at the Juba, Yani, Erigato Barabara, there are people that are welcoming, waiting at the Juba International Airport, people welcome home. So for them, they are welcome home to enjoy weather with the Juba, and then Kelimo Richa Fimada Espele Bitomo. Because I guy, it is just Jamade de Ramoluya, reunification with the SPLM. They want to unify the SPLM and then on Bridge Sawa or Barnamito Morabida. Lakin Fibaki Jamazat in the SPLM, they are making noise already. They already started making noise. Asade Gadinamul noise. And I don't think that Monza today Jamade Eliroas and Kulpat Bitomo. They will not. So it is going to be another chaos. Making Fimatar, Lampos, Biga Gidur, Matiara, Jam, Polubiga, Ajato, because they rest that Yagijagis, Telef Matara, or Lampos, Gijama, Kenya Airway, Unagistele, or Susu, now Lubiga Zoltadas and Jessic Mahale, Abijim Kala. So we wish them all the best. If they are going to Juba, we wish them all the best. Lumon Ma Bemsi, we wish them all the best. Lakin Fisiasa, you need to be firm. You don't need to be like Pomilio. You have to stand firm. Position tagging, consistency is very important. You have to be consistent with what you say and what you do. Lakin when today Anna Simon, Bukura and a bigger Emmanuel, but Bukura and a James, but Dag and a John, I have to be Simon all the time. It doesn't matter. Loana fi Zuruf, Loana fi Aja Quest, I have to maintain my position. For Ana Bogi Fini Ajamara Kulem Musupra, or Nidal Mistimir, or Ana Bigulu Mobru, Le Jama Bidana, Lisa Fadul Bara, I believe Ajama history will be written one day. Nas Bizekir Nina. People will remember us that Ajama, Group Al Fadul Bara, that Aramon Eddie Hak. Even though people are mocking us, people are laughing at us today, but the history will remember us. One day, Nas Bikula Jama Tarao, Ambassador Emmanuel was right. Gerald Thomas was right. Victor Alex was right. God bless you all.
Yeah, God bless you too. أنا طبعا في يوتيوب فاضل لي حاجة ممكن أقل من 20 دقيقة لأنه يوتيوب بمشي في ستريميات لمدة 8 ساعات.
ما أصلا ادينا فرصة أمشي عنه خلاص كل ده يعني نقول يا وصوت ذاته ماشي يختفي.
صوتك ماشي يختفي فأنا أنت قول الكلام يلا بعد ده أنا في كلام أقدر نقوله قبل ما تمشي تفضل.
لا شكرا أستاذة مولانا تريزا والرفاق الموجودين هنا في المنبر فوق والمستمعين بتاعنا في يوتيوب والناس اللي قاعدين تحت في المنبر. I think the discussion today on the topic is Nairobi Peace Initiative, whether it rewards the dictatorship and prolong the state of Kir in power. The objective also that we came to enlighten you, the people of South Sudan, is to put the facts before you. In a struggle, it is important that our people must be told the truth, and truth will set you free. We have a responsibility, a moral responsibility, and a political responsibility, and also historical responsibility, to come and engage with the people of South Sudan, to tell them the truth about the so-called the Nairobi Initiative. As I said earlier in my early intervention, the Nairobi Peace Initiative was anchored on two objectives. And these were the objectives that were spelled out in the letter of His Excellency, President William Ruto, and also on the other subsequent communication between us and the Kenyans. And also when we met the Kenyans face to face, and we asked them critical questions that would have determined whether the three groups of Soma should join or not, we found their answers one thing. We asked them about the objective of the initiative. The objective of the Nairobi Peace Initiative is to bring in what they call the whole groups to Juba, to create a conducive environment for the final phase of the implementation of the revitalized RCS 2008. The final phase is the election. So they waited all these 6 years to now to come and look for the opposition to be brought in so that they create a conducive environment for the elections to take place. This was also clear, abundantly clear, in the document that is submitted to us under what they call the roadmap and the framework. The roadmap talk about the phase one of the talks starting in March and April. Phase two continuing in May. Phase three is the final signing of the agreement. And then, of course, the second objective is the election. So signing the agreement, going to Juba, participating in the election process. Ya Jama, there is no peace agreement that is limited or is guided by elections in time frame. Peace talks is a tedious process. I was involved with the peace talks in the revitalized RCS. I was involved in these now talks since 2020. And as a diplomat, I have engaged a lot of negotiations in the United Nations. You do not put the conditions for the peace talks. Because once you put the conditions that election is in December and you want us to go and participate in elections, it means that you are not longer interested in listening to what we call the root causes of the conflict. Because if we are discussing root causes of the conflict, it is automatically that if you agree, there will be a new timetable and interim period for the implementation. When you make an agreement, it must be implemented. You need time for it to be implemented. So let's say we go to Nairobi today. We agree on the need of establishing a new national army. How long does it take to establish a new national army? 1 year and a half, for example. We agree on drafting a permanent constitution. How long does it take? A year. We agree in, let's say, implementing federalism and resolving the issues of the land demarcation. Another year. So you would need at least 3 years minimum for the implementation of what you've agreed. But Nairobi talks is not centered about the root causes. And that is why it's only linked to elections. Because there's nothing to be agreed. And they said it already, that there'll be no new agreement. Magalo Belisano, Nazigar Galo, Samboyo Galo. There'll be no new agreement. The basis for the Nairobi talks is 2018 agreement. This has been a unanimous talks by the IGAD representative and also by the chief mediator. It's clear. Then agreement 2018 RCS will be the principle. So literally there'll be no new agreement. And that is true. Because how will you have a new agreement if there's no root cause? So it is clear. There's no root causes to be discussed, leave alone even the idea of the round table. Because the idea of the round table, it is because the government rejected it when we introduced it in Rome. They ran away from Rome to go to Nairobi, to go and sponsor an initiative. It is their initiative. It is not the Kenyan and Nairobi initiative. It is King's initiative. And William Ruto said, which President William Ruto said this, that Kir approached him to mediate. So it's Kir's initiative. So to us, this Nairobi talks is not genuine. There's no neutrality. There's no genuineness in discussing substantive issues, which is the root cause of the conflict. And hence, Soma will have nothing to do with Nairobi. Hence, we are not saying that we are not ready to talk peace. We told the Kenyans, if Juba has lost trust in the mediation of Senegidio, you and Juba could form what we call the co-mediation and let us continue talks in Rome because there are no compelling reason for transferring the talks. This is the bottom line. My dear compatriots who are listening to this, and it's to us as Soma, issue of peace is a strategic issue to us. Peace is not tactical, it is strategic because our people need peace, our country needs peace. But peace does not mean bending on our fundamental principles. Peace means agreeing on genuine issues that will transform the lives of our people. So as such, we will continue searching for peace as long as there's a partner that is willing to negotiate in good faith and there's a mediator that is acceptable to all and that is not biased to one side. So with that, Molana Trezor, I thank you so much with all my brothers, Joseph, Dominic, Simon, Al-Haj, I see Queen, I see Samuel, and others who have come here and spoke. I thank you so much and I wish you a peaceful night. Good night.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ambassador Molana Emmanuel, the leader of NDM Patriotic Front, and we really appreciate you, and also your Secretary General for SOMA. You have shared a lot, and I want also to, because we are about to close the YouTube, and I want to say this, this message should go across. In short, we want to say SOMA is against dictatorship. SOMA is for true peace. SOMA is not against anyone who wants to go to Juba. SOMA is open for negotiation, but in Rome. SOMA is for addressing the root causes of the problem. Soma will not betray the interests of the people of South Sudan. Soma will not accept a voluntary or will be trick endure, RCS today or tomorrow or forever. This is just for you. I want to salute you as a leader of Soma. This is in short, this is what we want to say regarding the topic of today, and also regarding your presence here, Ambassador Emmanuel. You've been a good guest that really have patience and endured a lot of talking, and I understand the talking is not easy. At the end of the day, I'm sure tomorrow you will feel that your voice has changed a bit. But we appreciate you. It's all because of the people of South Sudan in our country. Thank you very much for coming. My people in YouTube, maybe you can join us in Clubhouse. We're just going to end soon also in Clubhouse. Just because we remain only with 5 minutes in YouTube, I can't really run it for long. It goes only for 8 hours. Yeah, may God bless you. I don't know, moderators, if someone want to hold from there. Meanwhile, I'm ending the YouTube. Yeah, and we can give. Oh, Sister Queen is here. Sister Queen, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Compatriot Fraser, the rest of the moderators and on the
Thank
stage, and the viewers of